It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, new charges. President Trump now accused in a plot to destroy evidence in that classified documents case. And it comes amid looming charges in another case tied to January 6th and his attempts to overturn the 2020 election. The latest on his future and the 2024 race just ahead. Plus, the real deal with the summer travel season in full swing, how AI could help plan your next big getaway.
Artificial intelligence actually comes to our defense in that constant battle to find the best prices on airfares and hotels.
Just ahead, we'll break down the new ways you can nab the best sales. Then, Randy Meisner, a co-founding member of the Eagles, has died. How the group is remembering their bandmate as tributes pour in from the music world. And Rap Party. From the Broadway stage to our plaza, Renee Rapp is ready for our summer concert series with some hot new music she's ready to drop right here live today, Friday, July 28, 2023.
Visiting from Windermere, Florida.
Chicago. Toledo, Ohio. Lawrenceville, Georgia. And Nashville for Renee Rapp.
On Lisa's 10th birthday trip to today.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Drove from Toronto to celebrate my 21st birthday
With Renee Rapp. Run round for Renee. Happy Friday. Ready for Renee on today.
Back now, it is 8:11 with today's consumer, and you'll want to pay attention to this one if you're planning to go on some summer getaways still this summer.
Well, there's a way to game the system, you know, and find the best prices, and you can use artificial intelligence. We were waiting for a good use of artificial intelligence, and here it is, Vic.
This is the one. Good morning to you. These days, there's no escaping AI, but it doesn't have to be scary. In fact, you can actually use AI to plan your trip and score travel deals by timing when you actually purchase your airfare and hotel. Here's how to fix your wanderlust without going bust.
Artificial intelligence having a real moment. From the headlines,
We're looking today at the many ways this technology can make our lives easier.
It's cool, but it's scary.
to our everyday lives, especially when planning that next vacation. While hotel prices remain up, airfares have finally begun their initial descent, dropping 19% since last year. Industry experts say airlines and hotels now use AI more than ever, allowing companies to adjust their prices in real time, sometimes multiple times an hour, based on consumer demand. It's a practice known as hyperdynamic pricing.
An airline can tell if a lot of people are searching for airfares on a certain day at a certain time, and the AI models behind the scenes can recognize that and quickly help them raise prices.
Angela Zhu Tavern serves as head of AI at Alex Partners. The global consulting firm recently analyzed millions of data points across the travel industry for NBC News. They saw thousands of price changes each day, more than 500 of them fluctuating by at least $100.
It's important for consumers to recognize that this is going on and be able to take advantage of it. For people who recognize the patterns and pay attention, you can really get good deals.
Can consumers really game the system?
Absolutely.
With hyperdynamic pricing, it's us against the machine. But here in this lab, artificial intelligence actually comes to our defense in that constant battle to find the best prices on airfares and hotels.
People are working here collecting data and building AI models to gather all kinds of insights.
With the help of AI, Zhu Tavern and her team pull the travel data.
Did any of this data surprise you?
I was surprised how deep the discounts are for the premium airlines.
A cross-country flight from Newark to Los Angeles dropping by $700. A regional flight from Atlanta to Miami dropping by $400. Both deals popping up the day before takeoff.
It's counterintuitive.
It's a huge discount. If people have flexibility in their schedules, it can really pay to take a last-minute trip.
If you can't get on board with traveling on short notice, Zhu Tavern says you can typically land the cheapest airfares by booking on Sundays and flying on Wednesdays. And don't forget to check the time. The early bird does get the worm.
Any day of the week, The best time to shop for airfares and hotels is early in the morning when not a lot of people are online shopping.
While luxury hotel prices tend to rise as you get closer to check-in, Zoo Tavern says her AI study revealed mid-market hotels typically reduce rates within 6 to 10 days of your stay. One Chicago hotel cutting its price by $400 a night.
It's definitely worthwhile checking in that last 2 weeks. And if you have a reservation for a higher price and you find a lower price advertised, you can call and get the hotel to match that price.
Tips to help you sit back, relax, and enjoy the savings.
By the way, hyper dynamic pricing isn't just used by the travel industry. You know, ride shares use it. Restaurants, movie theaters, and concerts are also getting in on this hyper dynamic pricing. And here's a bonus pro tip. Zoo Tavern says the most expensive time of day to book airfares, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So avoid that. For hotels, it's 1 to 3 p.m. Those are the most expensive times.
Wow. I wonder.
Yeah, well, that's when everybody's booking. That's maybe a lunch break that people are taking, and they're all online.
Yeah. Okay, so other than figuring out those patterns, are there other ways to kind of beat the system?
Yeah, the experts, Savannah, say to clear your browser of cookies, also make AI work for you. Zoo Tavern recommends using apps like Hopper, Egencia, and Google Flights to help you find the best deals. And you should also avoid flying on Sundays and booking on Fridays. Remember, book on Sundays and early morning, always. That's when you're basically going on when other people aren't.
Right.
This helps you know exactly when that is.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And probably just the beginning, huh?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And also, it's changing in real time. So once everybody gets this tip off of the Today Show, it could change again. I'll be back.
Stop sharing these things.
And everyone takes the detour.
Exactly.
I have job security. You'll always need me to go back.
That's true. We always will.
We always do.
All right. It's the 28th day of July, and Renee Rapp is everywhere right now. This morning, you can find her right here on our plaza.
Oh, can you believe it, Renee? We've been hearing you warm up. You sound so good. These fans are ready to sing along with you. Are you ready for them?
Oh, I'm very ready. They're all theater kids, so they know how to sing.
Concert's just about to get
You
started.
got a heck of a fan base, by the way. Guys, you know who I spy in the crowd right now, by the way?
Who?
Our friend Allie Love. There's Allie Love.
Where?
Newest part of the Today team. After Allie enjoys the show, she's going to join Mr. Roker and I on the third hour this morning.
Oh, that's fun.
She's going to co-host
This is
with
her
me.
You know what?
first
She
time.
can teach you to do padam.
I'm sure she can.
That's awesome.
And she's a big Renee Rapp fan, too. I watched her singing along with you.
Then I'm going to save this face cutout for Allie and give it to her.
Save it. She's so cute. I think I'm obsessed with her.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We are back, so excited. We've been waiting all morning long. This crowd is so ready for Renee Rapp to rock our plaza.
Yeah, she's going to perform some music from her very first full-length album. But first, let's take a look at Renee's journey to this moment. Renee Rapp can do it all with breakout singles like Too Well and in the kitchen.
I'll dance with your ghost in the living room.
The 23-year-old is a rising force on the music scene. Her songs amassing more than 250 million streams.
My name is Regina George.
Renee's big break came at just 19 years old when she landed the role of Regina George in Broadway's Mean Girls the musical.
Renee came in and we were like, oh, okay, that's it. It's pretty surreal.
Somebody where?
Even at a young age, it was clear that Renee was destined for fame, winning the coveted National High School Musical Theater Award for Best Performance by an Actress in 2018. Now, Renee is releasing her highly anticipated first full-length album, Snow Angel. Her signature powerhouse belt has fans flocking to sing along.
And this is where we all yell together in concert, Deliver! Stay to me!
Renee sold out shows once again for her upcoming tour this fall. But it's snow hard feelings here. Renee's first up, it's our city concert stage. And hot off that upcoming album, ladies and gentlemen, Renee Rapp.
Tasted the blood in my mouth and left you there to bleed out. It didn't feel like a dream. Woke up and you looked so cute. Don't think I could love you more. So what the hell does it all mean? I'm taking everything I see as a sign, and I know it's crazy, but what if it's right? I'm here again, talking myself out of my own happiness. I'll make it up till I quit. I wonder if we should just sit here in silence, 'cause I think I talk too much. I think I talk too much. I think I talk too much. If I see a blue car today, we'll probably have to break up. So I close my eyes while I drive. And if it rains, and we'll be over by May. That's just the deal that I made in my head. I'm taking everything I see as a sign, and I know it's crazy, but what if it's right? I'm here again, talking myself out of my own happiness. I'll make it up till I quit. I wonder if we should just sit here in silence. I think I talk too much. 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 I'm here again, talking myself out of my own happiness. I'll make it up till I quit. In the back, I wanna hear you all the way in the back. 'Cause I think I talk too much. I think I talk too much. I think I talk too much. I talk too much.
Renee Rapp, and she is just getting started. We're going to chat with our concert star and get more music in a moment. But first, this is today on
one person. That's great. There's one person. I like that.
And we are back on our plaza with the multi-talented Renee Rapp.
Her album Snow Angel drops next month, and we're thrilled to be getting a little preview this morning. Hi, Renee. Good morning.
Hi, Renee.
Okay, you've done Broadway, but how does this compare?
I mean, this is so much fun. I swear we have like the best community in the world. They're all so great, so it's good to be here.
It's so crazy because you could play one or two notes of any of your songs, and every single person in this audience breaks out into song.
No, they're dedicated. They know it better than I do.
How did Broadway prepare you for this? Because you're turning into a pop star. This is a whole different thing.
I mean, Broadway obviously is like really intense. Like 8 shows a week is absurd, and usually I'd make it through 8, like not alive or present. So the stamina helped, but also I learned a lot. I was really young, and everybody was very nice to me.
And tell us about this upcoming full-length album that's coming out. What can fans expect?
I think that fans can expect a much more authentic version of myself from the EP to now, because I think I'm a little bit more unapologetic, and I also just didn't listen to as many people this time, which is probably good.
Well, that's kind of an interesting place to be, where you kind of trust yourself. Is that what's happening?
100%.
And what gave you the confidence?
Delusion.
That works.
Yeah.
Hey, Renee.
Talent.
Mom and Dad are here, right?
Yeah.
Mom and Dad come to every single. Does it make you a little bit nervous when they're here? Or no.
It used to, because my dad is very critical. Like if I'm flat, I'll hear afterwards.
Stop it.
Hear my notes.
Well, I'm sure we're going to get a shot of them while you're singing this song, this next song.
No, your dad wants to. It looks like he wants to respond to it.
Oh,
Dad is here.
Come on. Here we go.
He's not taking anything.
What's your name?
Okay, Dad.
Charlie.
She doesn't sound flat, right?
All right.
Oh my God.
Is it true? She said you'll tell her if she sounds flat?
Oh, yeah.
No, you will. I'll have a list of notes.
What's it like watching this crowd watch your girl?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Humbling. Very humbling. It's very humbling to see everybody and to, I worry about her all the time, but it's great. And it's great to see her.
She's got amazing fans.
Yeah, she does.
parent.
The best. All right, Mom and Dad. All right, you got a front row seat as usual. What are you going to sing for us?
Next is Snow Angel. I'm looking at my set list. I'm like, I don't know.
Take it away.
Snow Angel, yeah.
Let's go.
First to arrive, last to leave. What's misery without company? It's hard to laugh when it's hard to breathe. It's white outside, but red underneath. Feel the tip of my nose, it's burning, but it's ice cold. I'll make it through the winter if it kills me. I can make it faster if I hurry. I'll angel in the snow until I'm worthy. But if it kills me, I try. If it kills me, smiles hide. What secrets keep? Can't tell a lie if you never see. Look in the mirror, she looks like me. With half a life and twice as weak. Feel the tip of my nose, it's burning, but it's ice cold. I'll make it through the winter if it kills me. I can make it faster if I hurry. I'll angel in the snow until I'm
she's not wrapped yet. One of her biggest hits coming up right after this. But first, on a Friday morning, this is Today on NBC. Where's that guy?
Oh, welcome back to the Plaza. This morning we have been loving the music of Renee Rapp. She's got an amazing voice.
Oh, and guess what, guys? She's not done yet. Renee Rapp, take it away.
If you're way in the back, this is your moment to shine. Today I woke up in a good mood for once. First time in 6 months, I don't hate you as much. You weren't there in my dreams, I could finally sleep. It felt good, but it sucks, I don't hate you as much. It's easier holding a grudge. I'd rather be angry than crushed. I'm doing too much. I do too much. I'm back where I started again, crying and calling my friends. This shit never ends. What? I get so sick of myself. Can't stop overthinking. I heard you happy somewhere else, but I don't forget too well. I get so sick of myself. Can't stop reminiscing. I heard you happy somewhere else, but I don't forget too well. I still see your face. I hate hearing your name. What a wreck, what a shame. Replaying that day. You called me at 8, 2 weeks on a break just to ask for more space. It's easier holding a grudge. I'd rather be angry than crushed. I'm doing too much. I do too much. I'm back where I started again, crying and calling my friends. This shit never ends. What? Get so sick of myself. Can't stop overthinking. I heard you happy somewhere else, but I don't forget too well. I get so sick of myself. Can't stop reminiscing. I heard you happy somewhere else, but I don't forget too well. I get so sick of myself. Can't stop overthinking. I heard you happy somewhere else, but I don't forget too well.
Wow.
Renee Rapp, too well. Every single person in the crowd knows this song. Congratulations, honey.
Whoa,
And I'm
whoa.
getting you're getting claps from Dad. He says you sound
Thumbs up, yo.
fantastic.
Okay, Renee, there are a million people who came here to see you. Tons of people who are here. Not a million, but a lot. There is, let's see, where is Charlotte. Okay, Charlotte, by the way, is here with her sister Katie.
You're lying.
So Charlotte was supposed to fly here, but guess what?
What?
Her flight was canceled.
Oh.
So guess what Charlotte did?
Tell me.
Charlotte got in a car and drove 8 hours.
Wow. No, you did
Because
not.
Charlotte
Wait, yes.
came for her 21st birthday.
Happy birthday! Oh my God, happy birthday. Are you having fun? So much. Good. Everybody's been nice.
Cool?
Everybody's been so much. Good.
Oh my God, your fans, they'll get in the car. Who came the farthest? Where'd y'all drive from? Toronto?
Ireland,
Colorado. They've come from all around, but the
They're
love is
amazing.
all around. So we want to say thank you to Renee Rapp. You guys, thank you to her incredible fans.
Thanks for coming.
Renee is the best.
You
Hi,
guys,
baby.
Renee's album is coming out August 18th.
I love it.
Thank you so much for being here in our plaza. We're so happy to have you and watch you shine. And there's more to come in our next hour. Renee's not going anywhere. But first, let's get a check of your local news, your weather, and these messages.
Way to go, Renee.
This morning on the third hour of Today, Road to Recovery. LeBron James' son, Bronny, released from the hospital days after going into cardiac arrest on the basketball court. What's next for the rising star and the new message from LeBron? Plus, unclaimed money with your name on it. Millions of us are owed cash. How we find out if we're one of them in our Consumer Confidential. Then later, we're going to go behind the brand at the Cheesecake Factory, back to where it all began.
I'm looking here at these prices. Super Factory Burger, $2.40. Cheesecake, $1.25. Wow.
How the mega chain with that massive menu started with one simple recipe and a big dream. And it's a party on the plaza with the incredibly talented Renee Rapp. And she's coming back to perform one of her breakout hits just for us. Today, Friday, July 28th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and happy Friday! Yes. Oh yeah, third hour today. Al, along with Craig, our newest contributor, Allie Love. Woo-hoo. And what a morning you picked to start off here, Allie, because we got the fantastic Renee Rapp, who's been rocking our plaza. Renee, I got to tell you, what I found fascinating, the moment a song starts, when we're going to our teases, your fans know all the words. They start singing immediately.
They're amazing.
Like if you sing a couple of words right now, let's see what happens.
All my friends make sweet fun of me.
Oh, yeah. How does that feel?
Wow. Amazing. Feels really good.
Those are true fans.
Yes.
When you know the words, those are true fans.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Where's your next stop after this?
I'm going home, and I get to be home for a minute. I think I'm home for like at least a couple weeks.
All right, and then you're going to be going out on tour?
Then I'm going on tour, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Since we're talking about your fans, I have to ask you this. In terms of, you can hear them quoting your lyrics, in terms of your music being so personal and emotional, I mean, where do you draw that inspiration?
To be honest, it just kind of is like there. It's nothing I really ever think too hard about. It's just kind of been innate. I've tended to like bleed out my whole life and just be very like open and feelings on the surface. So it's actually just nice because it feels very cathartic.
And the album Snow Angel out August 18th?
Yeah.
All right, so Renee, we've been talking about your fans. Again, hundreds, thousands of them here, quite dedicated. There's one in particular I want to introduce you to.
You're kidding.
Renee. Come on down. I'm looking for Sam and Claude. Oh, right here. Which one are you, Sam or Claudia?
I'm Claudia.
Claudia, where y'all in from?
New Jersey.
Can you show folks at home this tat that you have?
What?
Two for Moon.
Do you? Stop it! Oh my God, that's so cute.
So clearly, her music means a lot to you. What's the backstory on the tat?
I love that song. Like it means so much. Talking about like no matter where you are, like doesn't matter the person, you're gonna be like you'll see them because they're looking at the same moon. So it's my favorite.
Thanks, man. That's so cute.
Renee making memories out here. Renee, thank you. Thank you so much. Safe travels to you.
Thank
y'all for getting up so early. Renee's actually going to perform one more song coming up. One of her biggest hits that's actually put her on the map. You don't want to miss that. First, though, we do have a lot to cover on this Friday morning. And we're going to start with a very, very encouraging update on the health of LeBron James's 18-year-old son, Bronny. Days after going into cardiac arrest during that basketball practice, the college player, happy to report he is home from the hospital. NBC's Kaylee Hartung has been covering this story over the last few days. She joins us now from Los Angeles. Kaylee, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Craig. We are getting this really encouraging news straight from Bronny's doctor here in Los Angeles, just as LeBron shares a really heartfelt thank you for all the support and prayers that they're receiving. This frightening incident for one of the highest profile families in sports has put a new spotlight, though, on the startling number of cardiac arrest cases among young athletes.
18-year-old Bronny James, now discharged from the hospital and resting at home, following his sudden collapse from cardiac arrest during a basketball practice at USC Monday. His cardiologist sharing the good news in a statement, writing, "Thanks to the swift and effective response by the USC Athletics medical staff, Bronny James was successfully treated for a sudden cardiac arrest. He arrived at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, fully conscious, neurologically intact, and stable." Going on to say, although his workup will be ongoing, we are hopeful for his continued progress and are encouraged by his response. Cardiologist Gregory Katz, who didn't treat James.
The ongoing workup is a battery of tests looking at the heart muscle, the blood flow, the electrical activity, as well as everything else to try to figure out why did this happen.
Bronny's superstar dad thanking the public for their love and prayers, tweeting, "Everyone is doing great. We have our family together, safe and healthy, and we feel your love." His son Bronny's emergency shining new light on cardiac arrest incidents in young athletes. These kids survived, and it happens in nearly every sport, in startling numbers. Every hour in this country, on average, a child under 18 collapses from sudden cardiac arrest. Studies show it's the leading cause of death for kids in sports, with African-American college basketball players like James at the highest risk, though researchers don't know why.
We've had a heartbreaking situation here.
In 2020, former University of Florida basketball forward Keontae Johnson collapsed from cardiac arrest just minutes after a game tipped off. He was later diagnosed with athlete's heart, an enlargement of the heart due to systemic training.
Johnson is there for the dunk.
Johnson had to sit out for 2 seasons, but returned and went pro, drafted by the Oklahoma City Thunder in June.
I just want to say thank you for all the support y'all gave me.
Now the question is, as Bronny James recovers from his cardiac emergency, how will it impact his future on the court?
And an important question parents can ask their child's school or sports league is, do you have defibrillators on site at every practice and game? And are your staff trained in CPR and AEDs? One expert told me that when athletes suffer from cardiac arrest in the presence of a certified athletic trainer, and if an AED is used within 3 minutes, the success rate is over 90%. So having that device on site that can shock the heart back into rhythm, plus that training, can truly be life-saving, guys.
Yeah, great questions to ask there. Kaylee, thank you. Thank you so much. Joining us now, Dr. Tara Narula. She's a cardiologist at Lenox Hill Hospital at Northwell Health here in New York City. We've got 2 big health headlines to talk about. Let's start with Bronny James, Dr. Narula. Again, we just heard leading cause of death for young athletes. Scary for a lot of parents who have kids that play athletes, boys and girls. So for those of us who do have kids who play sports, what can we do to best protect them?
Yeah, and so the American Heart Association and the NCAA released a statement in 2016 that basically recommends a 14-point questionnaire pre-screening evaluation. This should be done annually, and that should be done in a way that really asks or tries to understand, does the athlete, the young athlete, have a history of high blood pressure, heart palpitations? Have they ever passed out? Is there a family history? This is really important. of early or sudden cardiac death or any other congenital heart disease. So asking those questions about family members is important, and also detecting any heart murmurs. Have you ever been told you have a heart murmur? So these are things that should be asked every year. And then, as you saw in the piece, also making sure that where they're playing, people know how to do CPR, that they have easy access to a defibrillator. In fact, that statement said the defibrillator should be 3 minutes away from any sort of area where these athletes are using equipment or training.
Well, hopefully they do. So Dr. Narula, the other big medical story today that's been in the news is this alarming and really kind of crazy rise in red meat allergies, and they're caused by a tick, the Lone Star tick. How does this happen? How does a tick cause a meat allergy?
It sounds crazy, right? And a lot of people might be saying, should I swap out my burgers for chicken this weekend? But yes, we've learned about this since 2008 and really have started to understand how this could work. And essentially, it is an allergy to something called alpha-gal, which is a carbohydrate or a sugar that many animals have, but we do not have as humans. So this tick carries that alpha-gal in its saliva, and when it bites you, essentially you get exposed to this foreign sugar. Your body makes antibodies, and then a couple months later, anywhere from 1 to 3 months, if you eat red meat that also has the alpha-gal, you can potentially see that as something foreign and mount a big allergic response. And that allergic response can look like gastrointestinal symptoms, so things like stomach upset, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, also shortness of breath, headaches, and itching or rashes, and even full-blown anaphylaxis.
Well, you're talking about some of the symptoms. You mentioned some of them. Why is it so challenging for doctors to diagnose this?
Right, and that is because of the way this allergy works in part, and that is most allergic reactions to foods happen pretty quickly. So if you eat something and then suddenly you develop a rash or your throat closes up, you know it. With this particular allergy, the symptoms can come on anywhere from 2 hours to 13 hours later. And so it may be difficult for people to even link that. Certainly many doctors are unaware of this, but the important thing is that there is a blood test to detect antibodies to this. So it's easy if it's on your mind to actually ask that question. But a study in 2015 showed that only about 80% of people who had this, it took them about 7 years to get diagnosed, which is a long time if you're having this problem. And if you stop eating the red meat, the nice thing is that typically the symptoms and the allergies will go away over a course of a couple of years. Obviously, if you don't recognize it and you keep eating the red meat, it's going to be a problem.
Wow. All right, Dr. Narula, just learned a lot.
I know, that's new and informative.
Thank you.
There you go. Check for ticks. Okay. Coming up, Vicki Wynn is here to put some money in our pockets. How to find out if there's unclaimed cash out there with your name on it. Then later, we're going to go behind the brand of the Cheesecake Factory. Hopefully today we have samples. How it went from how it went from small business to a global chain, and what's up with that massive menu. Third hour of today. I'll be right back.
Oh, we're excited about this morning's Consumer Confidential because this one could literally put money in your pocket. There may be unclaimed money out there with your name on it. So here to walk us through how to find it. You picked a good day to show up, Ali.
Yes, I love this one.
NBC Senior Consumer Investigative Correspondent Vicki Wynn.
Good morning.
Vicki, good morning.
Good morning.
So when you say unclaimed money, like what exactly do you mean?
Okay, simply put, Craig, unclaimed money is money that is due to you. It's owed to you, but somehow it never made its way to you, and now it's being held by the government. Think about the deposit deposits that you put down, right? For your cable box, your utilities.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe the bank owes you a statement or
Escrow.
some money. Exactly. So somehow that check got lost in the mail, or it was sent to the wrong address, or maybe you moved and now that money is just sitting there waiting for you. The New York State Controller told us, actually, if you have parents or grandparents who may no longer be with us, that money could be due to you as well. So it's really important for you to look. A lot of times this is $50 to $100 that we're talking about, but it can be in the thousands of dollars. And our producer, Phoebe, who's 30, right? She did a search for herself, found nothing. Did a search for her older relatives and found all kinds of money. Over 20 instances of unclaimed money for her mother, dating back to 1991, her grandpa, dating back to the 80s, and her uncle, who had a bunch of small businesses. So especially if you started working in the time before direct deposit became so common, there could be checks that were uncashed and now the government's hanging on to that money for you.
So where do we start looking, and how do you avoid getting ripped off?
Yes, so important. So the first thing I want you to do, get that pen and paper out and write down this site, usa.gov/unclaimed-money. It's right there. That's the website you want to go to. It is legitimate. It is a federal website. Always look to avoid scams, Al. You want to make sure that you're looking for websites that end in a .gov. There are some legitimate .com addresses that are on this site, but only start here to look for your money. And then make sure that you know you're never supposed to pay a fee. This is your money. You shouldn't have to pay money to get back your money. That's how you avoid those bogus websites.
I think the first thing that comes to my mind is, okay, now that I've found this money, how can I get this money into my hands? Wallet? You know what I mean? It's like getting from point A to point B. Walk me through.
And it's very easy. So after you go here and check all the different various websites and resources they have for you, go to your state controller's website or your state treasurer's website. You can do an internet search with your state and the words controller or treasury department. And then you're going to run an online search. Usually you just need your name and the addresses where you've lived. The other thing to do is if you've moved around a lot, make sure you check the states where you used to live as well. And then finally, they're on that USA.gov site, they're going to direct you to a place called unclaimed.org. That's another place that they've compiled a number of resources. Because here's the thing, it's not just checks and money. Sometimes it's a safe deposit box. These are tangible goods that are unclaimed property that could belong to you as well.
I mean, besides checking those state offices, some other sources that we can look into, because now I'm really excited.
I know.
About the prospect of there being money out there for me.
Here's the thing, banks, retailers, insurance companies, they're all required to turn this money over to the government if you don't claim it. Back wages is another area. Your employer, maybe you had some freelance jobs or you moved after, finishing your last assignment and you didn't collect that final paycheck. Go to dol.gov/wow, workers owed wages. That is a great place. You're going to enter your employer's name and your name, and if there's anything due to you, it'll pop up. My hairstylist this morning actually just got a check for $200 from a job that he had forgotten that he did, and it was through the New York State Controller's Office.
I love this.
Now, also, veterans. Veterans have all kinds of different health insurance, so veterans should go to the Department of Veterans Affairs. You'll need your name, and that's it, to check for any kind of refund that is due to you. You might have a Federal Housing Association mortgage that was insured by FHA. The Department of Housing and Urban Development might owe you a refund on that interest. You will need your case number and your property address, but that's where you can look that up. And then finally, we talk about tax refunds. You think, how could anybody lose track of that? But sometimes people don't have direct deposit and a check is mailed to them and it gets lost. So go to irs.gov/refunds, but you will have to enter your social security number. So I want to make sure you're on that irs.gov website to avoid any scams. You'll need either your social or your tax identification number, but that's how you can get that money.
Quickly, you looked
we got to do this.
So what did you find?
This is the best part. And if you find money, please hit me on Twitter or Instagram. I want to hear about it. Allie, Miss Allie Love, we found one account for you.
Really?
You're not going to be a millionaire. You can't quit your day job. But if you and I went to lunch, you could probably pay for our lunch. So that's how much money we found for you. There's money out there for you.
I want
Craig,
that bag.
4 instances of money for you, including over $100 in South Carolina from your time living
Look
there.
at that. Yes!
Mr. Al Roker, drum roll, please. 11 accounts, my friend, with money for you. Yeah. 11 accounts, unclaimed money.
Hey, I need it.
You need it.
If it's mine, I'm getting it. It's my money.
11 accounts?
Vicky's the new
Yeah,
operator.
11
She's
different
giving away
accounts.
money.
I know, I
love
wish.
this.
Cars next. Cars next.
Oh my God, that's so
Vicky Wynn is the best, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Woohoo! Your money.
All right, just ahead, the sweet story behind the Cheesecake Factory. How the global restaurant chain began with one mom's knockout Cheesecake Factory recipe. Then later, don't post your summer vacation photos just yet. The hidden information you may be giving out and how to protect your privacy. We'll be right back.
How much?
All right. We are back with our series Behind the Brand. I don't care if it's real or not. I'm so happy that National Cheesecake Day is this Sunday.
Sounds made up.
I love it.
It
I love it.
Doesn't matter. We're celebrating early with a look at how one recipe helped jumpstart a global chain, the Cheesecake Factory. NBC's Gotti Schwartz live in L.A. where the magic all began. Hey, Gotti.
Best assignment ever. Good morning, guys. By now, most people have heard or eaten at the Cheesecake Factory with 211 restaurants worldwide. But what you might not know is the restaurant's decadent desserts actually had very humble beginnings, and the same family is still at the helm of this gigantic enterprise 45 years later. Take a look.
My mother, she wasn't really a professional baker, but she got a recipe out of the newspaper. She said she changed it. We're not sure she really did, but everyone loved this cheesecake.
In 1940s Detroit, Michigan, the Cheesecake Factory empire was born in Evelyn Overton's basement.
My whole life was built around this cheesecake. I used to get a penny a box for folding boxes so she could use them for her delivery.
Evelyn's son David is the Cheesecake Factory CEO and chairman of the board.
And I never liked cheesecake growing up.
No way, really?
But as I got older, I ended up liking it.
After years of baking cheesecakes for restaurants, Evelyn and her husband Oscar still dreamed of having their own business.
So you were the pioneer that came out west.
I was the one for sure.
In 1972, David was a student and a musician in California. He convinced his parents to sell everything and move to Los Angeles to open a bakery with their life savings, and they called it the Cheesecake Factory.
They used to get up at 5 a.m., start making cheesecakes, go for dinner, come back, put another batch in the oven. This is the true American success story, because you take two people that were not professional bakers, really had no money, and put their heart and soul into a business and built it into what it is today.
6 years later, David decided to build a restaurant around his mother's cheesecakes.
This is where it all started. Absolutely, it's in the exact same spot, the exact same kitchen. And I knew nothing about the tricks of the trade. I knew nothing about steam tables. I didn't even have French fries for 2 years because I didn't know how to work a fryer. I had hash browns.
The original menu featured simple foods that David liked to eat.
I'm looking here at these prices. Super Factory burger, $2.40.
Yeah. Cheesecake, $1.25.
Wow.
It was a runaway success.
Every day there was a line, every lunch, every dinner.
One restaurant became 2, then 5, then 1 more every year. And in 1992, Cheesecake Factory became a publicly traded company. Then there's that menu.
250 menu items. I imagine that's like...
you gotta be crazy.
Do you ever think that's maybe we can do more with less?
It could be a little smaller, but because our sales are so great, I think it's because of the menu.
And some definite fan favorites.
Avocado egg rolls and Thai lettuce wraps and macaroni cheese balls, chicken Madeira.
All coming in giant portions that usually require a doggy bag.
I said, okay, I'm never gonna nickel and dime anybody.
The cooks in every Cheesecake Factory start their day with 700 ingredients
Chopped salad to go.
and 160 sauces and dressings. And David still does weekly taste tests.
That's perfect. If I don't like it, it doesn't go on the menu. I'm not a gourmet. I don't like a lot of things, but what I like, millions of people like, thank goodness.
The original restaurant opened with 12 cheesecake varieties, and today there are more than 30. Evelyn's mixer is enshrined at the company headquarters.
Wow, wow, wow.
And of course, what's a visit to Cheesecake Factory without sampling the goods?
This is really the formula that started it all, my mother's original cheesecake.
David says his mother's recipes and the restaurant's will always be one of a kind.
There are no cheesecake clones. Why? Because it's just too darn hard. But we do it, and we do it well.
Here we go again.
And guess what, guys? It is breakfast time. I think you guys have some in New York,
do.
too.
Absolutely.
If you got hungry from that piece, look at what we have here. Now, Cheesecake Day is going to be on Sunday. It's been celebrated for more than 20 years in honor of that day. The Cheesecake Factory created a new flavor. This is cookie dough lovers cheesecake with pecan.
It's good.
Take a look here. This whole entire top, that's all cookie dough. They don't skimp at all. Bon appetit. Here we go.
All right. Yeah.
This is a winner.
Way to go.
Got it. This is a good one.
Perfection. Perfection.
Again, Allie, you picked the perfect day to be here.
They told me food was on set, and I said I'll join.
Yeah, we love
Which
that.
one's your favorite, Allie?
This one, the new one, is definitely my
Cookie dough?
favorite.
Yeah.
I'm almost
You're liking
done.
both, aren't you?
I do. I like that one. And I like that Oreo one, too. How about you?
I both of them. And the classic.
My grandma
Classic. Can't go wrong.
used to love cheesecake.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gotti.
See you later, Gotti.
Thank you,
Share
Gotti.
some with our bureau. All right. Hey, our good pal Jake Ward is here with some important information before you share those summer photos. And as we widen out, Joy Bauer.
Oh, my God.
Superfood questions. Yes, it's the remake of Twins.
They're the same
We'll
height.
get the long and short of it.
She's got heels on.
You guys. She wore the third hour of today continues.
I love it.
We're back, and we're back with some important information. Before you start posting all those summer photos on social media, you may be giving out a lot more information than you think. So, here to walk us through what we need to know, NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward. Good to have you back,
Jake.
sir.
Hi,
guys.
So, first of all, how can we make sure that our profiles settings are in good shape?
Well, I think the most important thing is to try to look at yourself through social media for a moment the way that the rest of the world does. You can't really see what it is that everybody has access to unless you log out and log back, go back onto it as a stranger, essentially. So check yourself out on Instagram, on TikTok, on the rest of the way the rest of the world does, and you'll see that very quickly some very specific information is on there. We're talking about, where you might be, exactly the sort of habits you might have developed. I mean, all kinds of things you give away. Now, it's important to know here, right, the social media companies that we've reached out to all say you can adjust your privacy settings, and you can. There's lots and lots you can do. I recently scaled mine back quite a bit. You can make it, for instance, so that not everybody can tag your face, right? Not everybody can just randomly say, oh, there's Here's Al Roker. He was in my picture in this place at this time. All of that is worth taking a look at.
So it seems like we could be also giving away a lot more information than we know about. We're going to analyze some of our posts here. We're going to start with Al, right? Let's start with Al.
Okay, so Al, here's a post you did recently while you were traveling. Have a look at this. He's talking here about his travel plans. Check it out.
Well, I'm here at LaGuardia waiting for my flight to Detroit. I'm going to be speaking tomorrow at the TED Talk Connections.
Now, here's the thing.
Why are you laughing?
I mean, right? Delightful. I want to know where Al is, but lots of people want to know where Al is.
Right.
There's a whole category, not to be the guy who, is always connected to the darkest part of the web, but there's a whole category of people who use information like that, your flight information, which airline you're on, let's say the hotel you're at, to cause a world of trouble. They can trick credit card companies into doing crazy things. They can trick people into giving away information. So not always a good idea to show where you're staying and how you got there.
No, I don't tell anybody where I'm staying.
Where you're staying, and
because usually Craig's there.
You're away from home, right? Basically advertise with the world that you're away from home.
And Al, they heard
Maybe
you just
not.
got that money. So
that's right. Well played, Ali. Well played.
Ali, I've got some vacation photos for you as well. You don't get off scot-free here, so check it out. Here's some posts that she put on Instagram.
That would be an Ali Love post.
This morning, breakfast by the water, long dip in an nonsense. I mean, this is what we come to Ali Love's feed for, of course.
Good.
Now, here's the question for you.
Okay.
Did you post this while you were there, or was this an after-the-fact thing? I couldn't quite tell.
So this was a later gram. I feel like this is a pop quiz. I'm trying to get an A.
This is good.
This was a later gram for two reasons.
Yeah.
I do try to be present on vacation and not on my phone, so I don't post in real time. But also I'm aware that if you know where I am, then you know where I am.
You really know. That's
can
right.
be a good thing. I just want to be in control of that a little bit.
That's right. An Ali Love fan, right, would know exactly where you were on the video. So I just want to applaud you for doing it after the fact.
Yes.
Posting while you're on vacation lets people know you're away, lets people know exactly where you are. Maybe we want to wait until you come home, look back at the photos, and that's when you can post them.
Okay.
So, Craig, all right, let's talk about yours. I've got one, a recent one. This is, by the way, I would say the cutest of the bunch. This is right, kids going to school. Everybody does this. It's a totally delightful tradition to post the first day of school. And what I like about this, Craig, is that it seems to me that you specifically chose a pretty anonymous environment. You're not showing the address of your home or the name of the school or the schedule because we're all going to soccer, right? We don't want to immediately give away all the habits of our lives. It's important to keep it anonymous, even if you are going to put your kids on there. So
thank you.
Again, hats off.
Thank you. That's my wife, full disclosure, is pretty rabid about
It's good. It's a good move, I would say.
So beyond the photo, there's that metadata, that data that's buried in the actual photo. Is it easy for people to access that?
It's really important to know that it is absolutely in there. So if you check out, here's a post a picture that we had of you, Al, that has, you in 30 Rock, right? Just hanging out. We know where you are. But if you pull up and look at the metadata, it specifically shows exactly where the photo was taken, the settings the photo was taken with, and where on a map, down to the latitude and longitude, where it was taken.
And I didn't even take that picture.
That is default on everything. So one thing important to know is that when you text that picture to somebody else on an iPhone, that information is going with them. So if, let's say you meet somebody on vacation and you say, send them a nice selfie of yourself at the hotel, you're showing them exactly where you are. Important to go into the photos and turn that off. Or you can also go in and turn off location settings entirely on your phone, maybe before you go on vacation. That's something I would really
Does it work airdropping as well?
So airdropping as well, because you're carrying that same metadata over. So important, you can go right into the photo and turn them off individually, or you can turn off the settings as a whole for all the photos.
Wow. Just learned a lot, Jake Ward. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And when we come back, we got Joy Bauer here to answer questions for your superfood thoughts, like, is it such a great thing as a healthy cereal? Is there? And then later, we've got singer Renee Rapp back on the plaza performing one of her breakout songs just for us. Third hour today. We'll be right back.
we're back on this Friday with our friend and Today contributor Ali Love. And if it's Friday, you know that means Superfood Friday.
Oh, yeah.
And this time, Today nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer is answering your superfood questions. Good morning, Joy.
Good morning,
Joy.
guys. I gotta love a sitting segment. I'm like the same height as everybody.
I love it. All right, we're going to kick it off because we have some questions from some of the viewers. Now, we're talking it's summertime. It is so hot, and heat wave can be exhausting. Let's check into this video.
Hi, Joy. I'm Diana from Arizona, and it has been so hot outside. The last thing I want to do when I get home from work is cook something. So I've been having cereal for dinner. What are the healthiest cereals I can buy?
You gotta love a great big bowl of cereal, and I totally support that. So instead of giving specific brands, because there are so many great ones on the market, I'm gonna show you 3 rules when you're looking for a great cereal. So rule number 1 is to make sure that the first ingredient, which is most predominant, is a whole grain. So whole wheat, whole corn, oats. Also, you want to know brown rice works as well. You also want to think about the buzzword bran. Bran is just a portion of the whole grain, but it also is super nutritious and it has a lot of fiber. So wheat bran, corn bran, or oat bran. Rule number 2 is to make sure that you have at least 3+ grams of fiber. Fiber helps us fill us up. It also helps to blunt the rise that we're going to get from the carbs in the cereal. Keeps us regular, which always is a great thing. Yeah. And the rule number 3 is no more than 5 grams of added sugar. That's about a teaspoon. So I want to put this into play, and I want to actually look at a label that we have.
Right.
So do we have a label?
Yeah. We just had it up there.
There it is. Okay. So you can see that the first is whole wheat flour. Great. Checks that box. Dietary fiber, 7 grams. I want 3+. This far exceeds our expectations. That's great. And the total sugar, again, is 5 grams.
It's a good cereal.
So this is a great cereal. And what I want everybody to know, if you look in your pantry and you find that you don't necessarily, maybe you have one that doesn't fit the bill, don't toss it out. I would say get another healthy cereal and go half and half.
Oh, cut it.
Yeah, until you use up that one. We don't like waste.
Let's get to Kim in Tappan, New York. She's got a question about a household staple.
I'm wondering what the difference between breadcrumb and panko breadcrumb is, and are they interchangeable in recipes?
Okay, I love this question. So there's a few differences, but the main ingredient is going to be about the size and the crispness. So regular traditional breadcrumbs made from stale bread, any type, and it's sort of crushed into these itsy bitsy little pieces. It's like a crumbly flour. Panko, on the other hand, is a Japanese type of breadcrumb. It has sort of like a spiky shape. It's a larger size, and it's also crispier. They're both interchangeable in any recipe, whether you're putting it on top of a casserole, if you're using it outside of chicken, on a cutlet, or vegetables, also as a binder for meatballs or meatloaf.
So it's about texture.
Yeah.
Totally. And I would say that if you haven't tried panko, definitely give it a shot. I love creating almost like a fake fried experience. I use it for the outside of my chicken cutlets and for vegetables, and it crunches up, and it's fabulous.
Last question comes from Anna in East Hampton about cooked veggies.
My husband and I, we love eating a lot of vegetables. We were wondering if any of the nutrition is lost when we cook them.
So the answer to this is yes and no. So yes, because some of the vitamins, like vitamin C and some of the B vitamins, are heat sensitive, but the vegetables start out with so much that you're still getting a decent beneficial amount, so don't sweat it. On the other hand, there are certain nutrients like antioxidants that actually become more intensified when they're cooked. And so it's a little bit of both. And I would say that the best vegetables are actually the vegetables that you're gonna eat. So raw and cooked, vary it up, the more the merrier.
Joy, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Joy. It's a pleasure seeing you. She's like an encyclopedia, and I love it. All right, for more on these healthy hacks and Joy's summertime no-bake recipes, you can head over to today.com/food.
Coming up next, we're going to stay in the kitchen because the mega talented Renee Rapp is back to perform one of her breakout hits. Third hour today, right back.
She's cooking up.
Yeah.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
It has been such a fun morning with the incredibly talented Renee Rapp.
She's releasing her first full-length album called Snow Angel next month.
But right now, we're going to wrap this party up with one of her biggest hits, performing in the kitchen. Give it up for Renee Rapp.
When I walk in the kitchen, my heart hits the floor, 'cause it's you that I'm missing. Still see vision of us cooking dinner and you holding me from behind. And you say, please be careful, the knife is so big and we can't have another ER trip. We're too young, too dumb, too in love to afford it. And now it's just me and 100 square feet of bittersweet memories. Deleted the playlist, but I still hear all your favorite melodies. Strangers, lovers, enemies. So I'll dance with your ghost in the living room, and I'll play the piano alone. But I'm too scared to delete all our videos, 'cause it's real once everyone knows. You could have at least shown me some decency. Done me a favor and packed up your clothes. Falling in love, no, it ain't for the weak. So don't try this at home. The couch that we sat on back in New York has made its way 3,000 miles to LA. And these pillows been talking, asking me where the hell you been. Told me you loved me 2 weeks in, and I knew I would fall for you over and over. But who would have known that the falling would come to an end? 'Cause what? 'Cause now it's just me and 100 square feet of bittersweet memories. Deleted the playlist, but I still hear all your favorite melodies in the back. Strangers, lovers, enemies. So I'll dance with your ghost in the living room, and I'll play the piano alone. But I'm too scared to delete all our videos, 'cause it's real once everyone knows. You could have at least shown me some decency. Done me a favor and packed up your clothes. Falling in love, no, it ain't for the weak. So what? Ain't it funny how time shows you know nothing? 'Cause I used to love you, but now you're dead to me. Strangers to lovers to enemies.
Renee Rapp, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. Third hour of Today will be right back. Renee Rapp, everybody.
love to our Start Today walkers. First off, we got Tammy from Virginia, longtime member of the Start Today community.
Go today!
Hey! We got Marie from New York City, walks 5 miles a day. Marie! We've got Beth down and getting her steps down in Kentucky. Beth! And we got Pamela walking every day to keep motivated.
Way to go, Beth!
And finally, Ursula from Chicago, strutting her stuff with every walk.
Ursula.
Way to go, Ursula. Sign up for our newsletter by heading to today.com/today.
Allie Love, thank you. You were a joy.
Please come back.
You were a joy.
I love that.
Monday, the hottest shows and movies coming in August.
And coming up on Hoda and Jenna.
Fashion trends.
Yes.
Today, what some of Hollywood's hottest stars are up to online. Our friend Naz Perez kicks off our new series, Social Eyes. Plus, we're cooking with celebrity chef Laura Vitale. She's got an easy, cheesy, one-skillet dish. And a performance by rising country star Ashley Cook.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey guys, welcome in. Friday, July 28th.
Okay, y'all, we are kicking off the last weekend in July, but don't worry, we've got August.
And we've got September.
We've got September.
For the weather. The weather's going to be good through September.
I think October is going to be lovely too. I'm no Al Roker. And November is my birthday month, and then we've got the holidays.
Okay,
You know?
but I do think we should think of the September weekends as
Summer
weekends. Go to the park, have barbecues, like keep the
Totally,
summer
be outdoors.
vibe going. Yeah, I think so.
Let's be outdoors.
Let's be outdoors.
Let's just get outside.
Outside.
Okay, so we love Cheryl Lee Ralph.
She is on the cover of AARP. And you know what's interesting about this magazine? It's actually a place where a lot of people open up. It's just a funny place. You know, you don't know what to expect, but they usually do serious interviews just about life. It's not just about a splashy cover.
Have you been on the cover of AARP? No.
You know what's funny? Kathy Lee and I, the day I turned 50, I think Kath and I were together on it.
The cover of AARP.
Now, it seems funny, but when you look back at all the people who've been on it and the stories they tell, because it's, you know, everyone always jokes about you turn 50 and you check your mailbox and you're like, oh my God, why is this card here? Horrifying. But what you come to find out is, yeah, I guess that's part, but I think it is a magazine that does, it's kind of cool.
As you say, it gets greater later.
Yeah, it does.
So the interviews are probably more interesting because people have lived life.
Yeah, and they also do reveal because they don't feel like it's a place where you're gonna get like, oh, they're trying to get some. You just tell your story like Cheryl Lee Ralph did, and she talked about her bi-coastal marriage. So she's in California. Her husband is a state senator, Vincent Hughes, who's in Pennsylvania, and she explains how they make it work.
Yeah, so she says this: you have to have an incredible amount of trust in that other person. We spend a lot of time talking to each other, but if he doesn't see me every 2 weeks, he gets a little nervous.
I think I just feel like relationships are all redefined now. They used to be like, you know, husband and wife living at home, 2 kids. That was the model. But I feel like now people are different. Like there are some couples that live apart. There are some couples who sleep in separate bedrooms and love each other. There are some couples who, you know, it's not the same story. And I bet you back then couples would have liked to have had something different,
space,
but thought they weren't allowed.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I
now
think
we
a
have
lot of
permission.
people say there was just an article that said that because, you know, that this couple chose, I think it was in the New York Times, to live apart, they found that when they were together, they really appreciated each other. And I think they actually chose. I mean, these two are living apart for their careers. I think, and also, it's like no longer is it the day where the husband would say, but I'm a state senator.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry, you're going to need to give up your acting and come live where and support me. It's like, no. Women can have their thing too, and you can make it all work. And look at what she's done.
And I think what she said was really important. She said, we talk every day. Like, if you're not sharing the details of life, because life isn't about the really great thing that happened once a week or the really crummy thing that happened once. It's about the little bits and pieces all day, because that's the connection.
Yeah.
So if you're not really sharing that piece of it,
sometimes it's hard.
Then on Thursday, you're referring to something happened on Monday that was so small but turned into something big, and you're like, remember on, I didn't tell you, oh gosh, okay, on Monday, and then it's, you've lost that
I will
connection.
say, I think like the power of shared history.
Yeah.
You know the feeling when you get together with like a friend that you haven't seen in a little bit, but your history is so strong and they've known you since you were young, and they've known you in all these iterations of your life, that then when you get together, it's like, oh, we haven't talked every day, but this
But it feels totally like yesterday. Yeah, I like that.
Okay. Have you ever been in a long distance relationship?
No. Well, yeah, once, but it
fizzle?
It wasn't great. Yeah, it doesn't really work. It didn't work for me, but it works for Shirley.
Well, also they've been together for a long time.
Yeah.
When you have that shared history and companionship and whatever.
And do you remember when she won the Emmy and he was like, they were all boo-hooing? Did she win?
Yeah, she won.
Okay,
remember
God,
her speech?
You stared at me blankly.
No,
I was like, yeah.
Because I didn't remember him boo-hooing.
No, but they were all the kids and the husband.
Remember when she came here, her daughter came?
Yes, her daughter came.
She's her stylist.
We like reliving our old interviews.
See, there she is.
Oh my
and her
God,
son.
Remember? It was so fun. Okay. Anyway, Lil Nas X makes a statement when it comes to his fashion choices. So, this is these are some of his outfits.
Yes, I like the pink.
So he was spotted at Kennedy getting ready to get on a plane, and this is what he wore. He wore an oversized pink and white hoodie, matching shorts, and those big
huge boots.
Okay, just taking those off to get through security would be a lot.
No, I know. And actually,
I would think that would be the one downside to that outfit.
Me too. I like the top. I don't love the bottom because
too big.
It gets hot. It's
hot.
I know the plane is weird because you're both. It depends on the plane. Could be freezing.
Yes. I hate a freezing
it's really
plane.
Freezing.
The worst.
Really freezing.
Wait, the worst is when you're a freezing cold plane.
Freezing.
You can't move from your seat. Nobody gets a blanket anymore because
I know there's no blankets.
No, and you just happen to pack your jean jacket in your bag, and there you sit, shivering for the whole flight.
Actually, I was just on a freezing flight, freezing, and when we got off, the man goes, were you shaking like my wife? And I go, yes. But I fell asleep, so it was kind of comfortable.
Maybe boys are ruling the temperature in the planes.
Pilots, 'cause sometimes
they need it cooler for them so they can be sharp.
Well, I'd rather a sharp pilot.
Women are also in the cockpit.
That's true, but wouldn't you rather a sharp pilot
and a freezing cold? But sometimes have you ever said to the flight attendant, it's kind of freezing.
Totally.
I've done that too.
Yeah, me too.
And sometimes they're like, yeah, we'll work on it. But sometimes they're going up and down the aisle, so for them, it's warm.
You're just sitting there.
Shivering.
But anyway, so Little Nas X's outfit. I like the top. I like a sweatshirt.
What do you wear when you get on a flight? Long flight. How are you decked
flight,
out?
I like yoga pants.
Yoga pants, yep.
A t-shirt in case it's hot. Every once in a while you get a hot plane.
Almost never.
I just had one coming from Texas because it's very hot there.
Oh, because now it's 115.
We actually had to get off the plane because it was too hot.
Too hot.
And then get back on.
It.
T-shirt, sweatshirt, and then I sometimes, and I know this is controversial, but I wear socks so that I can take my shoes off. I don't put them up on a seat. You take your shoes off?
Yeah, I take my shoes off and I wear socks.
Yeah.
Do you go into the bathroom wearing socks? Or do you put your shoes back on?
Depends what shoes I wear. I have gone into the bathroom, but only when they're the socks that go over the socks.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
You're
What's your
being
outfit?
complicated.
You have nothing to say.
I wear cozies. I wear sweats.
Yeah.
I wear a sweatshirt. I
Yes.
always like to be cozy. I like to have pockets so I can find.
Okay.
Okay, wait, we have to do the frozen peas
No,
trend.
come on, there's a
This
trend.
is a big trend. Come on.
What is it?
People are eating frozen peas.
Who are the people? Okay, there's a new unlikely food trend. Here it is. It's going viral. Trader Joe's is known for their signature items like their dark chocolate peanut butter cups, Brazil nut butter, mandarin orange chicken.
But a new Reddit post says that the grocery store chains have the best frozen peas ever.
Well,
Trader Joe's. Do you eat them out of the bag?
One mom says, I can put these out in a bowl and my kids will snack on them like popcorn.
Let's see.
I would snack on this.
They're good.
I don't know if my kids would snack on it like popcorn, would they?
I like them. Do you?
Yeah, I like them.
Do you?
I like them.
There's a kind of an ice cream texture. It's very unusual.
It's very unusual.
I've never
eaten a frozen anything like vegetable. Have you?
I've just eaten like frozen blueberries, stuff like that, but never.
Yeah, it's a vegetable.
The texture is crazy. Right?
And I get why she equates them to popcorn.
Yeah, because you could just start. Wow. Okay.
I'm gonna try that. Okay, coming up next, y'all, we're snooping the social media of your favorite stars, so you don't have to.
Find out what celebs like Lizzo and Selena Gomez are up to. Coming up after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Okay, there are just too many celebs to follow on social media, so it's easy to miss the cool things they're posting.
It's true. That's why we are kicking off a new segment called
Social Eyes.
Okay, here to show us what some A-listers up to is TV and podcast host Naz Perez.
Hi,
friends. How are you?
You look, by the way, you're so cute. Your jewelry.
Yes.
What is that?
Thank you so much. It's this amazing Latina brand,
I love it.
Named TDM.
Oh, love it, love it.
Yes,
All right, let's talk about karaoke. Everyone's in on it.
Oh my God, I love karaoke so much.
Yeah.
So if you guys have been on social media lately, you may have seen some A-listers showing off their pipes, but off stage. So first, Lizzo posted this photo of herself doing karaoke, and she actually captioned it, "What does Lizzo do after her shows?" I mean, can you imagine singing for free after doing a concert?
But imagine being at the bar and singing
karaoke with Lizzo. Can you imagine that?
So good. And she posted this clip of her belting out the song "Creep." You guys have to listen to this. Can you imagine sounding that good after doing a show?
No, she's
Can
amazing.
imagine.
By the way, she's a great song on Barbie.
Oh, it's so good. It's
You
the
know
opening.
what?
I know that you just
Okay,
saw it. I
I
want to
can't.
talk to you about it. But she's not the only one, though, that got in on the karaoke. So Victoria Beckham posted this clip to TikTok. She's singing her Spice Girl song, "Say You'll Be There," next to her husband, David Beckham. You have to listen to this. So good. And she captioned it, "More to come." So maybe this means a reunion.
Warming up my vocals, more to come.
I know. Does this mean a return to touring with the Spice Girls? Who knows?
We feel like she's sort of the one that's been holding
She always
out,
shuts
right?
it down. Every time we
Right.
ask her, she's like, no. But now.
she's posting more to come. But it made me want to ask you guys, do you have a go-to karaoke song?
I do. Meatloaf, I would do anything for
Oh,
love.
I would do
anything for love, but I won't do that.
All right, what's
it's
next?
Such very dramatic.
It's so good. I love it. Okay. So Selena Gomez was posting on social media. She's ringing in her 31st birthday in style, as always. So she first posted a series of photos with celebrity guests like Paris Hilton, Benny Blanco, Christina Aguilera. She also posted this photo of this fabulous dress that she happened to match to her cake, which I think is so cool.
Wait,
what a good idea, matching your dress to your cake. But she also hosted an all-pink screening. Hoda's like, wait, what?
Oh, that's
She
a
also
hard thing
hosted-
for the average person to do.
That's true.
Wow,
She
okay.
also hosted an all-pink screening of the movie Barbie.
Oh,
which I know that you just
how
mentioned.
fun.
Isn't that fun?
That'd be a fun birthday party.
That
Your
would be
birthday's coming up.
theme.
Should we go to Barbie?
Theme it up.
What is your ideal birthday party?
Mine's kind of family.
Yeah,
I mean, I just having all my people around. I kind of like that. That's what I kind of dig. I mean, watching my kids sing "Happy Birthday" to me is like a favorite. It's favorite. Okay, talk about Tracy Ellis Ross
Oh my
because we
God.
adore her.
We love Tracy Ellis Ross.
Yes.
She's always delivering right.
Yeah,
I feel
yeah.
like she just exudes joy. So she posted this hilarious video in Italy saying that she loves to swim, but she's waiting for the fishes to clear out so that she can dive in peace. I think she's literally all of us because when I'm snorkeling and a fish comes up to me, I'm always like, ugh.
You're like, bye.
Yeah, so gross. But she also also posted this incredible...
Wait, she got in finally. Okay, good.
She did get in. She also posted this incredible video. It's a tribute to her iconic mother, Diana Ross, 40th anniversary of her epic Central Park concert. And she captioned it that this really defined a generation of pop culture and humanity. You have to hear this. Isn't that so cool? And celebrities flooded the comments, like Vanessa Williams, who said she was actually there. So many people remember being there,
well, it was
and they remember the rain.
Yeah,
yes.
it poured at that concert. Everyone who's been there talks about that. But 40 years ago, can you imagine seeing your mother on a stage, like, and just killing it in the rain?
Like over 800,000 people. Do you guys have a favorite concert that you remember going to?
I have a million.
I have a million too,
but not that one. My first concert was Paul Simon's Graceland tour.
Whoa, wait, that was a good first.
What a good first. What was your first?
Well, I don't remember my first. I think you know what? I actually saw Whitney. It wasn't my first one, but I saw Whitney. And my boyfriend at the time in Florida scooped me up after a live shot and said, we're going to go see Whitney.
Wait, stop. This can't just be dropped when we're talking to socialize, but we'll discuss that later. Thank you.
Naz, thank you
so much.
I can't believe you've never told me that.
You can catch Naz on the podcast, I Don't Get It.
Coming up next, y'all, Sheer is here. We'll show you different ways to rock this summer's hottest trend after this.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We are back now with our series, How Do I Wear That? And today we're talking all about the sheer mesh trend.
So even if you're thinking, you know what, I cannot pull that off, we say you can. And here to show us how is TV personality and creator of the Nina Parker Collection clothing line, the one, the only Nina Parker.
Oh,
hi, Nina.
I am so excited to be here.
Wait, so mesh seems like you're daring if you're going to try mesh, but is that the case?
It's very intimidating because I think when people think mesh or sheer, they just imagine like a bra and underwear and that's it.
Yes.
But I'm wearing mesh under my suit.
Yes.
You know, and it's just a little hint of skin. I love the silhouette of mesh, but you can make it as casual or as dressed up as you want. Celebs are getting in on the trend.
Yeah.
Rihanna is doing it pregnant, okay?
Yeah.
So Ashley Graham does it on the red carpet. Keke Palmer, you know the infamous thing with her and Usher, the whole situation. She was wearing mesh.
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian. Even men are jumping in on the trend. Cillian Murphy wore it at his premiere to Oppenheimer. So there really are so many different fun ways to wear mesh. We're going to show you how you can do it, not be intimidated by it, and also stay cool because it's hot right now.
Okay, so the first models, let's bring them out. We have Carly, who is one of our amazing staffers, and Pat.
Yes.
So talk to us about these looks.
Well, these are mesh tees, and they're worn in two different ways. So they're the same tee, just different colors. Carly's in brown. We put just a little, like, the little bandeau underneath, and then put it with a fun cargo, because this is something that you can pair with jeans, you can pair with cargo pants, you could even do a denim short, pair it with your favorite sneakers, and you are good to go. And it's a fun outfit. You can still wear it in the summer or take it down to the fall.
You wouldn't just wear a bra under it, or would you?
You can. It's your comfort
Whatever
level.
thing is. Okay.
So with Pat, she has on a sheer trench.
I love
and
that.
we dressed it up a little
Pat.
bit. But with her, as you see, she put a tank underneath her mesh tee. And so you can kind of I love a little sheer on sheer.
Yeah, that's pretty.
It gives you like a little dimension, right?
Yeah.
And then you can do a pop of color with your skirt. You can always play around with it, but don't be intimidated, because you can dress it up or dress it down.
That's a cool trench,
It's
too. It
so
looks so cute.
pretty. Yeah.
All right, guys, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so let's move on. We've got two models coming out, Debbie and Kenji, and we're talking about mesh dresses. So how do you do that?
Okay, so this is my hack for dresses.
Okay.
You can use it as a duster. Don't always feel like you have to wear your dress as a dress. If you have a button, make it a duster if you feel like it.
Okay, so the first one is kind of as a duster.
Well, workout gear is now an outfit, okay? So it's not just for the gym. Exactly. And so this is the same dress, one button. Now, if you want to turn around just a little bit, you can see the rouging on it. And it really is just like, rouging is amazing if you just don't feel like wearing shapewear that day. If you have a burger, you're not going to tell. Yeah, it's very forgiving. And she just has it as a duster. She wears it very casually. This is something you can do at brunch with your friends.
Brunch with your
Cute.
friends,
Yes,
got it.
Absolutely.
Now we're moving on to the slightly
Kenji.
more elevated. Kenji's
Yes.
wearing it kind of more
Now,
dressy.
I don't want plus women to feel intimidated by mesh, because you can do this. Now, Kenji just has a nude slip underneath, and she just puts the dress on. It's super comfortable.
The color,
it pops,
beautiful.
right?
Yeah.
Pair it with a gold accessory. She could wear this with flats, but if you have a date night, you're good to go. And also, you could just do nude shapewear, whatever your comfort level is.
By the way, and these are the same. It's so interesting that
Same dress,
totally
different colors
looks,
and different
two
looks.
ways.
Well, what I like to do is also get the bang for my buck. So if I'm going to wear it as a dress, I'm also wear it as a duster.
All right, let's bring out our other two lovely models. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We
Thank
appreciate
you,
it. Thanks, Nina.
Yes.
Congrats on your collection.
We're
Good for
happy
you.
to meet you in real life.
Coming up next, a one-and-done meal.
Skillet chicken caprese when we get cooking with Laura right after this.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
All right, if you are looking for an easy meal that everyone's going to eat and it can all happen in one skillet, we've got your winner right
Okay,
here.
don't you love that? YouTube personality and Cooking Network star Laura Vitale is showing us how to make her favorite summer staple, skillet chicken caprese.
Really?
Okay, we love this idea. Chicken, tomatoes, cheese.
All in one pot, one pan.
All in one pan, and the great thing is if you've got a cast iron skillet, you can do this on the grill. I just throw my skillet on the grill and it does it all for me, which is amazing.
Okay, so first we're gonna make the marinade,
Yes,
right?
to make the marinade is really, really easy. And I kind of feel like this is like the magic potion of this whole thing, because you're going to take some whole grain mustard and to it you can add some olive oil, yes please, and then also some all-purpose seasoning and some garlic along with some balsamic vinegar,
and then a little
a pinch of salt, and you're going to mix it all together, whisk-a-maroo as I like to call it, and then you're going to take some chicken breast. Now I like a whole chicken breast because it keeps it really moist and juicy
And it looks like you cut some slices.
Yes, and if you score it, you take some of that marinade, it kind of gets right in there.
Gets involved.
And then really sort of adheres to that chicken.
Can I ask a silly question?
Sure.
You know how the side is thin and the other part is thick?
Yeah.
How does it all cook at the same situation?
So the part that's a little bit thinner will cook a little bit faster, but sort of the moisture from the thicker part will travel its way down.
Now, you took the skin off? Is that how you
did.
like it?
I took the skin off, although to be honest with you, I have used pounded chicken breast for this. I've
Doesn't
used
matter.
chicken tenders for this.
So did you let it sit for any length of time?
So what I like to do is I like to leave it for about 15-20 minutes, but if I have the time, do it the night before or the morning of before you go to work.
Yeah,
It's fantastic.
And leave it in the fridge.
Get the sizzle. It's going to be big.
Yeah, it's gonna
be big, and I'm
ready.
excited.
Hot
I'm ready.
sizzle.
Oh yeah, baby.
Yes, and that's gonna be beautiful. There's marinade in here. Don't discard it because we're gonna add it to the skillet. And kind of like it mingles with the tomato juices, and it is just.
I'm in.
It makes the sauce.
So you said you can put this whole thing, like you said, on the grill.
Right on
Okay.
the grill. If you've got a cast iron skillet, you can do that.
Okay, so now we're going to make our tomatoes?
Yes, once your chicken cooks for about 5 or 6 minutes per side, depending on the thickness. You can also just throw it into the oven if you want to just throw a probe in there, a thermometer.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
We hear you have a hack for cutting cherry tomatoes.
So basically what you do is you're going to take your cherry tomatoes. I don't have 2 plates right now, but you take 2 little plates upside down. And then you put your tomatoes on top of the bottom of the plate, and you put the other one on top,
and you go
slide
like that. There you go. That's clever. We love hacks around here.
Yes.
Oda loves a hack.
When your chicken is fully cooked through, you're going to go ahead and add your tomatoes and your capers and
I love
also
capers.
some of that marinade. At that point,
pour that in.
you would throw that in there, let that finish cooking through, do beautiful magical things.
How long do those stay on? Not long, right?
Those don't need very long. They just need literally a couple of minutes until they start to cook down.
Can I do this part?
Yes, but before we do that, we're going to take a little bit of pesto.
Okay. And do you make the pesto or you just buy it?
I buy it or I make it. I do have a lot of herbs in my garden.
So if you have a lot.
If I have a lot of herbs, I will make it. If not, buy it pre-made because to buy enough basil at the grocery store is going to cost you a fortune. So it's easier to buy it and cheaper pre-made.
That is so crazy.
That's a hack.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now
Okay,
what?
now we're gonna add
Then
the
you top it with
mozzarella
the mozz.
cheese.
As much as you like. What's that,
As much
mozzarella?
as you like. Yes, you could do burrata here. Chaud provolone would be
Burrata
wonderful
provolone.
in here.
Okay, and then you just
Now
let it
imagine,
sit.
imagine you're on the grill. You put this right on,
Yeah,
close,
yeah,
the,
close
lid,
the lid.
A couple minutes later, and you have this.
Look at that
Melted deliciousness.
It is beautiful
Oh,
and
thank
delicious.
you.
It's
Can I borrow your knife? The knife?
Yes, you may.
It's
you.
so easy. It's also the kind of thing that's really versatile. You can do this with pork chops. I have done this with, like I've told you before, different kinds of chicken, boneless, skinless chicken thighs, chicken tenders. It's
I also
versatile.
feel like this is a high protein thing that kids will go for.
Which we love.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, which we love. And then any sort of little juices here, you can serve that with some angel hair pasta.
I love
a
the
little
juices.
rice, or for
The
me,
tomatoes
honestly,
are yummy.
The mustard too. Add something.
doesn't it? I think it definitely is like that magical ingredient that you almost don't know what it is unless you are the one making it, but it's delicious, and all you need is a baguette, a cold drink, and it's
Oh,
like
a baguette.
for all those.
You're so good.
For all those goodness, you know, all those juices in there.
By the way, you have 4 million YouTube
I do.
subscribers.
I do.
How did that happen?
I just like sharing recipes to my friends and my family. YouTube was brand new at the time, and my husband thought that we should do this video series. I thought he was nuts.
Yeah.
I said, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And then here we are, 12 years later, still doing it.
How amazing.
A lot of people like to share recipes, but they don't get that many millions
Seriously.
of people. I think there's something about you.
I agree.
Get this recipe, go to today.com/food.
Coming up next, need a good book to pack for vacation? 2 authors share their favorite summer reads after this.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you. So do you think you'll act forever? Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
All right, whether you're heading to the pool this weekend or on vacation, do not forget to pack some good books. And we've got two amazing authors here to help us out.
I'm so excited I could burst. Ann Patchett is a legendary best-selling author and the owner of an incredible bookstore called Parnassus. It's an independent bookstore in Nashville. Her latest novel is called Tom Lake.
And next to her, Lindsay Lynch has worked at that bookstore for nearly a decade. She, by the way, is out with her debut novel. It's called Do Tell. Hi, ladies. This relationship is perfect between you two. How did you guys meet?
How did we meet?
Yeah.
You walked into the store.
Yeah, a fresh college graduate in 2014 looking for part-time seasonal help. Hired her.
And what did you see in her?
That she was going to grow up and become a brilliant novelist.
Wow.
I wanted to get in early.
Did you really see that in her early? No.
Sure, Jenna. Yes, I did.
Yes.
Yes.
But you know what?
Roll with it.
I think one of the things that I love about this is that you have mentored so many. Yeah. And the fact that you get to work with Anne, who is a lot of people's favorite novelist, must have been so cool for you. But did you ever ask for help? Did you ever say, will you read this for me?
Yeah. I think it probably took me about a year before I had, the audacity to talk to you like a normal person. I think it was a year of just oh, Anne's in the store. Oh, my God. Yeah, I think it was
so scary.
Then let's tell you I wanted to write. That took 2 or 3 years before I was able to say that.
And then handing over some copy for her to read must have been a very difficult thing and a brave thing to do.
Yeah, especially because you'd read my short stories early on, and you marked them up. You gave me a lot of feedback. So when I handed you the novel, I knew you were going to be honest about it.
Yeah,
so it was a little
absolutely.
nerve-wracking.
Yeah. My rule of thumb is if you can make something better and somebody really wants help, tell them the truth.
Yes.
But you have to know that the person's tough. And Lindsay is only and all about making her work better, and she works harder than anybody, both at the bookstore, but mostly in her writing.
Okay, tell us, Tom Lake, it's so good. Tell us each about your new novel and why, if we want something to read this weekend, we should get it.
Yeah. Okay, my new novel, Tom Lake, is coming out in a few days. It's based around the play Our Town. It's set
Which
in
I
Michigan. Love Our Town.
Me too.
And it's about the love that we have in our 20s and the love that we have later in our life. Very different.
And we talked about Do Tell. We can't wait to hear about that book. Give us a headline on what that's about.
Yeah, so Do Tell is out now. It follows a gossip columnist named Edie O'Dare, and at the start of the novel, she is a character actress. She's got 3 months left in her contract. She's not a great character actress. What she's great at is knowing other people's business.
It's so much fun. Okay, you guys also have book recommendations.
Yes.
And give us something we should be reading.
Okay.
Do Tell.
No brainer.
Okay.
This is the book for the summer. This
Okay.
is what everybody needs. All right. So this was a book. Did you read this? Fiona McFarlane's The Sun Walks Down.
Oh, yeah.
It came out in February. It got great reviews, but I feel like it never sold the way it needed to.
Yeah.
Australia, 1850. Boy goes missing in a dust storm. The whole town. I love this book.
I feel like I'm looking to see if we read it, and I can see that Kate Saunders is also Googling it at
You
the same
can make
time.
this place beautiful.
Maggie Smith.
Maggie
She wrote
Smith.
Good Bones, that poem.
Yes, and this is about divorce. It's a memoir, but it's really about the importance that poetry can play in your life. How to change
You want that? Can you give that to Hoda?
Thanks, Anne. That's so nice. And then this book is coming out next week. James
I love
McBride,
James
Heaven and
McBride.
Earth Grocery. Keep thinking every time I read one of his books, that's his best book. No, this.
They get better.
This
Can I
is
have
his
that
best
one?
book.
Oh, okay, Liz, what do you have?
Yeah, so I'm covering all the different genres. So for mystery, S.A. Cosby, All the Sinners Bleed. This was just named as one of Obama's summer picks. He is one of our best mystery writers, but he's also one of our best Southern writers. I love how he writes about the South, but it's also a propulsive page turner. Such a good one.
I'll take that one.
Thank you.
For contemporary fiction, I just read The Rachel Incident by Carolyn O'Donoghue. I love this one. It's one of my favorite. I read a lot of millennial train wreck kind of novels. This is my favorite one I've read so far. It's two booksellers who are conspiring in each other's love lives. Things get messy.
We read it.
I adored it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. I liked it a lot.
Okay.
And then I have Once More with Feeling by Alyssa Sussman for our romance fans. Anybody who got really hyped up about the Britney Spears memoir that's coming out this fall, this will tide you over. It's a pop star who's trying to make a comeback. She was a big name in the early aughts. She had a messy thing happen in her love life. Now she's in a Broadway play with a former flame.
Ooh. Sounds juicy.
Love triangles.
There you go.
And if y'all want to read my favorite book ever, Bel Canto by Anne Patchett.
Go on.
I loved that book.
It was written before you were born.
Well, I read it as soon as I could read. We love y'all so much.
Thank y'all so much. We appreciate
thank
it.
you. And you guys are going to go out on book tour, so they check it out.
Yes.
I don't know how
we're going to go out together.
How can we check it?
AnnPatchett.com or go to Parnassus Books, where you can see me and Lindsay every week on the Lay Down Diaries recommending books.
I love that.
Where you'll bring your dogs.
With the dogs.
And I like how you matched your book and your latest picture, too.
I
Anne.
work on that.
Okay, good. You can check out Anne and Lindsay's new novels. Y'all get them. They're so great at today.com/books.
Coming up next, she's got a new tour, a new album, and she's making her morning show debut right here. Rising country star Ashley Cook sings for us right after this.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
2023 shaping up to be a breakout year for country artist Ashley Cook. Not only was she named a Spotify Hot Country Artist to Watch, but she's toured with Brett Young, Cole Swindell, and is currently on tour with the one, the only Luke Bryan.
Amazing. Today she's singing her song Taste Like from her debut album, Shot in the Dark. Ashley, welcome. We're so happy you're here.
We're so happy
so
you're
good to be here. You guys, I watch your show every morning. I love it so much. It's so good to be here.
You know what I love about you? You're not only a beautiful singer, you're a songwriter. I mean, you wrote, I think, 20 out of the 24 tracks on your CD. So how is the writing process for you? Do you just feel it and write it?
Basically, I love to write a lot from personal experience. I think that being as vulnerable as possible as an artist is really important because, I mean, like in any relationship, vulnerability is necessary to gain connection. And so it's really important for me to write from the heart, from experiences that I've been through. Like, for example, the last song on my album is called State I'm In, and it's about kind of how I'm in New York on the Today Show. My best friend's in California, you know, newly married and about to have a baby. And it's the most beautiful thing that we can both have different lives and yet, you know, be best friends. So
very cool.
Vulnerable, you know, personal experiences. Yeah.
Okay, well, in a moment you're going to sing Taste Like for us. What's the story behind the song?
Oh man. Okay, so Taste Like, it's really fun. It's a super fun song about going out, having a good time with your friends, having a little bit too much to drink, just having a good time, and then all of a sudden you realize you've had a little too much to drink and you really miss your ex. And yeah, we've all been there, right?
We know that story.
100%.
All
yeah.
right, Ashley, take it away.
Let's do it.
Tastes like a comeback.
It's been a minute. I'm about to tell that broken heart good riddance. I got it down that I ain't giving. It's Tennessee and me about to get in it. Oh, I don't need a rebound fix. I just need a refill quick. Tastes like a comeback, ginger and jack. First cup will go down smooth. Tastes like a sweet burn, singing every word to a downtown throwback tune. Yeah, one after another till the influence I'm on the stars, feeling like deja vu. Then right out of the blue, about 11:52, that whiskey starts tasting like missing you. I guess it didn't. You're all I see when a room starts spinning. All I forget is why it ended. Yeah, I should really learn my last call limits, and I should walk out that door. Oh, but maybe if I have one more, it tastes like a comeback, ginger and jack. First cup will go down smooth. Tastes like a sweet burn, singing every word to a downtown throwback tune. Yeah, one after another till the influence I'm on the stars, feeling like deja vu. Then right out of the blue, about 11:52, that whiskey starts tasting like missing you. Yeah, one shot, two shot, three sheets to the wind. You're gone, I'm gone, oh, here we go again. One shot, two shot, three sheets to the wind. You're gone, I'm gone, here we go again. Come back, ginger and jack. First cup will go down smooth. Tastes like a sweet burn, singing every word to a downtown throwback tune. Yeah, one after another till the influence I'm on the stars, feeling like deja vu. Right out of the blue, about 11:52, that whiskey starts tasting like missing you. It starts tasting like missing you.
Yes! 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 Oh my God, that is so fun!
Thank you so much, guys.
Awesome,
Ashley.
Ashley. So happy
All right,
for
but
you.
before we let you go, though, we have a little surprise for you, okay?
I'm scared.
It's your first RIAA Gold certification
Come on.
plaque.
You guys, what?
Favorite song.
Never Tell Now. Look how cute you are.
You and Brett.
You are gold certified, girl. A gold certified
Will you hang
single.
this up on your wall?
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, this
By
is
the
the
way-
most special moment here with you guys too. Thank you.
This song is a duet with Brett Young. It's got more than 100 million streams worldwide. You are hitting it. This is your moment.
Holy
it's
cow.
all happening.
You guys, wow.
Sharing it with us.
I'm never gonna forget this moment right here. Seriously, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys.
Ashley's debut album, Shot in the Dark. It's out right now, and you can get tickets for her on tour with Luke Bryan. She kicks off her first headlining tour
August 23rd. Yes. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Look at it.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. Oh my, I'm so proud of you. That is awesome. that's going to do it for us. Next week, we've got LL Cool J.
Plus, celebrity fashion designer Christian Siriano and HGTV's Gailey Alex.
And our pal Bobby Flay is going to stop by.
That sounds fun. You'll have a great summer weekend.
Bye.
Bye.
Now time for Superfood Friday, and this morning we have today nutritionist Joy Bauer. She is on a roll, summer roll to be exact. She's here with 2 versions of the dish we can all make this weekend. Good morning to you.
Hey, Joy.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Joy.
Yes, we are going to rock and roll.
Okay. Let's dig in. What's the first one?
So I'm going to tell you, not only are these light and refreshing, but they're super fun to make. And in the beginning, it's a little bit fussy, but once you get the hang of it, you are in. And I'm going to start with what I'm calling my shrimp summer rolls. So first, I'm going to make the shrimp filling. And here I have 1 pound. This was actually frozen shrimp, and I got it cooked, but without the shell on. And I took off the tails and I just chopped it up. So this is 1 pound of cooked shrimp right here.
Okay.
And I add in some celery for crunch, some chives and lemon zest, a whole bunch of wonderful herbs. This is going to be tarragon and dill and a little bit of salt and pepper. And honestly, you could put whatever you have in your garden or you have in your fridge. This is a little bit of mayo. You can use regular or light. A dash for some zing of lemon juice, and a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. And that's it.
That looks
so
fresh.
now it's so fresh. And here's the other thing. This is 100% customizable. So if you want, you can swap in bay scallops or crab or treat yourself and put a little bit of lobster in there. Or you could even do chicken. Anything goes. So now that it's mixed, and you see, I love how
Even that
herbs
alone
give it
looks
that
yummy.
pop of...
Yeah.
It's a shrimp salad.
Yeah.
It's really delicious.
Hey, Joy,
so
what's
now,
the difference between a spring and a summer roll?
That's a great question. So a summer roll is uncooked, and it uses a rice paper wrap, and I'm going to show you that. And a spring roll is actually cooked, and they use a dough outside.
Boom.
All right,
let's get rolling, Joy.
So this is, love that, Jill. This is our wrapper. And you see, like, it's not really flexible. If I started to wrap this, it's going to break in half. So this is the only part that you really have to master. I have a big bowl of water, and I'm going to submerge this just for 10 seconds. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I am wasting prime time.
Oh my God! Like in TV time, that was just like an hour.
I know.
Well, that's the end of the segment, guys.
Tomorrow, Joy's going to count to 20.
So I'm shaking off the water,
wanna roll
and I
today.
place it down here. I'm going to get rid of my water, and we're going to roll now. So the first thing I'm going to do is I like a little bit of greenery. So I put down a lettuce right in the middle, and I'm going to scoop in some of my shrimp salad, just like this. And this is fun with a crowd. You could get them to wrap it up. You wrap over the top. It's like burrito style.
Is that
then you're
that's
gonna wrap
edible,
it this
right?
way.
That wrap? That's an edible wrap, obviously.
It's edible and it's low in
cooking
carb,
segment.
right? Wouldn't that be
Is
fun?
that
If
an
it was
ornamental wrap? Does that go on the Christmas
No, you
tree?
have to scoop out the inside. And so I'm rolling it up, and that's it. And there you go.
I see
And there you have it.
I was going to say, I see mango. I heard you do a spicy mango
Yum.
salad.
Yeah, so that's the cool part. So it's 100% customizable. So here I'm showing the fixins for a spicy mango.
I see
Now you see
jalapeno.
I have jalapeno for crunch. I have aromatic basil leaves I put in. I have creamy, heart-healthy avocado. These are julienne cucumbers. And I know mango's a little bit pricey right now, so also if you prefer, you could do sliced purple grapes, you could do apple, pear, berries, anything goes. But I'm going to show you what these look like finished. So
they look
this
beautiful.
is, aren't these great?
Yes, and fresh. What is that? That sauce looks amazing.
Okay, so I am really, really excited about this sauce. My family is obsessed with the spicy cashew dressing that you get out at a lot of the popular salad bar restaurants, and they kind of dared me to try it and to recreate it. So all you have to do is I take some raw cashews. I put it at the bottom of a blender with boiling water on top. And then you add in reduced sodium soy sauce, some sriracha, a little bit of maple syrup, lime juice, and a few herbs. And I'm telling you, I want to see if I could pour this for you so you could see how creamy it is. Look at that.
We have to go, but I just want to say, she made that for me once, and I just dipped vegetables in it. Like you could dip a shoe in it. It's so delicious. Yeah. All right, Joy.
Jill
Just
is
your
my
rock and
face-
roll moves as we go to break.
I want to be her guinea
here we
pig.
go.
Can you call me the next time you're testing in the kitchen?
You guys are like my favorite taste testers,
Yay.
always.
Kevin, good morning.
What's up, Savannah? How you doing?
This is one of my absolute favorite dishes. I would have thought I could never make it at home. It's like a Thai peanut pasta dish.
Pea pasta-ish fusion dish.
Okay.
It's really easy to make, I promise you. Now,
Okay.
Now I've been watching you cook, recently.
Uh-oh.
So I know.
Okay.
So just go ahead and go ahead. All right. So what we're going to do first is we have to string these sugar snap potatoes.
What do you mean?
Peas. So we're going to do this right here.
Yeah.
And then just peel it because you see this string?
Oh,
It comes right on out.
We have to devein it.
Yes, devein it.
Okay.
Kind of like shrimp. Okay, but do this.
Is that one done?
This one is already done.
Okay.
Let's try this one right here.
But why am I taking the string out? I would.
Because it's hard to chew afterwards.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
All right. Well, let's
don't
just-
go all the way through.
Oh,
I
shoot.
should have just okay.
Well, okay.
So just cut
Well,
like a
let's
little
not waste
slit of
all
it.
our time here because everyone else
Okay.
at home knows how to do this. Okay. No,
Right.
everyone else
Next,
isn't
we're
as
gonna
bad
add-
as I am.
All right,
Okay.
so we're gonna add in our peas here.
Yeah.
We're gonna get this going a little bit hotter, and we're gonna saute this. Good. You're doing
Does the
that.
string go all the way down?
It should
Yeah,
go
I
all the
feel
way
like I
down,
only
or
got
maybe
part of
about
it.
a quarter of the way down. It's okay. Don't peel
Okay,
it. though.
sorry. Okay, so we're sauteing that.
We're
Yeah.
gonna saute this for about 2-3 minutes.
Okay.
Add in our shrimp.
Now
And
these
if
are
you wanna-
peeled. These look peeled.
These are peeled and
deveined.
They've
Who
got,
wants
look
to
at you.
devein?
You're a pro already.
right. Ooh.
See, put some respect on your name.
Yeah.
People need to know. Put
Yeah.
some respect
Thank
on
you.
her name.
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing over
That's
here.
right. Okay, we're
go ahead.
sauteing
Go
what?
ahead and
Just
move
do-
it around.
Is that
Yeah.
hot? No, okay, just move it around. Just
Saute this for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
Now, ideally, this would be cooked, and we're going to take this out of the skillet
Yeah.
to rest. We're going to put that into that bowl. Don't do it right now.
Okay, I
on
won't. It's
camera.
not ready.
All right. Now, just imagine that
Pretend.
we've done that.
Yes.
Pretend. And now, making the sauce really easy. We're going to add in some coconut milk.
Oh. Why do
Yeah.
you choose coconut milk? For the flavor, or it's lighter, or
Flavor, lighter, plus it's complements the curry very well. So add in some curry paste.
what? Okay, curry paste.
Some red curry paste.
Am I going to stir this all
and
up?
stir this up, and then you're gonna add in some natural peanut butter. Just get the natural peanut butter with the
Natural.
oil, not the
Okay.
kind with all the sugar and the jelly in it. Even
Now,
though
am I
that stuff is
stirring this all
delicious.
up? Watch
Yes.
out.
Stir it up. Okay. Good
Well, I had to
Lord.
get the peanut butter
Please
off.
don't launch this just like
Okay.
Jenna did hers.
I know,
There we
I
go.
know. Oh, you were watching that. I saw that.
I
yeah.
watched it. See, look at you.
Okay,
Look
yeah.
at this. And so all we're gonna do is we're gonna get this down into a nice
Ooh.
paste. Now, here is a little hack. We're gonna add in some carrots, right?
Okay.
Now, if you don't know how to julienne a carrot,
I
look
know,
at this
it's hard.
tool.
Yeah, show
a
me.
peeler. Look at this. All you do is go, oops, wrong way. Just like this. And it creates these long.
It's like the lazy woman's peeler. I love that.
It's everybody's good. There
Okay.
you go. Look at that.
Nice
You
and
can get
julienne.
one.
Oh yeah, I need one of those.
There we go.
Okay. How the shrimp?
Go ahead.
Why is
Just-
everything?
Oh Lord.
I know.
Okay.
Have it look. It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
How's it taste over there?
Let's move on from the carrot.
More fame on that name.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, now
Wanted to burn.
moving on down here.
Okay,
now
yes.
pasta takes about 6 minutes to cook.
Okay.
This is some whole wheat pasta. You can use some fettuccine if you want to.
This is good.
It's really
as well.
good.
It's
And
really
it's
good.
light. It's
Hey.
light.
Okay, we're gonna add in our pasta here,
Okay.
and then our cooked
Oh
shrimp
yeah.
and
This,
peas.
How good is that?
Boom.
look?
There you
Okay.
go. Super simple. Look how vibrant that is. Kids will love this dish.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
not too spicy. Now, if you're like me, you probably wanted to reserve some of this shrimp so you can make a salad
I do.
for your meal prep.
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be a Cajun-inspired salad, y'all. Really simple dressing. Just got some Greek yogurt here to
Okay.
cut the on the couch a
Instead
little
of
bit.
mayonnaise, you could do
Yes,
Greek yogurt. Okay.
absolutely. Some oil. Go and put that hot sauce in there.
Okay. Ooh, hot
I like
sauce.
to use Frank's.
Does it taste good, y'all? What's this?
Some chives and some
Lemon
lemon.
juice? Okay.
Yes.
You're right. It does have a little
Stir that up.
Okay.
It's a little bite too. It's a little bite.
I love the lemon.
Is this
Good.
the dressing?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's the dressing. And then you're gonna chop up cucumber, a tomato.
Why are you laughing?
She's doing so well,
Okay.
y'all, isn't it? Isn't she doing well?
You know she has her own podcast.
No.
Oh, she,
It's a show.
her own cooking show.
I'm sorry.
We're so proud. You know,
Thank
we're so
you.
proud of you.
You're so sweet.
And we're gonna
Okay.
all right, add in tomatoes, cucumbers,
Yep.
chopped up some avocado. Okay,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that is done. Oh Lord, turn
It's
that
still
off.
going. Can I just turn it off? I don't want.
Yeah, you could turn it off.
Oh boy. Okay.
That's gonna be her lunch.
All right.
later
Yeah.
on, so
Keep
it's
going.
okay.
Keep going.
Okay, and then we're gonna add in just a little bit of water for the consistency of this dressing.
The
Just
dressing
add
is
in-
really good.
Really? And it's super simple, right? It's stuff that's
Very
already
good.
in your
Easy
kitchen
peasy.
Nice little bite.
pantry. We're gonna add in some avocado.
Oh, I love avocado.
What about some onion too? Just a little bit of bite, you know, a
Yeah.
little bit of breath steak
Little
in
bit
there.
of onion,
And
yeah.
then we had some leftover
Breath
shrimp
steak?
that I
What
just
did you
used.
say?
Just a little bit of,
Did you say breath
you know,
steak?
it's a little bit of breath steak. That's what I call it.
What do you call what? Breath steak.
A little bit of, for each recipe.
Okay, yeah.
If your breath doesn't smell, it's a little bit bad.
Well, yeah.
Something's
it
not
wasn't
right.
good. It
Something's
wasn't
not right.
It's all
Yeah.
good. All right, and then
There we go.
Get some of that. That dressing is so good. Okay, we're out of time, Kevin.
Boom.
You're awesome. Look at my tossing technique,
Look at
guys.
you. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
She is a pro.
That's amazing.
Sign her up. Food
Thank
Network
you.
where?
We are back with a special Today food. Have you ever had a meal on vacation? It's so good. Days later,
Yep.
months later, you just can't stop thinking about it. Well, a few months ago, when we took a trip down to Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, look at us at this table. We all sat down for an unforgettable dinner. I promise you, we are still talking about this meal. This was at the Sea Pines Resort.
Well, what's funny is Craig is there now, and we have you here because
Yay!
you guys love the food so much. We decided to bring it here to Studio 1A. Chef Ben Harris is the executive chef at the Sea Pines Resort, and you're here to cook up a dish that we have heard.
We were obsessed with it.
Everybody's talking about it.
So these were the two go-to dishes on your trip. So
Okay.
we have the elote street corn, which is we cut it into ribs, so it's really fun and easy to eat. And then we have the charcoal roasted shrimp.
All right, let's dig in. Let's do it.
So basically, we're starting with some South Carolina corn. When it gets hot outside, the corn's sweet and it's nice. That's when we like to cook it.
Okay.
So it's very simple. We've already started this, but you just want to pinch where the silt is, and you just pull down.
Okay. And the way you do this corn, we'd never seen it before because Dylan was trying to get the recipe and we were like, he should come on the show. We were like whispering to each other.
Well, when we were planning the restaurant, we wanted to do something fun that you hadn't seen with local produce.
Okay.
So next step is we're going to give it a quick blanch just to tenderize it a little bit. And then with TV magic here, we
How
have
long?
1 minute. It'll be in there
So
for
this is
1
not a
minute.
shave off the cob. This is a cut through the cob.
There's a cut through the cob.
Ah.
So the trick is, anytime you have something daunting with a knife and you're uncomfortable, cut it in half. So instead of trying to whack it one time, you want to go right down the middle and come down.
And then flip
and
it.
then turn it.
Okay.
I see. Okay.
It's much more.
So it'll be like a rib in some ways.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So then we're going to take the corn. We like to deep fry in a neutral oil. Obviously, make sure you keep the oil.
Stand back.
Have at it. Drop it in.
Is it
there.
hot?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's hot.
So it's going to pop just a little bit.
Okay.
If you are more comfortable with an air fryer, you certainly can do it that way.
Oh, that's true.
But you want to make sure not to overcrowd the pan because
Okay.
you can have some overflow issues.
Yes.
As we slide down, that'll be in the oil for about 2 minutes.
Try it.
Yes.
As soon as
It looks like octopus.
So now here's the thing. It's not a neat way to eat, but we're going for it.
It's fun.
Go
it's
for
vacation food.
Uh-huh.
So the next trick is it comes out of the oil.
You have to bite around it.
Yep, we're going to toss it in the tahini. We have our cilantro aioli.
Wait, what's in there?
Tahini, spicy,
This is-
like spicy seasoning.
Yep, and it's
Oh,
got a little
that's
acid
it.
to it. Yeah, so a little cotija cheese.
This is incredible.
Wow.
Don't eat the rind. Eat the, like around it. What is that?
This is sort of healthy.
So on the plate here, this is the cilantro aioli.
Oh, my God.
Which we have a recipe on the website now, and you can really interchange the cilantro for anything, whether it's roasted peppers or sun-dried tomatoes. And so we're just going to hit that with just a little bit of fresh cilantro.
Are you supposed to eat the whole thing or just?
No, not the cob.
That's the thing. That's like
a
the
rib.
rib.
Like
I
a
ate
rib.
the rind.
I saw you. I was like, don't do that.
How many of you guys eat when you were down there?
We couldn't stop.
It's so good.
I've never seen this done like this before.
This is a triumph.
So the cilantro lime, the recipe's on there as well, because
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what does
Yep.
it.
Let's keep going to the shrimp, but I'm going to
So
keep eating
good.
this corn.
Okay.
Sure. So this is a fun way to prepare coastal South Carolina shrimp. I'm really, really passionate about our coastal South Carolina shrimp.
Okay.
It's sweet. It has a lobster-like quality to it. We have some Gulf shrimp here as well that are fantastic, but they have a more rich flavor. So I like to use those for a gumbo or shrimp and grits, something like that. But something like this, where it's just crisp, simple flavors, I go South Carolina shrimp. So we take our shrimp that are peeled with the tail on, so we have a little
tail on.
Tail on, so we have a little handle.
Okay.
We have a little bit of our hickory seasoning here.
Okay. Hickory seasoning.
Delightful.
Yeah. A little bit of our
butter,
toasted garlic butter,
Ooh.
and then fiend herbs. And the fiend herbs are it's chopped Italian parsley, tarragon, and chives. And so the technique we like to use for cooking the shrimp.
Cast iron, huh?
Cast iron. And we like to put, like I have a big green egg at home.
Okay.
I like to put my cast iron in my big green egg.
Really?
And then you start it on real high heat, so about 500 degrees. Shrimp goes down, leave it alone for a minute, turn it off, and let the residual heat finish the cooking process.
For how long?
1 more minute.
Oh my
Just a minute,
goodness.
a minute.
Isn't that amazing? I was just talking about the green egg.
Wow.
Here we go.
This
So
is
here we go.
phenomenal. So
Oh
can we,
my.
the seasoning, because this is so good, can we make this too, or can we buy this? Where can we get that seasoning?
Recipe will be on the website as well.
You're such a giver.
And this is
You're such a giver.
Chanel is like really into this.
There are some people who come on and they'll make the recipe, but some things they'll
Like,
be
sorry,
like,
I can't tell
oh
you.
yeah, that's in my
Family-
cookbook,
family
and they don't really
secret.
give it. You're like giving the goods.
We want to. We want you to make it at home.
You want to stay a couple more days?
Sure.
Thank you so much for joining us. And Craig, if you're watching, I hope you're having this down there
he's
as well
down there
with
eating
Lindsay
this right
and the
now.
family for these recipes,
Dude.
all the recipes. At
He's giving it away.
/food. We'll be right back.
This is my favorite. My
Yo,
favorite. This
This
so
is
good.
so good.
All right, guys, this is going to be good. We're back with Today Food, and in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, Chef Aaron Sanchez is here with what looks like a really, really spectacular seafood
It
dish.
smells delicious. So you might recognize him, of course, from cooking competition shows like MasterChef and Chopped. He also recently paired up with Chef Emeril Lagasse to create the Aaron Sanchez Impact Fund, which aims to uplift the lives of Latino youth through food. And he is here. We're so spoiled this morning to have you. Good morning.
Chef.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. I'm happy to be back. This is always a second home for me, so I'm excited to share this.
We always love having you, and the work you do for the Latino community. You know, we're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and tell us about the Impact Fund and how important it is to you.
Yes, you know, I grew up in a restaurant family. My mom had a restaurant here in New York for 30 years, so I grew up in the business, and when I started, I felt that there was a disparity between Latinos getting executive positions and leadership positions in kitchens, and I didn't want the educational piece of it to be the crutch. So you know, education is the foundation. Let's start with that. And up to this point, we've graduated 11 kids since 2016. So yeah, kind of started right grassroots, and now Emerald and I combine. Yes, absolutely. We bring them through the whole journey. So they do an 11-month program.
Here's some of them,
Yeah, and they're great.
Oh, that's
and they run the gamut, and they love to learn. They're like little sponges. And that just makes me happy.
Well, I'm a sponge too. So to have you here, let's go through this barbecue shrimp recipe.
So this is a beautiful example of how Mexico and Louisiana come together. My restaurant, Johnny Sanchez, is in New Orleans. And here we have some beautiful aromatic spices. We have mustard seed, fennel, coriander, cumin, and the 2 dried chilies, the pasilla.
So good.
So you have to think about these little chilies and spices as dormant.
Okay.
They've been sleeping. So the way you wake them up is by toasting
Heat
them,
'em
okay?
up. Okay.
So once they start to kind of create a little bit of smoke. You
put some oil with them, or?
No, just dry.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, they have inherent oil in them. And then once they dry and they start to perfume a little bit, you puree them, and that's what we have here.
Oh,
okay?
What do you use if you don't have, you know, like a little coffee grinder or something? Can
You know what? You can use a mortar and pestle. You can use a blender.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely, you can use a blender.
Okay, great.
That's a very good question. So I like to leave it sometimes a little bit coarse. We have some beautiful Louisiana shrimp. We have the best
Those are
shrimp.
beauties. Yes, you sure do.
And we have the
Heads
best crab
on.
meat.
I feel like it's scary to cook with the heads
No,
on.
you know what they do? They're loaded with tons of flavor, and they kind of leach out this beautiful sort of essence of the ocean.
Al and Chanel are already getting.
I mean,
Break it down.
How is it over there?
Wait until you try it.
Yeah.
You just wait.
All right. So now,
Oh yeah, look at this. It's
yeah. And in essence, what you want to do at this point with the shrimp, we're seasoning with that beautiful adobo after it's been pureed, and now you want to sear these up a little bit, and then just kind of wake them up. And then we're not
use
gonna,
olive oil?
Yes. Olive
Okay.
oil. And we're not going to fully cook them. We're just going to kind of sear them, and once they get a nice little sort of caramelization on the outside, we remove them.
Okay.
And then we're going to finish it up later.
Okay.
But let's talk about the butter, okay? So the idea is this is something what really is the essence and backbone of this recipe. We have some melted butter, right? So we're going to add that in here.
the blender. Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
We have roasted garlic.
Capers.
That's why I taste these layers of flavor.
Yep. And then here we have beautiful ancho chile.
Should I turn these over?
Yeah, absolutely. We have ancho chili, which is sort of like the little puffy chile.
Okay. Is
More
that
smokier.
dry?
Yeah, dried.
Okay.
More smokier than spicy.
Okay.
Rehydrate them for 20 minutes in boiling water.
Oh my goodness.
They get pliable and soft. We add that.
Look at the color on these.
Capers.
No, you're doing great, brother. Look at you. Man.
Look at that.
Does your family know you can throw down like that?
No, you can't throw me out of the kitchen.
Exactly. They're like, get out, Dad. All right. So here, all you're simply going to do is just give that a little pulse. You guys get the idea.
The blender never works on TV.
Yeah. There you go.
It's good.
So
Perfect.
once
And
it's
that turns into this.
It turns into that. Exactly.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So here, now what we're going to simply do is we have all this wonderful kind of caramelized bits. I brought an extra secret weapon, which is mezcal.
Oh, so you got
And
the
what we're going
tequila
to do
in there.
is that's going to help pick up all of those little juicy bits on the bottom.
Oh, if you could smell the mezcal right now.
Isn't that cool?
They say it tastes smoky, but it
Yeah.
smells. Oh, it smells so
Yeah.
good.
And then we're going to add like a little base of seafood stock and Worcestershire sauce.
Okay.
Which is wonderful. And then we're going to add some roasted poblano, which is a
goodness.
beautiful chili that we've kind of roasted and peeled.
Oh, yeah.
Mexican oregano. And then what we're going to simply do is turn up the heat, and then we're going to emulsify that sauce. And that is just to thicken
trying
it.
it here. You ready?
Yeah? You got it? Okay, cool. I'm going to return the shrimp
Oh, yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
into
Isn't
the
that good?
sauce.
You taste
man.
all of the
wow.
flavors.
It's so good.
All the
Isn't that
layers.
neat?
There are so many different flavors, and it's not spicy.
Yeah.
You like get the flavor of spice without
Exactly.
Not
a
blowing
lot of
away.
spice.
And this is important because what we're trying to really instill in the kids is to find their culinary voice. You know what I'm saying? Because you really want to use all the mentoring that we provide through the Aaron Sanchez Impact Fund and be able for them to find their groove and their niche and their style of cooking.
Well,
and that's so important.
We like your style. So,
Well, thank you.
Chef Erb,
Incredible.
thank you so much
We
for being
appreciate
here and for all you're
going for
doing.
more.
Thank you
for the
so
Latino
much.
Thank
community.
you. This is fantastic.
For this recipe, head to today.com/food.
We are back with our series Today Table, sponsored by Walmart. And Chef Grace Young, the author of Stir Frying to the Sky's Edge, is going to show us one of her favorite recipes to cook in a traditional wok.
So scan that QR code to order all the ingredients with just one click. So you just select add ingredients to the cart and then schedule a pickup or delivery. We make it as easy as possible. And Grace, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Before we get started, we were talking about the importance of this wok, which is your own wok that you bought years ago.
Yes, I got that in Chinatown. It's a carbon steel wok, and I call that ancient nonstick cookware.
Ancient. Explain that. Explain that.
Well, because the more you cook with it, the more it naturally becomes nonstick.
It's amazing.
So you don't need chemicals, and it's the natural way to have nonstick cookware.
That's great.
So what are you making for us today?
So we're making young chow fried rice because you and I were at Hopley Restaurant in Chinatown a few months ago, and I know how much you love that young chow fried rice.
It's terrific, and it's a great restaurant.
Yep. And so all you do is we're starting with the shrimp. It comes in a variety of sizes. The shrimp, the larger the shrimp are the more expensive. So I always start with small shrimp, and because we're just cutting it into half-inch pieces. So you don't have to spend so much money. And then we can go right to stir fry.
And it'll cook much quicker.
It will cook much quicker.
Now you start off with cold rice. Why?
Because that's the secret to great fried rice. So I'm going to pump up the heat here, and we're going right into stir frying.
Okay.
And whenever you cook with a carbon steel wok, you always have to preheat the pan first, and you have to make sure that it's hot enough. And I always have a little dish of water, so I flick in a drop of water,
and if it
sizzles? when it evaporates in 1 second, we're ready to go. So that is almost there.
Yeah.
And by the way, while it's heating up, you got a lovely award from the Julia Child Foundation.
Oh, I'm very proud. The Julia Child Foundation awarded me the Julia Child Award for my work for preserving and protecting Chinatowns.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
What kind of oil was that you put in there?
A high smoking point oil. It could be peanut, canola, grapeseed, whatever.
Okay.
So now I'm just adding the shrimp. And whenever you're stir frying, the wok is talking to you. So you have to hear a sizzle sound.
Okay.
And now this is going to go very quickly. We are just stir frying this until it just turns orange.
Just orange, you said?
Yeah.
And
So
Grace,
it won't be
ahead.
cooked through.
If you're not into seafood, can you do this with meat?
Absolutely, you could do it meat. And even if you're a vegetarian, you could do this. You could skip the shrimp, and we're going to add ham. And instead, you could add shelled edamame.
Okay, a little more oil in there?
A little bit more oil. And now we're adding the cooked rice. And this is the secret for great fried rice is you start with leftover rice. If you made a fresh pot of rice, it's too hot and steamy, and the rice is going to stick.
So you want the grains to kind of be individual grains.
Exactly. And now, look at this.
Cheese. Oh my God.
Absolutely no
Beautiful,
sticking,
yeah.
right?
And it comes together so quickly.
And I'm not used to this heat. I'm going to kick it up a little bit higher. And then all you have to do, Al, can you just add the ham?
Okay. Ooh, ham. Like that.
Yeah. Scallions.
Okay.
And what is this seasoning?
That's a little white pepper, not all of it, just a pinch. Come on, Al.
I was going all in.
Really?
There we go.
Good. And then just a pinch of salt.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go.
And so this goes so quickly. I call this, instead of a one top meal, a one wok meal.
Wow.
Wow.
And what's the other dish you have here?
The other dish is Singapore noodles. Now, I want everyone to make this dish.
Here's your Singapore noodles.
But if you can't, you must go to Chinatown, to Hopley, 16 Mott Street, because the food is just fantastic. We had such a great meal, because Chinatowns all across the country need our support.
Absolutely.
And AAPI mom and pop eateries.
And they're not just restaurants. There are all these vegetable stands and food markets and kitchen supplies. So support your local Chinatown.
I want to try this too.
No question.
Thank you.
Grace, thank you so much. Really
Grace, thank
appreciate
you
it.
so much.
This is delicious. I've never had Singapore noodles before.
Really appreciate it. You guys should try this. Go make it right now. You can find the fried rice and Singapore noodle dish recipes from Grace's cookbook on today.com/todaytable.
Summer is so close, we can almost taste it. And that is why we've brought in barbecue master and owner of Pig Beach Restaurants, both in Brooklyn and Queens, Matt Abadou. And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's talk about the cookbook, because finally
yes,
the book is
the
out.
book
Pig
is
Beach
here.
Barbecue Cookbook.
That's right. Exciting.
When I think of barbecue, I really do think of Uncle Al, because we exchange barbecue ideas and tips all the time. Didn't you write a blurb in Matt's book?
I did.
He sure did.
I did.
What do you love about the cookbook?
It's simple. You know, everything is really accessible. You can imagine making this stuff.
Exactly, and that's what we really wanted to do. We wanted to make a book that everybody could enjoy, that everybody could cook, from the barbecue, like hobbyist, to the professional barbecue guy learning to make some extra flavors, something fun and different.
What advice do you have for people who want to, like newbies in the barbecue world? What's your
I think
advice?
the best advice I can give any newbie in the barbecue world is to get yourself a digital instant read thermometer. It's probably one of the best ways you can tell when anything is cooked, ready to be wrapped, or ready to be finished. So with that tool, you can really have a lot of success in the barbecue game.
Perfect. I teased a second by saying you were going to find some meats that are a little less expensive to use.
Yep.
What do we got today?
So today we got a little tri-tip action for you. It's a cut of sirloin from the bottom part of the sirloin. And what I love about tri-tip is it's got so much incredible flavor to it, and it's got a texture that's something similar to like a flank steak or so once you slice it nice and thin.
All right.
And grill up. It also takes on great flavor. So
what do you start with here?
Our tri-tip recipe is super simple. We're starting off with a piece of tri-tip that you can see here, called tri-tip because it looks like a triangle. It's got like a triangular sort of shape to it. But for our rub, we're going to do something super simple. Some ground black pepper, some paprika, granulated garlic, and a little bit of dried rosemary. Now we're going to mix this all together, and this can go in your pantry into a food-safe container. Save it up there for probably up to 6 months in your pantry, and use it when needed.
Can you use that same rub on other cuts of meat?
Absolutely. You can use it on any kind of steak, chicken, poultry, pork. It's delicious. It's just a really simple all-purpose rub. So then we're going to take our tri-tip, we're going to hit with a little bit of olive oil, whatever you have in your pantry, and then we're going to generously season it with this tri-tip rub, or really all-purpose kind of rub seasoning.
On both sides, right?
On both sides.
That's right.
On both sides. See, look, I love
Savannah
it.
knows now.
She's got a cooking show.
That's right. You gonna eat both sides?
So from
Season
here,
both
if you
sides.
have a smoker, this is the point where we're going to fire up our smoker to 250 degrees. I like to use cherry wood, but whatever kind of wood and whatever that sort of smoke flavor you like, by all means, have some fun with it.
And do you have to smoke it? Can
You
still-
don't. That's the great thing about the steak, is you don't have to smoke it at all if you don't want to. It just adds that element of like that barbecue smoky flair and flavor to it, which really kind of makes that steak different and shine a little bit more. But you could also just take it and cook it completely on the grill if you want.
And you would do that at 252? There's a slow...
No, on the grill. So whenever we set up a grill, I love to do what's called zone cooking, where I'll have one side set to really hot heat for charring and marking, and then another side set to sort of medium. To
cook that center.
Exactly, to get that nice and low center cook so you get a perfect eye. So
Inside, Matt.
if you wanted to do it inside, you could absolutely take it and just roast it off in your oven. No problem. Like, that's the great thing about cooking, is that everyone has a version of a recipe of what they can do, but the great thing is that as long as you're cooking it in that digital instant read thermometer you have, you're cooking it to the right temperature, you're gonna have a delicious cut of meat cooked
What's
perfectly
this?
every
What's
time.
this medium rare? What do you pull this at?
So for medium rare,
140 or-
no, for medium rare, I'll pull it around 135 and let
Knowing
it sort
it's
of
gonna still
it's
go up to
exactly. It's going to
140.
carry over.
That's
cook.
why all right, we got about a minute and a half.
All right, so
left,
we're going to go
let's
quick.
keep
So
going.
in here we have our steak. It's been smoked to about 100 degrees. We're going to let it rest. Then we're going to mark it off on that grill. Get those beautiful char marks that are happening. And then for me, the perfect condiment to
Oh my God,
summertime
that
meat
smells good.
is a chimichurri sauce. Literally
Love the
translating
chimichurri.
sort of
I do that with
hodgepodge.
flank and skirt a lot.
Oh yeah, it's the best. So we're just going to take some parsley and chop it up. We're going to add it to our mixing bowl. We have some mint, some more
I add
parsley.
cilantro with that too sometimes.
Absolutely, cilantro's great to it as well. We can add some shallots, garlic, chili flake, oregano. Put that all in the bowl. Red wine vinegar, lemon juice, olive oil. We'll mix that all together. Zest it with a little bit of lemon, and you
this
have
is so
a
good
perfect,
fresh, too.
Oh my God, it's the best thing ever.
And
then
then
we're
the
just going to take
slicing.
the steak. And what I love about
We got a minute.
tri-tip
You're
is
good.
that the backside, for those of the people that would like the steak a little bit more cooked, just by the nature of the steak, that's my boy right there.
That's a happy plate.
Love it.
Lindsay,
That is a happy plate.
What's going on here at home?
That's fantastic.
Are you not eating?
So the great thing about tri-tip is that since it's tapered off at the end, for the guests that are joining us and want their steak cooked a little bit more, they can have those sort of medium well pieces. And the people that want something a little bit more on the medium rare side, you go right to the middle and you get those beautiful pieces cut right there. Top it off with that bright, fresh, vibrant
Makes a
chimichurri
great
sauce.
sandwich, too.
And it's just
Amazing.
delicious. Steak. It's perfect.
You can
right?
do a chimichurri on chicken, too.
It's fatty.
Yep. It's got a great,
But it's-
clean, meaty flavor to it. That
melts in your
chimichurri,
mouth.
just get it, Craig. I love it. I love it.
And this morning, we're focusing on the best grilling tips and tricks for that first cookout of the season.
That's right. And who better to help us out than a fourth-generation butcher, cookbook author, and founder of Seymour Meats and Veggies, Cara Nicoletti. Cara, good morning. It's great to see you. But you have to explain, you're a fourth-generation butcher, but it sounds like you're trying to get us to eat less meat.
I am. I am. So, I mean, we see that meat prices are really, really high right now. So I feel like the name of the game this summer is eating better meat and just eating a little bit less of it.
Okay.
So my sausages are combining meat and vegetables. And I'm also going to teach you a little bit about how to treat your vegetables like meat. For a really satisfying grilling season.
So is that your secret tip, is, still get a fulfilling barbecue out there, but, just kind of work in a lot more vegetables?
Yeah, I would say, if you buy better quality meat, if you're buying grass-fed beef and pasture-raised pork and that kind of stuff, the flavor is going to be so much better. And what that means is that you can really eat a little bit less of it and still be just as satisfied. So these sausages that we're cooking today are all humanely raised meat and about 50% less meat. They're filled with fresh vegetables. And then we'll supplement a bunch of different vegetables alongside them to really have a nice, satisfying meal.
Dietitians everywhere are like cheering for you right now.
Yeah, really. So what do you have by the side? What are you going to make, Cara?
So over here, we've got a bunch of different vegetables that I really love to grill, sort of like heartier vegetables. So we've got zucchini, we've got some portobello mushrooms. I really love to grill radicchio. It makes it really nice and sweet. Some cauliflower, some eggplant. And I've made a rub here, which is a mixture of brown sugar and smoked paprika, some coriander, some garlic and onion powder. And so what I love to do is sort of make some slits on something like a mushroom or a zucchini, and you're gonna rub it in olive oil, and then you're gonna sprinkle it in this rub, just like you would a piece of meat. And it's gonna kind of give you, a similar feel. So, I think it's just a great way to trick your mind into thinking you're eating meat. So this is really like a steak rub. We're just gonna, it does.
Yeah.
So really, I'm going to be doing charcoal grilling today. That's generally what I prefer. I like the flavor better. I think that it can be a little bit intimidating because it's a little bit harder to control. So I'm going to give you a couple of tips on that just to make it a little bit more seamless. The first thing is that I really love to use a chimney lighter when I'm using a charcoal grill, instead of just putting the coals in and sort of squirting lighter fluid on it. You put paper at the bottom, you pile the coals on top about 20-25 minutes beforehand, and you let the charcoal get nice and ashy and gray before you dump it in here.
You just dump it in.
And what that's going to do is it's going to give you that really nice smoky flavor, and you're not going to get any of that lighter fluid flavor. So you want to make sure that your grill is nice and hot before you put your meat on it. This way it's not soaking in any charcoal flavors, and it's really just getting that nice fire flavor.
How do you control
there's a pterodactyl flying in your backyard.
I know, something's happening.
That was the biggest bird sound I've ever heard in my life. It might take one of those veggie sausages right off your grill. I'd be careful, Cara.
Please help yourself. So I would say also it can be a little bit harder to control your heat levels on a charcoal grill. But so that is what the vents on your grill are for. On this one, we've got a couple here on the lid, and we've got a couple here on the bottom. When your grates are fully opened, your heat is going to be the highest. And if you want to kind of lower the heat a little bit, you close these grates, you're cutting off the oxygen, and you're kind of lessening the heat. But also, piling your coals into sort of different zones is really helpful. I think a lot of people think about grilling as this like really hot and fast thing. You're taking a steak, you're grilling it really hot and fast. But if you want to grill other things like vegetables, sort of more delicate cut like chicken, and sausages, you want to go for a more medium-low heat. And so you can achieve that by sort of making different zones on your grill. So here we have the coals, cooler zone, and that's going to help you with flare-ups too. If you have oil on something and it flares up, instead of spritzing it and getting ash all over your food, you can kind of move it over to the cool.
Cara, you're awesome. And these are good tips too, because people are about to go nuts this weekend grilling. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
More veggies.
All those veggies look great. we're back now with Today Food. This morning, we're turning your grill into a meat smoker. Here with us, a guy who knows a lot about all of that, certainly grilling, the great chef Michael Simon. He travels the country in his Food Network show. It premiered last night. It's great. It's called Barbecue USA, giving us a behind-the-scenes look at the toughest barbecue competitions. Michael, I mean, you already know so much. You visit these pit masters in all these great places, all the meats that you're eating. Give us one good tip for people to take away for grilling this summer that you learned.
You know, patience. I think the greatest tip is patience. Also, like a lot of times when people put things on the grill, they want to see giant plumes of smoke. Your smoke, you want it to kind of run clear. Then you get that gentle smoke flavor that really makes the food delicious. So I'm showing you guys an Alabama chicken today, Alabama style chicken. Yep. But you could do it on a grill. You could do it on a Weber.
How do you smoke on a grill?
So you're doing offset heat. So all of our heat is over here, Carson.
Okay, indirect.
Indirect. You could put wood chips on there, chunks or chips. Start it with coals, and then you just drop the heat down. You want to monitor your heat. Chicken, you could be between 275 and 325. I just season it with olive oil, salt, pepper. On the smoke is where all the great flavor.
And you can do this without the wood chips too, if you don't want
Absolutely.
to do
You could just charcoal gives you incredible flavor, and a lot of styles of barbecue only use charcoal. Right. But I use fruit woods, apple, cherry because they're a little bit more mild and they don't overpower the meat, especially something like chicken.
Oh, and you got a beautiful sauce you can put with the Alabama chicken.
So this started Alabama white sauce is like this really historic sauce that you put on chicken. People that like ranch, this is like I feel where ranch started somewhere in Alabama.
Okay.
You know, Big Bob Gibson's very famous barbecue place there started this sauce. So they don't always put horseradish in, sometimes they do, but mayo, horseradish, lemon juice,
I love it.
cider, a little bit of cayenne for some heat, salt, and a touch of sugar. Come here. And then you just whisk this together till it's smooth. Now, you could kind of have fun with it. You could put some buttermilk in it if you want. You could thin it out
Thicken it
if
up,
you
thin
want.
it out, do anything.
And then this, here's one that we smoked. Just like that. And then you just chop it up, you run it through, and the sauce
tastes
has
like
a little
gravy.
heat, right?
It's like a gravy.
Yeah, but it's got a little heat, a little
it's
acidity.
delicious.
It's got all the good stuff. So if you
How
go to
have I never had
Alabama and get smoked chicken, this is what's happening.
Can you break this chicken down really fast? How do you break it down? You go right down the center?
Like, so this one, see,
We're
it's
just having a
broken down.
barbecue.
So, yeah, I just go straight down.
You're breaking through some stuff, right?
And you split it first. And then after you split it, you go through the legs and the thighs down.
Okay. And there's a joint in there. You find the ball joint cut in between those two.
Yep. And then I like to split my breasts in half, and we serve
1,
it
2,
going
3,
on
4.
just
So
like
you get
that.
about 8 pieces out of that. Great.
Yep.
All right, let's move on down.
All right, moving on. Yes.
Yes.
We're going to use wood chips. Are you going to soak them first?
So, Al, that's a good question. If you soak them,
oh my God,
it throws a little bigger smoke. So if you want more gently smoked, I wouldn't recommend soaking them first, even though they're going to burn quickly. Okay. Or you could even go to a larger chunk and just let it go. But water creates smoke, which kind of sometimes will make the barbecue a little acrid.
Okay.
We're overlooking this chicken, the Alabama chicken with that
amazing.
sauce. That is special.
How is it so
Chicken is
juicy?
so moist.
Yeah, how's it so juicy?
The slow
chicken,
cook,
like-
the chicken, the
We're
moisture.
good. Carson,
I've done this before.
Just don't overcook
I
it.
drink a
Stick
beer,
the
Michael.
thermometer in there,
Barbecues everything.
160, you're good.
160.
I put that sauce
Don't
on
be
it.
Slow and low.
Yeah.
What is on here?
So
The
this
potatoes?
is just a quick potato salad. So what we did is we took these potatoes, we put them in foil right on.
You didn't
our
boil them
grill.
first or anything? You just
Yeah.
threw them in
So oil, salt. You can put in a little bit of pepper, some water, and
Wait,
a
you did
splash.
pre-cook them or no?
Pardon?
They're raw or
These are raw.
Yeah, okay.
But they're gonna steam a little bit and char in our foil packet. And you let them go until they're tender. We put these on the grill. And you can put these on right when you're doing your chicken. I mean, we have 2 grills going now. You could do this in 1 grill. You take these off, and we're gonna toss them into a very simple dressing. So here, watch.
Yep.
Here, you start dumping stuff in, I'll start dumping it. We have olive oil, we have sherry vinegar. We can do it in here.
Oh,
Watch.
shoot, yep.
I'm gonna show you a trick.
All right.
We can do it, don't worry. Mustard, I use grainy if you have it. We have a little bit of fresh dill and parsley, salt, and then if we dump our sherry vinegar in here.
Why, sherry vinegar is hard to find. Did you ever notice that?
Is it?
Yeah. It is hard to find. Well, I can't find it. Let's just put it that way.
You can use a white vinegar, champagne vinegar,
that's what I use.
red wine vinegar.
Yeah.
Rice is a little too gentle, but you just shake it up. Now you have dressing.
Oh, I love
That's just a little Gucci on top of a ghetto. That just elevates that regular old potato
You know what I do?
into something
I throw
so
that
special.
white sauce on those potatoes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you wanted a little bit more creamy, you could do that. This is a little bit more acidic and poppy, like almost like German potato salad, a touch.
Yeah.
And then you have a really bright potato salad. I mean, it's really easy. Like cooking.
Why is not white sauce everywhere?
I know.
That's a regional thing, maybe.
Yeah, it's purely Alabama.
Wow.
You know, it is a white-based sauce. You don't see, like when people think of barbecue, they think of red sauce, but white sauce, there's a million versions.
Hey, Michael, you want to say hi to Cleveland?
Congrats on the show.
You bet.
Ohio's
Cleveland,
watching.
we love you. Tune in, baby.
Today.com/food. Get the recipes.
Garden.
Check out Michael's show, Barbecue USA, on the Food Network and streaming on Discovery Plus.
Steak with a side of corn on the cob. And here to help us is Antimo DeMeo and Scott Stein, co-owners of James Beard-nominated Bardea Food and Drink in Wilmington, Delaware. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We wish you were here with us because it's like we could taste the steak and smell the corn through the screen. But grilling the perfect steak can always be a challenge. But you say that this is really simple. You have to start before you even put it on the grill, right?
Correct. Yes, it's definitely easy to make at home dish. We kind of simplified it, but it's something that's very approachable, and we're super excited to show you what we got cooking here.
All right. So what do you start with? Does it need much seasoning?
Yeah. So actually, what we like to do with our steaks, obviously, product is everything. So we like to use prime grass-fed beef, okay, with great intramuscular fat. Okay. So what we're going to start doing here is we're going to get this strip steak, okay, and we're going to use the fat cap, and we're going to put it right in the cast iron. We've had that preheating a little bit. We're going to get that sizzling a little bit. And we're going to get some of that fat running out. We're going to add a little bit of oil to the pan. So a big step that we like to do at the restaurant is we really believe in brining our meats. So what that does, it might sound all fancy, but it's simply adding it into a liquid with some salt and maybe sugar. And depending on how much time, you can let the meat sit in that overnight. Or we like to do a minimum of 3 hours. And what that does is it gives you a perfectly seasoned meat, and essentially the meat is more moist, more tender, and more flavor. So you can even add herbs, aromatics, things like that. So it's something that we love to do at the restaurant. The reason that we love this recipe so much is, Scott and I are always working. We're always at the restaurant. So on Sunday, Monday, it's like family day. And this is a perfect thing to do on Sundays. Obviously you can start it with the steak and the corn and eat that as your entree, and then we can repurpose it later in the week, like we're going to show you here for salad.
Yeah, we see that beautiful steak in front of Scott right there, and this can be kind of a controversial thing with steak lovers. What do you guys do afterwards when it's done?
Okay, so very, very big step is the resting period. Okay, so that's why we actually have this steak for you guys right here. So we're going to render and sear a steak here, but you want it to rest for a minimum of 5-10 minutes. It allows all the juices to kind of soak into the meat, all right? And it allows that flavor to really set, okay? So you really get that full, true meat experience. If you cut it too soon, you're going to lose a lot of that juice and a lot of that flavor.
I'm a huge corn lover. Let's move on to the corn. What is your secret sauce here?
So for the corn, we obviously have it out of the husk. We like to cook it in the husk on the grill, so it kind of self-steams and makes it a little bit sweeter. But when it comes to corn, you just want really good quality corn, especially when it's in season. They're pretty delicious on their own. You don't really need to do too much to it. A classic seasoning that we like using is extra virgin olive oil, a little bit of chili, and lime. Very, very simple, straightforward. And it allows us to repurpose it in salads very well, simply because of the seasoning that we use.
Oh, a little chili. That must make it a little kick.
And you've
Correct.
got
A little bit of sweet, a little spice, a little bit of acid.
It's a good combination. So we've got the corn, we've got the steak. You're going to turn this into an amazing summer salad.
Correct.
All right. You're going to show them cut down this
Yep. I'm going to take this out here. So I'm going to show you guys. So right now, the strip steak, right, we rendered out the fat. Okay, so now for what we like to use is a peppercorn blend. It's simple to find at the grocery store. So here we have a house blend. It's a little bit of telecherry, pink, white, and green peppercorns. Okay, so we're going to get it and put it right on that steak. Okay, and that's going to give you that flavor profile of the off peppercorn blend.
The peppercorn makes a big difference.
Big difference. Without the peppercorn, you're just kind of eating beef, which is okay, but this kind of gives it that extra little kick.
All right, we're running out of time here, so how do you make a dressing for the salad, and how do you top it off?
Yes. Yep. Okay, so essentially, we have a classic lemon vinaigrette, okay, that we use. Scott's going to start seasoning that salad. I'm going to start cutting the steak.
That's going to be amazing. Then you cut up the corn, you put it in, and we'll put the full recipe on today.com, right? Look how great that looks.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So simple. I love
We
it.
cut up the steak. Yeah. Perfectly medium rare. We're going to use a little bit of EVO to season this, a little bit of flaky salt, okay, touch of lemon juice.
Oh, that's perfect.
All right, and then right from there,
we wish we could dig in.
Literally put it right on the steak. Yep.
Well, that
There you
looks
go.
amazing. And next time, we hope you're in studio with us, and we will put the full recipe on today.com.
Definitely.
Thanks so much, Antimo and Scott. And for these recipes, again, head to today.com/food.
I'd love to eat that right now.
Welcome back this morning on Today Food. We're getting you ready for your grilling season.
That's right. A lot of people like me are going to be firing up the grill over the holiday weekend, so we called in an expert to share her list of the best grills on the market.
That's right. Elizabeth Carmel is the author of Steak and Cake, but you might know her best as the original grill girl. Oh, Elizabeth, you're fired up. Your grill is fired
Let's
up.
go.
Before we get into the ins and outs, what should you really be looking for when you're thinking about buying a grill?
I'm so glad you asked me. It's very simple. There are three things that you need to think about. Number one, what kind of grill are you going to buy? There are three choices. There's charcoal, there's gas, and there's pellet grill. The next thing is think about your lifestyle. Are you someone who likes to build a fire and tend it, or are you someone who really just wants to flip a switch? And then finally, the thing that I tell everybody is you need to buy the biggest and the best grill that you can afford, because the more you use it, the better griller you're going to become, and you're going to want to use it all year round.
Elizabeth, are some of those grills better for certain kinds of foods? Like if you were just going to buy one and you were going to recommend one, which kind would you like?
You know what? That's a great question. Once again, it goes to lifestyle. If you like the hands-on effect of it, you want a charcoal grill. And you know what? Charcoal grills used to be the same old Weber kettle that we all know, which is a wonderful classic. But now I'm sitting here with the Spark Grill, and it's a really innovative charcoal grill. I mean, who knew the charcoal grill needed a makeover? Not me, but Spark did.
Look at that.
And there's so many things to love about it, but the biggest thing is they've taken the hassle out of charcoal grilling. You no longer have to wrestle with a big bag of charcoal.
Wow.
Instead, all you use is this really sleek compressed charcoal brick, and you just slide it in the grill, turn on a button, and it's on. They've really taken all the hassle out of it. But that's not all. The other thing is you've got bricks that go from 250 degrees all the way up to 900 degrees. And before you ask me, why do I need 900 degrees, I'll tell you. Because they sell a pizza pack, and you can actually retrofit this charcoal grill and make it into a Neapolitan-style pizza oven, which, you know, is all the rage this summer. So you're really getting 2 for 1, charcoal and a pizza oven.
What's something like that run? A ballpark cost?
So I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. So I'm going to go right to gas grill.
Okay.
You might ask yourself,
$8,000
why do you want?
was the answer.
Why do people love gas so much? And you know what? It's easy to light. It's easy to use, and there's virtually no cleanup. And it comes in every kind of size. It comes in something as small as this Weber Go Anywhere grill, which is perfect for tailgates or for small spaces. And it will even fit into a tote bag. It's great. You just use a 1-pound LP tank. And it's really terrific for a balcony, for the beach this summer. I just heard your report on beaches. That's really amazing. And then the third choice didn't even used to be a choice, but it is now. And pellet grills are all the rage. And you know what? This is what they use, compressed wood pellets for the fuel. And then there's a fan that controls the heat. I'm standing right here in front of this Traeger Ironwood 650, which I love. You can now make authentic barbecue in your own backyard or even on a balcony, and it's really terrific. There's so many bells and whistles on this grill that really elevate your cook, but the thing that I like the most is the super smoke feature. And the reason that that's important is that wood smoke is what gives your barbecue that great flavor, or really anything that you're cooking, right? And the pellets come in all different kinds of wood. But sometimes when you're cooking brisket and ribs and pulled pork and chicken, you just want a little extra smoke.
Wow.
And this gives you an extra burst of smoke, which is an extra burst of flavor.
It is one of the longest running food shows on the Food Network. Folks love watching the up-and-coming chefs beat Bobby Flay, or at least they tried to. He's invited some fellow celebrity chefs to give it a go on his new show, Beat Bobby Flay Holiday Throwdown.
And today, Bobby's going to throw down in our kitchen with some chicken parm. Everybody loves the chicken parm. Bobby, good to see you, man.
Thank
How
you
are
so much. So good to be here. It's holiday season.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you cook a big turkey for Thanksgiving?
I do. Thanksgiving is my It's my favorite day of the year. Actually, I'm going to be here next week.
Oh, good. Oh,
in the
yeah.
There's going to be a lot of food in this place.
Okay, good.
Man,
Look
I'll be
forward
back
to it.
then.
I'll be
Okay.
back.
So we're going to make chicken parm. This is a dish, obviously, I call this chicken parmigiano as opposed to chicken parmesan. It's a little bit cleaner version of the classic. And I just put this on my menu in Amalfi in Las Vegas. Okay, so a couple of things. You look like you're not going to cook. You have your hands in your pocket. You want to do this?
I
Okay.
love it. Especially chicken parm.
So chicken cutlets. Okay, this is classic. So flour, eggs, breadcrumbs. And so you set up a dredging station. You season every single.
Each part of it? Okay,
yes, exactly. Because otherwise it's bland. So you go. So the flour to the.
Is that bad?
No, you're doing great.
You gotta get in there,
You can
right?
tell that Willie cooks.
You gotta get in
He's
there.
in
Look,
there.
he's in it. And now what?
Okay, and then the eggs hold on to the panko breadcrumbs. Exactly. And then you let that sit there for a second, and we just put it in the oil. I'm actually using avocado oil more these days than canola oil. And, I mean, they say it's better for you, so I say, okay, why not? Okay, so.
Are people laughing at my cooking? I think
know.
I'm doing great.
I don't know. What are they laughing
You gotta
about?
get your hands dirty.
Okay, so you want to make sure
just your hands, Willie.
So every culture has their own version of chicken cutlet, right? So we have. I've lost them. Thanks for coming.
I'm with you.
Okay, so every culture has their version of chicken cutlet. Obviously, this is sort of an American-Italian version. We're gonna make tomato sauce. I have 3 ingredients in my tomato sauce: onions, garlic, and then some crushed tomatoes. And I let this cook for about 45 minutes.
How do you crush them with the potato masher?
First, you let it cook for about 25 minutes so they soften.
Okay.
And then I crush them with a potato masher so that it actually has texture.
Yeah.
And then I put like a little sugar. This is very controversial. Some people say don't ever put sugar in your tomatoes, but you know what? If they're acidic, you want a little sugar to bounce it out.
Okay.
Okay. So then we have the chicken cutlet, and then I take some buffalo mozzarella.
Look at that.
And I just put it right on top.
Look at that.
Now here's the thing that I do. You see, I leave some of the crispy bits uncovered because we want that good contrast of texture.
Crunchy, yeah.
Exactly. We put it in the oven. I love this kitchen. You put it in this oven, and then it comes out of this oven right here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here it is. So then we take some of the tomato sauce. And instead of dousing it all over the chicken and then ruining that crispiness, I put the tomato sauce on the bottom. The cheese is melted on top. And then see, it's a much cleaner version.
Yeah,
a little bit of fresh basil and a whole bunch of Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
Look at that.
May I start, chef?
Yes, you can.
You must.
And then some fresh arugula because this is a very healthy dish. And then a little bit of
just olive oil on top.
And there we go.
Can I sneak in here, Bob?
Get in there.
Let me try.
Bob.
Thank you. Is it yummy?
So good.
Yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing. The really nice thing about it is you get obviously the acidity and the sweetness of the tomatoes. You get that crispy contrast, the texture on the chicken, and of course that fresh mozzarella is
it feels
beautiful.
a little light, which you can't always say for a chicken parm.
Well, the thing about chicken parm, and you and I sort of share that love of chicken parmesan, you know, where it's kind of doused in all that cheese and tomatoes. But this is to me, this is like a Tuesday night version of the Sunday night meal.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I hear you're in a movie?
Wait,
Bobby Flay is in One Delicious Christmas.
Let me tell you something.
Come on.
So I understand.
Yes, the Oscar buzz has been so overwhelming.
Wait,
I mean,
what are you talking? Who do you play yourself?
I play Tom Kingsley, who is a food critic. It's called One Delicious Christmas. Yes, they wanted me to act. I said don't do it, but they said please do it. So here it is. Viewing everywhere. There'll be viewing parties all over the place for One Delicious Christmas. Exactly.
How do you really feel about a food critic, though?
I love food critics.
Okay.
Yes, we love food critics.
Thank you, Bobby.
It's the one and only barefoot Contessa Ina Garten, who is out with her 13th cookbook called Go-To Dinner.
And she's showing us how to make one of these fabulous recipes right now. The good thing about these recipes, Ina, is they're easy. You could do it quickly.
And everything's in one pot.
Everything's
very
in one
often.
pot.
Yeah.
One thing about you, though, you are precise.
Yeah.
Like, you seem so chill.
Extremely.
But you're not, like, that's why your books, everybody loves them, because you've done the
Easy.
testing.
Yes. Okay.
Not only over and over and over again, but I've given the recipe to somebody on my staff and watched them make it.
Okay.
So I see what somebody's going to do with the recipe, and they're like, should I cut it straight across or chop it?
Oh.
So
and
that's
I'm like,
so smart.
So that
let
you
me
add
add that.
details.
You add that detail to it,
Okay,
so that I know.
So should I put
So
this
we're
large
making-
chicken in the pot?
We're making chicken in a pot with orzo.
Okay.
So it's all in one pot. So the first thing I want to do is brown the chicken. So
Okay.
in order to brown a chicken, you just want to make sure it's really dry.
you have to
Otherwise
dry
it
it.
steams.
Okay.
Exactly. So let's.
Oh, it really needs a
Yeah, see how when it's
towel.
wet, it
Well,
just
yeah.
just like that.
See, okay.
And then we can put it in the pot, and you
Okay.
want it nice and brown because that caramelization really makes a difference.
Whoa! Sorry, did I burn you?
No.
I burned myself. I'm sorry. I did burn
But you know what I love? The first thing you said was, "Did I burn you?" Even though you were on fire.
We're okay.
Okay, everybody's
no
good.
fire
I
alarms.
burned a national treasure.
Okay.
So this is going to brown, and then I'll turn it over and later.
Okay.
But then-
Are these leeks?
These are leeks, and the thing
That's a
about
big
leeks,
leek.
Leeks
it's,
are
I know.
good.
First thing with leeks, you don't want to take the green part off because they're kind of tough. So just like that.
Okay.
And then you want to make sure that they're really, really clean because they grow in dirt.
Oh.
So you don't want to let them get too. You want to make sure they're really clean.
Okay.
So what you do is chop them up like this.
Kind of fine.
And then you do a lot and put them in water. And just let the sand come out of it.
Oh,
And then,
that's what you're doing.
And then
yeah.
you take them out.
I like how you
And
clean everything.
And you want to make sure
you have to,
food's
right?
all clean.
Do you know
and then
that
you
leeks
dry
are
them.
a diuretic?
They are
Amazing. Yes.
Good to know.
No, anyone who's trying to lose weight always eats leek soup.
I had no
Not
idea.
kidding. Try it.
Is that
That's
still a thing, or
Yes.
was that a 70s
So
fad?
forget
No.
the chicken, forget the
Now.
carrots, just eat leeks.
Okay. Make soup.
Okay. So then
leeks are
the next thing
delicious,
is,
though.
we saute carrots and fennel and celery and the leeks all in a pot like this, and then we're going
what?
to take the chicken that
So
we
you
browned.
just browned it, right?
Just
That's
browned
all.
it. All I
Okay.
did was brown it. Didn't cook it, just because it looks
Yeah.
better and it's
Yeah.
going to taste better. Put that brown chicken
Beautiful.
right back
It already
in.
smells amazing.
me take
And then
this?
first we put in saffron.
Saffron.
Now,
I
saffron's
didn't
the
realize that's
stamens
what
of
saffron
crocuses.
looks like.
Doesn't that smell fabulous? That's what it looks like. And it's expensive because it is the stamens of crocuses.
What is a crocus?
A crocus is a flower, a little flower.
Did you
Chicken
know
stock
that?
goes in.
The stamen of a crocus?
I didn't want to
You'd know a crocus if you saw one.
Okay.
If
So
you
you
met
pour-
one, right? Pour
so you
that on.
pour- that's just
right?
chicken stock?
And then we're going to put water on.
That whole water pot?
Exactly. So it's going to cook in this pot.
Yeah.
And then we need salt and pepper.
This is a great kind of
Lots
thick
of
base
salt.
soup.
Okay. You put
It's,
a lot
well,
in,
it's actually
right?
going to end up being soup and orzo. So the orzo is going to absorb
Okay.
all the
All of
liquid.
that.
So this. Okay, now we have one other thing to
What's
flavor
this?
it. It's an herb bundle. So I've got
Okay.
thyme,
bundle of
parsley,
herbs.
And you tie up.
and you could put it in, but then you'd have to fish it all out.
So you tie
so I
it?
tie it.
Just
I
tie
tie
it
it with a
bow?
string,
This
so
is
it flavors
so
it, and then you can
smart.
take the whole thing out before you
Have
serve
you
it.
ever made an herb bundle, Hoda? Is this
No,
the
I'm
first?
so excited.
Hoda's made an herb bundle now.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
The whole
so
thing
that whole
in.
thing goes right
And that
in.
just kind of flavors
That's
it.
it.
Now this goes in the oven.
Top on it or not?
It goes in the oven with a lid.
With the lid, okay.
For it's 350 degrees.
Okay.
And it's gonna
And then this is
cook for about an
orzo.
hour and 15
An
minutes.
hour and 15.
And then when this comes out,
I put the orzo
what you
in.
do
Is
is
the orzo
take the
is kind of
orzo
like a rice,
and
right?
just it's pasta actually, but it looks like rice. And you just put the lid on.
And do you cook it
for
again?
20 minutes? No, and it just sits.
Wait,
And
you
then
don't put it back in the
orzo
oven?
doesn't
Don't
need
put it
to-
back in the
just
oven.
the
Don't
top?
need to cook it.
Can I sneak over here?
Come
Get
over
this
here.
That's what you end
dry?
up with. And you end up with soup and orzo, and it's not soup, it's dinner. And the
Oh my
chicken,
God.
and you
It
pull the
is
chicken
dinner.
apart.
Wait, does Jeffrey like this
He
recipe?
loves it. Anything that has to do with chicken soup, he loves.
You know what else is in your book that we just have to
Is
mention?
the biscuits.
And my girl,
Biscuits have to
dip
go
it.
with it.
Okay.
Right?
The biscuits.
See,
Good idea.
Cheddar biscuits. They're pretty good, aren't
They
they?
are the best
God.
biscuit I've
You
I
guys
already
are the
had
best
one.
audience in the world.
Oh my God, we're so
We love
happy.
you so much, you guys, and you can get this recipe at today.com/food.
Oh my
And
gosh.
check out Ina's new book. I bet a lot of people will. Go to dinners. It's a great holiday gift as well at today.com/food.
I know we love you. Time for one of our favorite Aussies, Chef Curtis Stone.
The Michelin-starred chef is taking a break from his 2 Los Angeles restaurants, Maud and Gwym, to whip us a California-inspired dish.
We miss you, Curtis.
I know,
It's so good to be back in the city.
You're a very busy man.
How are the restaurants?
So good.
Back?
We are back, and look, it's been a tumultuous couple of years, as we all know. There's no point complaining about it. You just got to get on with it. We've kept our team together, which is important, and we're very happy to be back.
Awesome.
So good. So good.
What are the ages of your kids now?
Hudson's 11,
Yes.
and Emerson, my cheeky one, he's just turned 8.
8.
11 and 8?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I remember when they were born.
Well, Hud turns 11 in a week.
Okay, all right. So I like chicken thighs. I'm glad that's what we're doing.
Yes.
That's
so,
another thing we could debate on.
Oh, yeah.
I like a leg.
Yes, the leg is amazing. Are you kidding me? Especially when it's on the bone. So leave the skin on.
Okay.
I've seasoned them with salt and pepper.
Yeah.
One important thing to do with chicken is sit it on a tray and just dry it out for a little bit. Don't cook it wet, because that's when it'll spit and hiss at you.
Oh.
And we don't like spitting and hissing.
Cook it well. Okay.
You
So
gotta let
you
it
cook
air
it with
dry.
the bone up in there.
Oh yeah, leave the bone in, because that gives you beautiful flavour.
Okay.
Right, so what we're doing with our thighs is just season them both sides, a little bit of olive oil, and we're going to cook it in a medium heat. You can see it's not too savage, and then you let it sort of come up to
Look
come
how
up and get even.
beautiful and crispy it looks.
Right, and then what you do once you've got that golden brown is you add well, I'll cut them in half, but you don't need to chop them down.
Are those shallots?
Shallots, exactly.
So the chicken's not cooked through, is it? It's just cooked on the top? Is it cooked
You
through
cook it both ways, and then what you do once you sort of get the shallots in there and get a little bit of colour is you transfer it to the pan.
Baking dish, okay.
Right, so you come over here, and on this beautiful big purple sheet tray that they found for you guys.
How cute is that?
Yeah,
Today.
it matches.
I've even got purple shallots working.
Are they shallots or are they shallots?
Well, it depends what part of the world you're from.
Okay, so in Australia they're shallots.
We call them shallots, but I'll say shallots.
And do you call
for
these a grapes?
They're grapes. So throw the grapes in too, and what you do, you cook them on the vine. So this is a very simple recipe.
This is gorgeous.
And throw the herbs over the top. I like this. I'll just stand back here,
Now, can
Jenna,
I
and
ask
let you
a
do all the
question?
work.
Do you like apple picking?
I love it.
Oh.
Yeah, why?
Thank you. Now, her argument is dead. She does not like it. She's against it.
You're an anti-apple. How can you be against apple picking?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Apple picking's fabulous.
Okay.
We go every year, actually, up near Palm Springs with my kids.
Nice.
They love it. So, in here, I have some white wine.
Okay.
A little bit of thyme and a little bit of chicken stock, and you reduce it down, right? This is the sauce we're making now. So that's going to bubble and boil. What you do when you reduce something is you go from, let's say, a cup of liquid to a quarter cup of liquid, but you keep a cup of flavour. So you're intensifying the flavour, and that's what's happened here.
What about adding the most important ingredient?
Exactly, little butter. So the butter's to thicken, but also to flavour. So you take it off the heat.
So wait, what is this you're making right now?
This is the sauce. It's basically an emulsion of wine, chicken stock, and that flavour of thyme. You whisk it. It's called Monte à beurre. You're thickening with butter into French. And while we let that melt,
I just tasted a baked grape. They're kind of like a raisin.
they are. They get a little more intense in flavour.
I do.
Get it, Hoda.
Thank you.
And so then the idea here is you've got your grapes, those little crispy herbs.
You're right.
You stick it all on the plate like
They do
this.
taste like raisins.
They're a
They do,
raisin.
little raisiny.
Oh, sorry, I
And
didn't
then,
mean
of
to
course,
steal
that sauce that we've whisked together, that just gets drizzled over the top. You can finish it with a little salt and pepper. Here I have burrata.
Really beautiful.
We love burrata so much.
Isn't it so good? So it's mozzarella with a little stretchy tail.
Look at that.
I
How
just
beautiful
snip
is
it,
that? Look at that.
right? So then it'll just start to ooze. All right, so this one's already started.
Oh my God.
And you put it with this beautiful French bread, which we love.
Isn't that gorgeous? Little bit of baguette.
I love crunchy baguette. Don't
And
you?
it's a very simple dinner. It's a roast. It's a take on roast chicken, but very, very easy.
By the way, very flavorful and delicious.
I know. I feel like I'm going to make this.
Thank you, Curtis.
Curtis,
So
we
nice
love
to see you
you
guys.
for this recipe. Did you say I won't? For this recipe.
But you want to. You do really
No, you're
want to.
probably right. I probably won't. But it looks good. Okay, for this recipe, head to today.com/food.
anytime a recipe gets passed down from generation to generation, you know it's got to be real good. And as we take aim to make your life easier this week, we are going to share that specific recipe with you.
Okay, it is a roasted chicken and rice dish. It's been passed down from a mother to her son, and that son just happens to be a Michelin-starred chef. That chef is at his restaurant, Veranda, right here in New York City, Chef George Mendez. Hey, George.
George.
Hi.
How
Good
are
to see you again.
We're so happy
Live
to see
from Veranda.
you.
I love that.
Oh my God,
I know,
so happy.
Veranda's close to my neighborhood. I gotta come visit.
Yeah, definitely.
Get in here.
Let's talk about your mom's recipe, okay? Because a recipe has to be this good to be passed down. What is it about this specific one?
These are flavors that I grew up with in my childhood. My mother used to cook rice dishes for my sister and my dad a number of times a week. Sometimes it was chicken, sometimes it was rabbit, sometimes it was a tomato rice. So that cooking has had an enormous impact in my career. So, she spent time with the kitchen with me at many of my restaurants here at Veranda, and she's an enormous inspiration for everything that I cook with and create. Really, really rustic childhood, home-style flavors.
Yeah, and I think chicken and rice sounds like the perfect dish for us to cook tonight. So let's get started.
Yeah.
Tell us what we need to cook.
So I am on the over medium heat. I have a cast iron skillet, oven-proof, olive oil, onions, garlic. Right, a pinch of salt right away to get things started. Salt starts to release the moisture, so to develop that base of flavor. And then I'm going to get paprika going in there, and some sweet peppers. Great from the farmer's market right now this time of the year. Please visit your local farmer's market. More olive oil. I'm sure my mom right now is saying, add more olive oil. There we go. You can also add like a pinch of chili flakes as well. No rules here.
Hey, George, are you a dark meat guy, or are you a dark meat guy or a light meat guy?
I like both. I like the combination of both. Okay. When it comes to Thanksgiving, though, dark meat for sure. Okay. How about you guys?
We differ on this.
I like
Hoda likes dark, I like light.
Yeah.
Okay, so once you do all that, do we add the chicken? What's the next step?
Next step is we're going to add the rice.
Oh.
Here.
So that's
And it's a bomba or a cholesterol rice. It's a very short grain rice. Really important because it absorbs a lot of the flavors of the chicken broth.
Yum.
Is that
And the
uncooked
flavors.
rice or is that cooked rice you dumped in?
This is uncooked. This is uncooked.
And it doesn't need that long to cook?
It's going to need about 20 minutes in the oven, but of course I have one ready for you to show you.
Okay.
And then at this point, I'm going to add the chicken meat. So the chicken meat I have right here that's previously done. This was confit in olive oil, really slowly for about 40 minutes. It's skinless, bone-in thigh. And then we take the meat off of the bone and pull it, just like if you're doing pulled pork, you're doing pulled chicken. And that's in here right now.
If we buy, if we maybe don't have as much time, do you just buy a rotisserie chicken and
cut it
shred it?
Only if you don't have enough time, but with some
He prefers us to
organization
do
and a
this.
little bit of patience, you can do this at home. I promise you.
Okay.
Promise you. Promise you.
What's the next step?
Chorizo
Mm-hmm.
goes in there. All right. And then I'm going to add, so it's about 1 cup of rice, and I'm adding about 1.5 cups of broth. I'm using a roasted chicken broth. You can also use a vegetable stock. If you don't have that, you can use water.
Okay.
Just make sure it's nicely seasoned.
Yeah.
And that goes in carefully like so.
Okay.
So this is a one-pot dish.
It's almost
a
like a
one-pot dish.
paella.
Yeah.
That's right. The only difference is this goes in the oven. Paellas cook on the stove top for the most part, and traditionally over a live fire.
Okay. So do we pop that baby in the oven now?
That's right. So at this point, I got a 400-degree oven, and I'm going to go right off behind me.
Good job staying centered.
Nice.
And there you go.
How long does that cook?
That's going to cook about 20 minutes. I'm sorry.
20 minutes.
We have options there at the restaurant where we pre-cook it just for speed. At home, you can do the same thing. You can have par-cooked rice so that you can speed up the process as long as you have the chicken. The beauty behind this is it's a chicken confit. It's traditionally done with duck as well, and you can hold this in your fridge up to a week. So this
Wow.
whole step with your chicken thigh, you need to do ahead, right? You can preserve it in your fridge.
George, will
and
you
then if you really want to.
Sorry, I
Go
didn't mean to
ahead.
interrupt you, but will you show us that final
That's okay.
delicious rice dish?
How do you serve it up? What else do you add anything else to it?
Yeah, so I have sliced chicken breast that's also cooked very similar to the chicken thigh. That's poached in olive oil with thyme and bay leaf. And then once the time is done, the rice comes out of the oven, I slice the chicken breast over the top.
All right.
And here you go.
That
looks delicious.
gorgeous.
George, thank you so
George.
much for this recipe. Head
You
to
bet.
today.com/food.
We are joined by one of our all-time favorite chefs, today a contributor, Elizabeth Haskell.
Yeah, she's got some good news to share. A new cookbook. It's called Come On Over. Southern Delicious for every day and every occasion. It comes out in a few months. It's now available for pre-order.
And this morning, Elizabeth is showing us how to make a couple of delicious recipes, really easy ones from her book. Girl, how does book launch day feel? How you feeling?
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I mean, I seriously might spontaneously combust right here on this set. You know, it's been a hard year, and it's so good to have something to look forward to, something to get excited about. And we are going to inspire you with this book to celebrate every day. I mean, like this chicken divan casserole and caramel brownies, that's from our weekdays chapter. So look, when those kids come down for breakfast and they look at you with that face and they say, you know, what's for supper? You know, like breakfast wasn't enough, then you can say, oh, honey, chicken divan and caramel brownies. And I mean, the world's going to be happy. I mean, seriously, it's going to be Tuesday.
Yes.
Oh, it catches it on.
It's happening. Oh my gosh, it's finally, my dreams are coming. Tuesday's really catching on. So what are we making for Tuesday dinner?
Absolutely. So here we go. We have the chicken divan casserole. It is so easy. I have some cooked chicken and broccoli that's already in here. We're going to add a cream of mushroom soup, and that can be any can of cream of is going to be just fine. Whether you've got cream of chicken, cream of celery, it doesn't really matter. We have a little bit of half and half. That was sour cream.
Wow.
Cheddar cheese, people. Got to have some cheese if we're making a good casserole. And now we have all of our spices. So we've got a little bit of seasoned salt, a little bit of onion powder, some pepper, okay, and a little bit of garlic powder. And then we've got a little salt. And Mama was real funny. She loved to be exotic in the Mississippi Delta. So she would add curry powder to everything. I think it just made her feel real fancy. So you can add curry powder to this or not. It's completely up to you. We're going to mix this all up, and then we're going to pour it into our 9x13 casserole. Now, I serve this over my good friend Mike Wagner's 2 Brooks Farm rice. And then look, we're going to pull out our good china. It's Tuesday. But I'm telling you, if we don't start using these things that we love, I mean, you're missing. There are so many more Tuesdays in a year than there are New Year's Eves. And, honey, we're just going to pull it out and enjoy it.
Exactly.
I mean, what in the hell are we waiting on?
How about the dessert, Elizabeth?
Now, this is the best. So a lot of times we're running short on time during the week. I'm going to give you the easiest, fastest recipe you've ever seen. We're going to use a store-bought cake mix, and we use German chocolate cake mix. I've already made that with evaporated milk, and what you do is mix the melted butter, cook off half of it, okay? So just half, you're going to put that in the bottom, and then we're going to top it with chocolate chips. We add our caramel, and then once that's done, you smooth that out, and then you come back over with the rest of that topping that we had put in the fridge, and you just thin it out. It's almost like you're going to make a tapestry to cover the entire thing. This is going to go back in the oven on 350 degrees, and honey, you have got a dessert that is
Can
going
I ask
to
one
make...
question? Elizabeth, looks yummy. So do you
Look
actually...
at that.
Wait, do
Look
you...
at those
It looks
brownies.
crazy. Do you mix the cake mix like you're making a cake the way that they tell you?
No, you don't. So it's just the cake mix,
Just the powder.
melted butter and evaporated milk. And then you mix that up. So that's where we're taking a shortcut. And I'm not embarrassed to say it because I want your kids to have dessert tonight. And this is a way that you can do that. So this book has literally, it has recipes for celebrating everything. So whether it's a beach day, I've even got a chapter on diet days. We're even going to make that fun.
That's probably a
Of course,
short
we
chapter.
got a cheat day. Yeah. And then we've got cheat days, we have beach days, party days, Delta days.
Wow.
So
Love it.
please go ahead.
Do you have
Let's get
Fat
this book
Tuesday?
ordered. Yes, Fat Tuesday. Absolutely. That's going to be in the next book.
All right.
But you know, with I've got 3 kids. 2 of them are in college, and I've got 1 going on the way. And they really like expensive shoes, and we got to sell this book. So look, it comes out May 4th. So look, Mama Melville, I know she wants a copy, and this will be right before Mama's Day. So Craig, get on that phone as soon as this
yes,
segment's
ma'am.
over, and let's get that.
He's
book
on
ordered.
it.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
you can pre-order that copy of Come On Over. Just go to today.com/shop. And to get your hands on those recipes, those 2 at least, check out today.com/food.
Elizabeth, we love you. Good luck with the book.
Well, honey, I cannot thank you all enough. Cheers.
Cheers. Come on over.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Our Today food guest, Nadia Caterina Muna, who is incredible, also known as the Pasta Queen. She's taken social media by storm thanks to her tasty Italian recipes and hilarious videos, earning more than 43 million likes on TikTok. Nadia's here to tell us a little bit more about this breakfast dish from the new cookbook, which I told her I was going to move a lot of units today. Where's the book, Nadia?
I need you to
gotta
send
have the book.
Garten.
Here's the book, the Pasta Queen, just gorgeous cookbook. Nadia, good to see. So you said your daughter introduced you to the tiki-taki.
Yes.
You see it and there's kids dancing.
Yes.
And how did you become a cook and a queen of it all?
As I was about to delete the app off my
Right,
phone,
good,
I
good.
stumbled upon a blasphemous lasagna. Someone claiming to have made the perfect lasagna.
And it was terrible.
It was terrible.
And you knew you had to get on the medium.
It was a mission. It kind of ignited the fire within me.
mission. All right, so what do we have here, and what is this breakfast pasta?
So we are making a frittata di pasta.
Okay.
This is a Neapolitan special. Every family has their own version. Today we're making a pasta cake made out of salami, eggs, cheeses.
If I go to the
and
streets of
pepper.
Naples, is this a street food?
This is Italian street food.
Okay. Well, let's
at
cut the
its best.
salami.
Yes.
That's a very large salami there.
It is.
Can you substitute that for any sort of meat?
Yes, you can do bacon, seasoned bacon. You can do mortadella, anything. And also, it's beautiful because you can use any cheeses you want.
Yep.
I like fontina, Swiss cheese, provolone.
Of course you do.
Today we're using Parmigiano and mozzarella.
Okay, should I whip these eggs up?
So now we're adding the salami.
Hoda and Savannah are here enjoying
Look
the...
at him. He's doing all the work.
Yeah, I know. Well,
Now make my nonna proud. She's
good.
watching.
Okay.
Oh,
This is for you.
Aw.
And
Yes.
the Parmigiano.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
It's beautiful. So we have the
Gorgeous.
spaghetti.
Yep.
These are basically been kind of like tossed in with butter so that they're ready to be put into an oiled pan. And you really want to kind of like make sure that they're even.
So this could have been last night's leftover
this.
spaghetti, right?
This is the perfect leftover. You can use short pasta, long pasta.
So any old pasta would work.
Any old pasta would work.
Yeah, okay.
It's perfect.
Do you like
Just
doing
like
the
you
TikTok
are.
videos?
Oh.
Oh, you're sweet. Oh, that's so nice. Your husband's 10 feet away.
Yeah,
Your
don't
husband
worry,
said, your husband
babe.
said something funny
Someone's
to me.
cooking in the kitchen.
What did you say? You were the official
Chief pasta tester,
Yes.
just like you are.
chief pasta tester, the CPT. Yes, just like me. All right, so we're cooking this, and you want to get this crispy, right? So,
So now you pour this on.
should I do that now? Okay.
Yes.
Great. So this is the.
Look at him. We should hire him.
There we go.
So
Is that egg and cheese?
this is egg, cheese,
Cheese,
mozzarella, pepper, salt, and salami.
Do you need to press
So
it down at all?
You just move it a little bit so that you make sure that the sauce goes everywhere.
Okay.
And then you let it go on a low flame for about 10 minutes until it kind of sets.
How was it?
Delish.
You like it?
Gorgeous.
Did you make this?
Yeah, I make
Anna?
just like
This
you
is
are.
in your
Could I
wheelhouse?
make it? I don't know.
Is this
You know,
hard? Is this a difficult dish for people
Let
to
me
make?
wait. We're not done
Okay.
yet.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this is the thing. Once this is cooked at the bottom,
Yes.
Yep.
the bottom becomes the top. Just sometimes
okay,
in
okay.
people,
Yeah.
you know, in life, when you're at the bottom, all of a sudden you're at the top.
That's tasty.
Yeah.
So now this was the base, and we flipped
Pour a
it.
little marinara over it.
But how did you flip it? You just like.
So basically, you use anybody as a sheet pan, right?
Yes.
So you put it on top like that.
Oh, and then flip it.
Yes.
That's how I always wanted it. See,
And then
that's
you
where it's
slide
tricky.
it back in.
And
And
then
then
you
you
cook
let
the
it cook at the bottom for another 5 minutes.
Okay. So
Grazie, Nadia.
It's gorgeous,
No,
just
we're not
like you
done.
are.
We're not done. We're not done. What, do you ever drizzle a little sauce on this, like a little marinara, a little something on top? If you want to,
No, Carson.
No.
Absolutely
So
not.
my 13-year-old, when he wakes up and doesn't eat breakfast, this is like a piece
This
of
is a
pizza.
perfect breakfast.
Hey, Dad, I'll see you later. Just take
Yes.
take it with you.
This is like hiking food, picnic food.
Yeah.
You can eat it cold, hot, whichever way you like.
Yeah. It's kind of like a quiche.
Yes.
But with pasta.
Yes,
That's yummy.
exactly.
How much fun did you have making the cookbook? You have over 100 pasta recipes in there. And what is your favorite of all 100?
The lasagna from my nonna.
That's your best.
It's the top. If I was stranded on a deserted island, I would want to have that with me.
Right.
It's substantial.
I like
Well, congratulations. Thanks for
I don't want aglio olio. No.
Okay.
Anyways,
Grazie, Nadia.
Thank you
Cookbook
for
is
having me.
The Pasta Queen.
Thank you,
Delicious.
Oda.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Today.com/food is where you can get this recipe. Pick up the book. There's hundreds of wonderful recipes, and photographs of your family are beautiful too. Thank you, Nadia.
All right. Today we are in for a treat because our pal Scott Conant is cooking for us.
Scott is hosting Peroni's Taste of Italy tomorrow night at the 15th Annual New York City Wine and Food Festival, where 100% of the net proceeds will benefit God's Love We Deliver. Hey, Scott, good to see you, man.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
So it's you and Alex Gornicelli, is that who's?
Me and Alex, my good friend
Come
Alex.
on.
We're going to have a blast.
That's a party.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That
Yeah,
event is a party.
She's always so much fun. I
She's
love her so
wild.
much, and she's such a great inspiration. She is just blowing up lately, so we're going to have a good time.
Cool. All right,
tomorrow night.
what do we-
Good.
yeah,
We're going to
what
make
do
some pasta. I got penne. It's cooking over there. We have pancetta, butternut squash. First thing we're going to do is we're going to take this butternut squash. I think a lot of people get. It's a little bit of a challenge, butternut squash. You have to peel it. You have to take the seeds out of the interior. So I always say there's 2 layers on that you really want to get rid of. That exterior, and then there's a whitish layer. You want to get rid of that as much as possible. And then cut it into like 1-inch chunks, just like this. Very simply put it on a sheet tray, a little bit of salt.
Classic.
A little bit of olive
Yeah,
oil.
always.
You could toss it in a bowl and then put it together. I
Stick it in
roast
the
that
oven?
in like a 400-degree oven for
Oh.
about 20 minutes or
Oh,
so.
beautiful. Okay, cool.
So I really like that hard exterior. Then I take this pancetta, so raw pancetta.
Look
We're
at
going to
that.
dice it just like this, and then cook it in this pan that we have here. I already have some in
Okay, so
there.
you chop it up into little
Chop
baby
it up into little pieces, and then we're going to let that render out quite a
Did
bit.
you put olive oil or is that just the fat?
I added a touch of olive oil
Okay.
to it just to get it going.
A little crispy pancetta is so good on anything, right? Gives us a little texture.
Yeah, and I was just saying to Hoda that not a single calorie in this pancetta.
Yes.
You know,
Is that
that's
right?
the
Look
good,
at that. It's that special
This is the
kind.
special,
Yeah,
the
I
special
bet.
stuff.
All right.
We're gonna let that render around and get a little bit crispy, and then we're gonna add a little bit of sage pancetta. I mean, all these autumnal flavors.
What is this?
That's a little bit of sliced shallot, a pinch of crushed red pepper. I'm just going to let that cook until it looks like this. This is getting a little darker than I'd like it to be. What we can do is take this penne right out, you see, and I utilize that cooking liquid as well.
So use that pasta water in there?
That's pasta water. So that pasta water, what happens is, this is the same pasta water. And then as I cook that down, it's going to continue cooking the pasta about the rest of the way. So I cook the pasta about 90% of the way here. I finish it in this pasta cooking liquid.
Do you like your pasta al dente or regular?
I like it al dente.
Everyone likes it chewy.
Yeah.
Hey,
well,
it's
the texture that's so
texture,
delicious.
You like a little bite?
A little bite, yeah.
Okay. And do you do what I do, Scott? You just pull one out and try it to know it's done?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I don't take the spaghetti and throw it against the wall.
Does anyone actually do that or not?
I mean, somebody must do it.
Yeah, at some point somebody did.
That butternut squash is amazing.
The butternut squash is so good. That concentration of flavor.
Scott.
Something as simple as throwing it in the oven, it's great. I do it with broccoli and cauliflower, autumn squashes, all that stuff. It's great.
Oh, yum.
Yeah.
Anything more you can tell us about you and Alex in the event?
Oh my God, it's going to be a lot of fun. I don't even know how many restaurants are participating. It's a ton of restaurants. I think there's still some tickets available, which is the fun part. Alex is going to sing a song, I think, at some point.
Is she?
Yeah, I'm putting her on the spot now. I hope she's watching this. I think she's going
to.
There's some of those Italian classics, you know? Yeah, like The Godfather.
There you go. Old school.
You're tan. Where were you?
I live in Arizona.
Oh, okay, cool.
Always 10.
All right.
Year-round 10.
Yeah.
Cool.
For this delicious recipe, and man, is it good, head to today.com/food.
One and only Bobby Flay. For decades, we've watched him create some of our favorite dishes on countless TV shows and more than a dozen cookbooks. His latest is called Sundays with Sophie, and it takes us inside the Flay family kitchen, a collection of dishes inspired by meals with his daughter. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, this has got to be near and dear to you. Does Sophie cook too? You've been teaching her your skills?
Yes, she does. So Sundays with Sophie. Sophie's basically standing in for everybody. The idea is that it's Sunday meals or just meals for the family around the table. And actually, I devised a lot of these recipes during the quarantine because, like everybody else, I was cooking 3 meals a day at home. And so the recipes are incredibly simple, and they're really built for the home cook.
Oh, good. I love that. Okay, simple. You had me at hello.
Okay.
Talk about this poached egg. This is cacio e pepe poached eggs.
Cacio e pepe poached eggs. So cacio e pepe simply means cheese and pepper.
Yes.
We usually see it classically on pasta.
Yeah.
But everybody's cacio e pepeing everything.
Now, is this a breakfast or is this? I know. Is this breakfast or is this dinner?
No.
Like,
this is like breakfast or brunch, or like it could definitely be like a late night. Listen, there's plenty of times I love eggs for dinner.
Me too.
And so basically what I do is I make a vinaigrette. This is very, very simple. So it's some white vinegar, some honey, some shallots, okay? This reminds me of when we did our cooking thing together.
I know, remember?
I know.
Do you want me to stir that? I can do that now.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead. Exactly.
Look at me whisking.
And then some olive oil. And then we're gonna add some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, of course. and then some cracked black pepper. So there's the cheese, there's the cacio and the pepe, so to speak.
I mean, this is
Black
delicious
pepper.
right here. And this is our little dressing.
Exactly. There you go. So then we're going to poach some eggs, and a lot of people are
I'm intimidated. All right, show me.
So it's 2 ingredients. One of them is water. The other is some vinegar. Okay. And the vinegar is going to help the egg. This is my big word of the day: coagulate the egg.
Oh, okay.
So that kind of brings it to
a little bit. Do you guys know how to poach an egg?
Got it.
Al, I know
No,
you do.
no.
Raise your hand if you can poach an egg.
Al can.
Okay, yeah.
Al poaches eggs with his eyes closed.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna just, and here's a little tip. I crack the eggs and I first put it into a little ramekin because if I break it, I don't want to put it in here.
Oh, true.
And a lot of times you'll do that if you just kind of go right into the water.
Okay.
So we're gonna let those poach. They poach for just like I don't know 3 or 4 minutes. And the best thing to do is kind of just do a little whirlpool so it gets a really beautiful shape.
Seems like it'd be hard to get those out.
Oh no,
without
they come
breaking
right
them.
out.
Really?
As soon as you can get them out, you just take them out. It's very, very simple.
Okay.
Should be no problem.
Okay.
We have some toast over here.
All right.
Okay. So sourdough bread, some kind of country loaf. I like mine like slightly thick, maybe I don't know, maybe sort of like 1.5 inches or so like that, and then just some good quality olive oil on the bread.
Yeah.
And then some salt and pepper. And this is one of the things that people forget when they're making toast. Don't forget to season it as well. Salt and pepper your toast. Like bring out the flavor of that delicious bread that you have.
I never do that. Okay.
Exactly.
Good call.
Okay. So we have the toast. I put a little more.
You just roast this in the oven, or you
I'm
put
sorry,
this in like the toaster
so you can
oven?
put it in the oven, you can put it under the broiler, or you
Okay.
can just put it in the toaster.
Got it.
I think a toaster is probably the best case
Okay.
scenario,
Yeah,
right?
that's
It works.
easiest. What's happening over here? Should we get these out?
You can do that if you want, but we're down here.
Okay. I was just concerned about that.
This is Savannah in the kitchen right here. This is the kitchen.
Distracted.
Coming to Food Network. Okay, so we have a garlic clove, and I just rub the garlic clove a little bit on the bread, just to give it a little bit of flavor.
Yep.
This is a very savory meal. A little more olive oil, and then we take our poached eggs, and we put the poached eggs right on top. Whoops! Right on top of our bread.
Okay.
And then we take our dressing.
Yes.
that we
Okay.
made.
Now this is the good stuff.
And this is where all the flavor comes in. Okay.
Oh, yum.
Just
How do they
pour
taste,
that
you guys?
right over there.
Wonderful. Finished it.
Really good.
Some Parmigiano.
Oh man.
Some fresh chives.
I mean, come on.
Can you make the dressing ahead of time, Bob?
Absolutely, and of course you can use it for salads or you
I
can
was
put
about
it
to
on a
ask
dish or
that.
vegetables.
Anything.
Absolutely, very, very versatile.
Okay.
But this is what I was doing at home. It's like
So yummy.
you're at home, like you just take the ingredients that you have in your cupboard and you make dishes, and this was one of them.
Okay. Well, that looks. Should I have a bite?
Yeah.
I'm so worried about those other
Dive
eggs.
in and go grab 'em
Okay.
out.
I
They'll be
just so
okay.
want
They'll
them
be
to
yours.
You got to cut it.
Okay. Here we go. Someone else gonna have to read
Gets
these.
gooey. Gets gooey.
Gets good.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
So yummy, Bobby.
Wow,
that's a GIF right there.
Someone's working on it.
You can catch
Wow.
Bobby again
On the
on
third
our
hour.
third hour. You can also get us recipes. Today.com/food.
Also, catch Bobby's Triple Threat tonight on Food Network. Don't forget the cookbook.
Oh yes.
Sundays with Sophie.
Yeah, Sundays with Sophie and Triple Threat tonight at 9. We'll see you there.
On sale today.
one, the only Giada De Laurentiis, the famed chef and founder of the website and blog Giadzi. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
That's so cute. Giadzi is here with a simple, flavorful recipe for pasta zozzona. Giada, good morning.
Hi.
It has been 1,000 years since we saw you
I
in
know.
person.
It's
How's
been
everything?
A hot second. It's been great. It's been great.
How's the fam?
The fam's great.
Yeah.
Jade started 9th grade, so
I
we're in
can't
high school
believe
now.
that. Oh my gosh.
So the days of like a little kid are over, as you probably know well, because your kids are getting older.
They're getting older.
And and so tonight I'm gonna jet off to Italy. Going to go to Rome and Milan and see some, farmers and some families that, make the ingredients.
I love when you go to Italy because then you come back and you've learned all kinds
Yes,
of
and
new
I collect all this stuff and curate it and put
I
it on
already
Johnson.com.
predicted that the tasters will have clean plate
Halfway
club
there.
across
Right
the board.
I am
because-
Well, let's show
This
you how
is
to make it
delicious.
then.
What do we do? Pasta zozzona.
So I heard you've been cooking.
Well, that's a stretch, but
No,
I have
okay.
learned. I
Okay,
can do
well,
a couple things.
Can you hold a knife and chop this for me?
I think so.
Or do you want me to
How
do
do
it?
you want it chopped?
Like that.
Oh. Well, it's not going to be that good.
Just watch your fingers,
Okay.
whatever you do.
I know, that's
So,
what everyone says.
This is a shallot.
Yes.
I like the shallots because they're a little bit sweeter, but you could definitely use just a regular onion if you wanted to.
Okay,
But
let's pretend I did this.
Okay, that's great. Perfect.
Blah, blah, blah.
Throw
Okay,
it in there.
there.
Okay.
Okay.
No, wait.
What?
I got to take the pancetta out. So this is pancetta. So
The pancetta is coming out.
Wait,
Oh,
this
man.
pasta is a mashup of two of Rome's classic pastas, okay? Carbonara, which we all know is creamy. Hold on.
Yes, delicious.
Here, dump it in there.
Yeah, it was just taking an hour.
Well, usually I do this all in one pan, but today.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Those smell good. Okay, what is this, sausage?
Yeah, and this
Yum.
is sausage. So it's a mashup of carbonara and amatriciana, both Roman dishes.
Okay.
One is a tomato based and one is like sort of a creamy egg based, right?
Would you
so
use
cook
the
these
same
together.
pancetta plate or whatever this is called, saucepan, if you can normalize?
Yes, so I use
Okay.
one skillet
Okay.
to do everything. 'cause
That's what
some of the fat from the
That's what I was trying to articulate.
Some of the fat from the pancetta cooks the onion.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, because the shallot. Okay.
What about
so
all
then
this?
you can dump the rest of the shallot in here.
Okay.
This is great because just dump and stir for you.
I
It's
know,
great.
it is.
Okay.
I do like
garlic.
that. Garlic, okay. Big old whole
Just
cloves.
have your husband prep it all for you,
I
and then you
know.
can come home and
I
put it
mean,
together.
seriously.
Right? Okay, wait, no, tomatoes first. Give me the
why?
Calabrian
Why does
chili.
that matter even?
So that I'm
The whole
going to show
thing?
you. Yes, the whole thing. So you see how smooth this is? So in Italy we call this a passata. So it's basically no seeds in it, and it's
Oh.
very creamy.
Yeah, it
and
looks-
you buy it just like this.
Okay, it looks like ketchup, but isn't.
But isn't ketchup,
Okay.
I promise.
So I'm warming this up, and then I add the spicy stuff.
Yeah, so this is Calabrian chili, which you may have heard of. You guys all may have heard of it now. It's very popular these days.
We're too busy eating.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, this makes it spicy, and it's going to make it really spicy because that's a lot of Calabrian chili.
Okay.
But you could use red pepper flakes in
Yeah.
place of it, but this has more of like a balancing
Is it easy
sweet
to find,
and
though?
spicy.
All these fancy ingredients you've got. Can we find that?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
On Jazzy.com. Okay,
Oh,
moving on.
oh,
Move
oh
on.
my God,
Move
shameless
on, but you
plug.
can find
Okay.
it on other places
Now, what
too.
are these cute little pasta?
Okay, so look at this little pasta.
Aren't they the cutest?
So these are known as nodi marini. So they're from Naples.
Okay.
And you see they look like a little knot.
I love them.
Aren't they cute?
Marini. Thick. They're
So
like
I
little donuts.
I found them in Naples a few years ago, and then I started, bringing them back for everybody to have. A
I
little
love
taste
it.
of Italy.
Okay.
Okay, sauce is cooking. It
Yeah.
takes about 10 minutes, but on this burner it might take 5.
Okay.
Anyhow, so that all cooks together. So this is the tricky part right here.
I did not see eggs coming.
Well, because I said it was a mashup between carbonara
okay.
and amatriciana. Amatriciana
Right.
has
You did say
pancetta,
that.
it's a tomato sauce, carbonara, as we all know.
Okay, so how does this get into it?
So it got into the bowl. I
I mean,
separated
how
the
does
eggs.
the egg get into the recipe?
Yes, because it's a mashup of carbonara has eggs.
Yeah, I
and
know.
Parmesan
Okay,
cheese.
yeah.
Okay, go.
What,
so
whisk?
Yes, you're going to break up and whisk the 3 yolks.
Look at this, y'all.
Look at you whisking.
See, look how good you are, yo. I think you've learned a thing or two.
I've whisked.
Okay, ready? So now we're going to add pecorino, half a cup, and 1 cup of Parmigiano Reggiano.
Oh my gosh, now we're getting to it.
Okay, so this is the trick right here.
Okay.
Because if you add this directly into here, what
Thick.
happens?
It's thick and lumpy.
Well,
Yeah,
you end up with scrambled eggs,
Right,
which
right,
you don't
right,
want.
right.
Okay,
No,
so here we go.
This is
It's okay.
This is my issue
Just
with
water
whisk.
there?
It's okay. It's
let's
okay.
bring the
Ready?
water in. Yeah.
Okay. Slowly, this is pasta water. So we're using it when you cook the pasta, reserve about a 1/4 cup, and you're going to use hot pasta water to break this up and create a creamy sauce, slowly. So when you add this...
Really bugging me. Okay, yeah. Don't you just want to get that out of there?
I don't understand
What
the
would you
whisk.
do?
It makes no sense.
The whisk.
Right?
It always happens with
There
the
we go.
whisk.
It's totally fine.
Okay.
Don't take it out on the whisk. It's totally fine. Leave
Okay,
the whisk
okay,
alone.
okay.
Okay, so you're going to use this instead,
Yes,
and you're just
okay.
going to continue to mix it. We got to keep mixing it.
We'll have
Mix
this for
and
dinner tonight,
add.
the way we're going.
Mix and add. Mix and add. Okay.
I'm so
now
glad
that
they gave us so long for this segment.
Yeah, there we go. And that's it. So this is
Oh,
is
now
the
we
part.
can get that
yeah,
in
so
there.
now you can get this back in there.
All right, we're back to the.
And I'm gonna add the pasta in the sauce.
Remember when you had that cooking show, Savannah?
Remember, it's coming back for the holidays.
Oh, great.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
You should come on it, actually,
Oh,
Giada.
I'm good. I'm good.
I'd love to. Now that you've invited, now that you've invited me, I can come on
Yes.
it.
Okay. Now what?
Okay, so now you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, off the heat. So we're gonna turn the heat off. You
Yes.
want to do this off the heat? Go ahead and add it.
And then you poured it.
This is exciting. I
There we
really
go.
didn't see this coming in the recipe.
Well,
And what
there
does
you
it
go.
really add to it? Just like a thicker sauce?
It creates creaminess. Go grab a bowl and taste
Okay,
it.
I will. I will.
And then we finish it. So we basically do this off the heat. You got to do this
Yeah.
off the heat so you don't scramble the eggs. You just keep tossing it, and
Yeah.
the eggs get cooked by the boiling hot water. And in the heat of the pan.
It is so good.
Oh, good. See, look,
Beyond.
good,
What
good,
is-
good.
what is that?
Then a little bit of pancetta to finish
Oh,
it
my
off.
pancetta.
Did you want to taste?
No, I'm got all of
Yeah,
it.
that's so yummy.
And then a little bit more cheese to finish it. And we're done.
Okay.
Pasta alla zona. With
Wonderful.
Nodi Marini.
Jonah, thank you.
But wait,
You
there's
think I
more.
could do this?
You got it.
She's back in our third hour with a creative spin on a lasagna and a delicious Italian dessert. You can get Giada's recipes and more at today.com/food. Giadzi, thank you for coming. We love you. We're back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
Thank you,
Delicious.
If you planned on ordering Italian tonight, watch this one first. We're going to show you how to make a satisfying spaghetti dish with the ingredients that are already in your kitchen.
It's a recipe from the new book, Dinner in One, by New York Times food columnist Melissa Clark.
Melissa makes everything easy, Bobby. Bobby, do you cook?
I do not
Okay.
cook. I do not
Melissa,
cook at all.
We're going to teach
You
him
have
right
your
now.
marching orders.
Exactly, we're going to teach you.
Okay.
Okay, so we are making a pasta carbonara takeoff.
Okay.
So this is an easier version because we're going to do everything in one pan.
I like it. Simple.
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
in
It's
one.
just because everybody, people who love to cook still don't like to do dishes.
Yes,
So
yes.
this book is going to take care of that for you. So
There's eggs and pasta and bacon. I'm so
I know.
confused right now.
I know. You're thinking, is it breakfast time or what?
Yeah.
This is a traditional carbonara combination, but what I'm doing is doing it in one pan, and I'm going to add some fresh greens to make it a little lighter.
Okay.
Eggs.
All right. So will you beat those for me? You can do that,
How
right?
many?
Do I-
5?
So I have some eggs
Is
and I
this-
have some
I don't know how
extra
to-
egg yolks.
Is it just? Is this?
I'm
That's
gonna
not
show you.
beating.
No,
I told you I can't cook.
But we're going
And
to
then I would get it on our clothes, and it'd be a whole thing.
I know. That's
Yes.
the thing about cooking. It can be a little messy. Now, okay, I'm going to use 2 kinds of cheese right here. Now, Bobby.
Yes.
This one is the Parmesan. Put it right in.
How much?
Oh, the whole
Oh, the whole thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
we want a lot of cheese.
We're going at it.
Is that your wedding ring? The red one?
It is.
Oh, that's
Well,
nice.
because it's rubber, and I thought I was cooking today, and I didn't want
You wanted to slip in an extra, so we'll
Yes,
get messy.
they're
Nice.
chewy.
Okay, and then Hoda, I've got also some pecorino. I'm using
Pecorino.
2 kinds of cheese
look at
to
that.
make it. One is a little nutty, one is a little salty.
There's a cheese called pecorino.
Pecorino, exactly. Because guess what?
That
It's made from
sounds
sheep.
expensive.
All right, now we're going to add some pepper and some salt, and then
Okay.
this is bacon.
Oh,
So-
yeah. Now we're
Kind of
talking.
bacon, regular.
So this is regular bacon. You'd
smells
use
good.
pancetta if you were in Italy, but use
Okay.
whatever kind. And I have some onion right here,
smell
and
that.
the onion is cooking in the bacon fat,
Oh,
and
that's
that
the
is
best.
part of what's going to make it so delicious.
I
Is
love
that's going to
that.
have that
Holy
flavor throughout
moly,
the
it
whole
smells
day.
so good.
Exactly.
Yummy.
All right.
Okay.
Now
Can I ask you
here.
a silly question?
Yeah.
Did you cook the bacon and then chop it up, or did you chop it
No,
up?
I chopped it first, and
When
that
it
way
was
you
raw?
don't have to take it out of the pan,
Okay.
and
Okay.
it's
Okay.
neater that
Got
way.
it.
All right, now here is the part that I love. So to make this a one-pot meal, we're going to cook the pasta in with the bacon.
You're
and
gonna boil it
we're
in
gonna
here?
boil it in here instead of messing up another pot.
What?
And this is also, what's so great about this is that it allows the pasta to take on a lot of flavor from the bacon because it's
Okay.
absorbing it, right? So we're going to add some water right here.
Okay.
Oops.
And you just
then,
cover it? Should be all covered?
yeah, we're gonna
Okay.
first we're gonna just let it simmer for a few minutes, then we cover it,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna add a little more salt.
I'm so intrigued by breakfast
I
foods
know.
and pasta.
I know, isn't it great?
Okay.
And then another great thing about this also is that you have a lot of control over it because you're standing right here, so you know when it's perfectly al dente.
Okay.
So you know when it's just right. So this is what it looks like. This takes about 10 minutes, and afterwards, this is what you get.
Do you throw it
So-
against the wall to see if it's done? That's what my grandma always told me.
You want to
Throw
try
against
it?
the
You want to
wall.
try it? Do it.
But, yeah, that one's not going to work.
If you do this one, you're just going to mess up your wall. It's
Okay.
definitely done.
Okay.
All right, so just give it a little stir.
Swirl it around? Now,
Exactly.
what about the egg mixture
yeah,
with
so
all the-
we have the egg right
Oh,
here.
there it is.
And then this is what you do. You add it. So this is off the heat at this point, and the
Okay.
pasta's hot.
Still hot, yeah,
So
I can
it's
see
going
this
to cook the egg. You don't have raw egg here. You have the pasta cooks it immediately. It coats it. It makes this beautiful silky sauce. Oh, look at that. You're doing that perfectly. Oh my God.
So you just
Do
keep
you cook
mushing
a
it
lot,
around? No,
Oh.
no, I do not.
But when you do,
I
you
do
know what
not.
you're doing.
Okay, so you keep mushing it
Yeah,
around
you keep
until it's
mushing it
all
around.
over.
Yeah, and then, okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to, so
Okay.
this is another thing that they do
Okay.
not do with carbonara in Italy. They do not add fresh greens.
Oh, you add it
And
here?
I'm going to add all, yeah, so I have some spin, yeah, throw it all
The
in.
whole thing?
The whole thing because
That's what I said
took-
about the cheese. I couldn't believe
Exactly.
it.
I know, isn't it amazing though?
And this
Because
whole
it
thing?
absorbs it.
What's
and
this?
that is parsley.
Parsley.
And basil.
And oh, I love basil.
And yeah, and we're
Okay,
just
so-
making a slightly fresher,
Okay.
lighter
So you
version.
keep mixing.
Keep mixing. And
Should
another
we try
thing,
it?
yeah. Another thing here is this is a one-pot meal because you have your veg. You have your pasta, your eggs, your bacon, and your veg.
Okay.
Do you want a little
What
extra
hour
cheese?
do you eat this? Again, I'm so. What's the
Any
perfect hour?
of the day.
7
Right now,
a.m.
you
or
know
10
what?
p.m.?
10:30. This is the
Okay.
perfect hour of the day. 7:30
Oh my
in LA.
gosh.
What do you think? Do you love it? See,
That is so good.
Bobby, you could make this at home, right? You
Good.
saw how easy that was.
This is what I'm going to say. Sometimes, for example, like a frosty and a fry in the South, we do that. It shouldn't go together, but it does.
Right.
This is that.
Oh, a
So
frosting and a
good.
fry. Oh, I
Yeah,
love it.
that's a real.
It shouldn't go together, but it does.
Sure.
Yeah,
Awesome.
but this does.
Yeah.
All right, to make this at
Bacon, egg
home, head
pasta.
to today.com/food for more of Melissa's recipes. Check out her new book. You can get it at today.com/shop. Dinner in one.
I got to swallow here.
It's now time for Superfood Friday, and this morning we have Today nutritionist Joy Bauer. She is on a roll, or some roll to be exact. She's here with two versions of the dish we can all make this weekend. Good morning to you.
Hey, Joy.
Hey guys.
Hey, Joy.
Yes, we are going to rock and roll.
Okay. Let's dig in. What's the first one?
So I'm going to tell you, not only are these light and refreshing, but they're super fun to make. And in the beginning, it's a little bit fussy, but once you get the hang of it, you are in. And I'm going to start with what I'm calling my shrimp summer rolls. So first, I'm going to make the shrimp filling. And here I have 1 pound. This was actually frozen shrimp, and I got it cooked, but without the shell on. And I took off the tails and I just chopped it up. So this is 1 pound of cooked shrimp right here.
Okay.
And I add in some celery for crunch, some chives and lemon zest, a whole bunch of wonderful herbs. This is going to be tarragon and dill and a little bit of salt and pepper. And honestly, you could put whatever you have in your garden or you have in your fridge. This is a little bit of mayo. You can use regular or light.
a dash for some zing of lemon juice, and a little bit of extra virgin olive oil, and
yummy.
that's it.
That looks
so
fresh.
now it's so fresh. And here's the other thing. This is 100% customizable. So if you want, you can swap in bay scallops or crab or treat yourself and put a little bit of lobster in there, or you could even do chicken. Anything goes. So now that it's mixed, and you see, I love how
Even that
herbs
alone
give it
looks
that
yummy.
pop of.
Yeah.
It's a shrimp salad.
Yeah.
It's really delicious.
Hey, Joy,
so
what's
now,
the difference between a spring and a summer roll?
That's a great question. So a summer roll is uncooked and it uses a rice paper wrap, and I'm going to show you that. And a spring roll is actually cooked and they use a dough outside.
Boom.
All right, let's get rolling, Joy.
So this is, love that, Jill. This is our wrapper. And you see, like, it's not really flexible. If I started to wrap this, it's going to break in half. So this is the only part that you really have to master. I have a big bowl of water, and I'm going to submerge this just for 10 seconds. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I am wasting prime time.
Oh my gosh!
over
Like
here.
in TV time, that was just like an hour.
I know.
Well, that's the end of the segment, guys.
Tomorrow, Joy's going to count to 20.
So I'm shaking off the water,
wanna
and
roll
I
today.
place it down here. I'm going to get rid of my water, and we're going to roll now. So the first thing I'm going to do is I like a little bit of greenery. So I put down a lettuce right in the middle, and I'm going to scoop in some of my shrimp salad, just like this. And this is fun with a crowd. You could get them to wrap it up. You
Yeah.
wrap over the top. It's like burrito style.
Is that
and you're
that's
gonna wrap
edible,
it this
right?
way.
That wrap? That's an edible wrap, obviously.
It's edible and it's low in
cooking
carb,
segment.
right? Would that be
Is
fun?
that an
to do on Friday?
ornamental wrap? Is that going on the Christmas
No, you
tree?
have to scoop out the inside. And so I'm rolling it up, and that's it. And there you go.
I see
And there you have it.
I was going to say, I see mango. I heard you do a spicy mango. salad, too.
Yeah, so that's the cool part. So it's 100% customizable. So here I'm showing the fixins for a spicy mango.
I see
Now you see
jalapeno.
I have jalapeno for crunch. I have aromatic basil leaves I put in. I have creamy, heart-healthy avocado. These are julienne cucumbers, and I know mango's a little bit pricey right now, so also if you prefer, you could do sliced purple grapes, you could do apple, pear, berries, anything goes. But I'm going to show you what these look like finished. So
they look
this
beautiful.
is, aren't these great?
Wow.
And fresh.
What is that? That sauce looks amazing.
Okay, so I am really, really excited about this sauce. My family is obsessed with the spicy cashew dressing that you get out at a lot of the popular salad bar restaurants, and they kind of dared me to try it and to recreate it. So all you have to do is I take some raw cashews. I put it at the bottom of a blender with boiling water on top, and then you add in reduced sodium soy sauce, some sriracha, a little bit of maple syrup, lime juice, and a few herbs. And I'm telling you, I want to see if I could pour this for you so you could see how creamy it is. Look at that.
We have to go, but I just want to say, she made that for me once, and I just dipped vegetables in it. Like you could dip a shoe in it. It's so delicious.
You could
And
dip a shoe.
yeah. All right, Joy.
Jill
Jill
is
is
my
your rock and
face.
roll moves as we go to break.
I want to be her
Oh,
guinea
here we
pig.
go.
Can you call me the next time you're testing in the kitchen?
You guys are like my favorite taste testers,
Yay.
always.
Kevin, good morning.
What's up, Savannah? How you doing?
This is one of my absolute favorite dishes. I would have thought I could never make it at home. It's like a Thai peanut pasta dish.
Pea pasta-ish fusion dish.
Okay.
It's really easy to make, I promise you. Now,
Okay.
now I've been watching you cook, recently.
Oh.
So
Oh my
I know.
gosh.
So just go ahead and go ahead. All right. So what we're going to do first is we have to string these sugar snap potatoes.
What do you mean?
Peas. So we're going to do this right here.
Yeah.
And then just peel it because you see this string?
Oh,
It comes right on
yeah.
out.
We have to devein it.
Yes, devein it. Kind of
Okay.
like shrimp. Okay, but do this.
Is that one done?
This one is already done.
Okay.
Let's try this one right here.
But why am I taking the string out? I would.
Because it's hard to chew afterwards.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
All right. Well, let's
don't
just-
go all the way
Oh,
through. I
shoot.
should have just okay.
Well, okay.
So just cut
Well,
like a
let's
little
not
slit
waste
of
all
it.
our time here because everyone else
Okay.
at home knows how to do this. Okay. No,
right.
everyone else
Next,
isn't
we're
as
gonna
bad
add-
as I am.
All right,
Okay.
so we're gonna add in our peas here.
Yeah.
We're gonna get this going a little bit hotter, and we're gonna saute this. Good, good, good. You're doing
Does the
that.
string go all the way down?
It should
Yeah,
go
I
all the
feel
way
like I
down,
only
or
got
maybe
part of
about
it.
a quarter of the way down. It's
Okay.
okay. Don't peel
Okay,
it. though.
sorry,
Move
sorry.
on.
Okay, so we're sauteing that. Yeah.
We're gonna saute this for about 2-3 minutes.
Okay.
Add in our shrimp.
Now these
And
are
you wanna-
peeled. These look peeled.
These are peeled and deveined. They've got- Look at you. You're a pro already.
right. Ooh.
See, put some respect on your name.
Yeah.
People need to know. Put
Yeah.
some respect
Thank
on
you.
your name.
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing over
That's
here.
right. Okay,
Okay,
we're
go ahead.
sauteing
Go ahead
what?
and
Just
move it around.
That
Yeah.
hot? No, okay, just move it around. Just
Saute this for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
Now, ideally, this would be cooked, and we're gonna take this out of the skillet
Yeah.
to rest. We're gonna put that into that bowl. Don't do it right now.
Okay, I
on
won't.
camera.
Not ready.
All right. Now, just imagine that we've
Pretend.
done that.
Yes.
Pretend. And now, making the sauce really easy. We're gonna add in some coconut milk.
Oh. Why do
Yeah.
you choose coconut milk? For the flavor, or it's lighter, or
Flavor, lighter, plus it's complements the curry very
Okay.
well. So add in some curry paste,
what? Okay, curry paste.
some red curry paste.
Am I going to stir this all
and
up?
stir this up, and then you're gonna add in some natural peanut butter. Just get the natural peanut butter with the
Natural.
oil, not the
Okay.
kind with all the sugar and the jelly in it. Even
Now,
though
am I
that stuff is
stirring this all
delicious.
up? Watch
Yes.
out.
Stir it up. Okay. Good
Well, I had to
Lord.
get the peanut butter
Please
off.
don't launch this just like
Okay.
Jenna did hers.
I know,
There we
I
go.
know. Oh, you were watching that. I saw that.
I
yeah.
watched it. See, look at you.
Okay,
Look
yeah.
at this. And so all we're gonna do is we're gonna get this down into a nice
Ooh.
paste. Now, here is a little hack. We're gonna add in some carrots, right?
Okay.
Now, if you don't know how to julienne a carrot,
I
look
know,
at this
it's hard.
tool.
Yeah, show
a
me.
peeler. Look at this. All you do is oops, wrong way. Just like this. And it creates these long.
It's like the lazy woman's peeler. I love that.
It's everybody's peeler. There
Okay.
you go. Look at that.
Nice
You
and
can get
julienne.
one.
Oh yeah, I need one of those.
There we go.
Okay. How the shrimp?
Go ahead.
Why is
Just-
everything?
Oh Lord.
I know.
Okay.
Have it look. It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
How's it taste over
Yeah, let's move on from the carrot.
More fame on that name.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, now
Wanted to burn.
moving on down here.
Okay,
now
yeah.
pasta takes about 6 minutes to cook. This
Okay.
is some whole wheat pasta. You can use some fettuccine if you want to.
This is good.
It's really
as well.
good.
It's
And
really
it's
good.
light. It's
Hey.
light.
Okay, we're gonna add in our pasta here,
Okay.
and then our cooked
Oh
shrimp
yeah.
and
This-
peas.
How good does that
Boom.
look?
There you
Okay.
go. Super simple. Look how vibrant that is. Kids will love this dish.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
not too spicy. Now, if you're like me, you probably wanted to reserve some of this shrimp so you can make a salad
I do.
for your meal prep.
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be a Cajun-inspired salad, y'all. Really simple dressing. Just got some Greek yogurt here to
Okay.
cut the onion calories a
Instead
little
of
bit.
mayonnaise, you could do
Yes,
Greek yogurt. Okay.
absolutely. Some oil. Go and put that hot sauce in there.
Okay. Ooh, hot
I like
sauce.
to use Frank's.
Does it
whatever you
taste
use.
good, y'all? What's this?
Some chives and some
Lemon
lemon.
juice? Okay.
Yes.
You're right. I just have a little
Stir
bite.
that up.
Okay.
It's a little bite too. It's a little bite.
I love the lemon.
Is this
Good.
the dressing?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's the dressing. And then you're gonna chop up cucumber, a tomato.
Why are you laughing?
She's doing so well,
Okay.
y'all, isn't it? Isn't she doing well?
You know, she has her own podcast.
No.
Oh, she,
It's a show.
her own cooking show.
I'm sorry.
We're so proud. You know,
Thank
we're so
you.
proud of you.
You're so sweet.
And we're gonna
Okay.
all right, add in tomatoes, cucumbers,
Yeah.
chopped up some avocado. Okay,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that is done. Oh Lord, turn
It's
that
still
off.
going. Can I just turn it off? I don't
Yes,
want
yeah, you can turn it off.
Oh boy. Okay.
That's gonna be her lunch.
All right.
later
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
so
Keep
it's
going.
okay.
Keep going.
Okay, and then we're gonna add in just a little bit of water for the consistency of this dressing. You
This
just
dressing
add
is
in-
really good.
Really, and it's super simple, right? It's stuff that's
Very
already
good.
in your
Easy
kitchen
peasy.
pantry. We're gonna add in some avocado.
Oh, I
Boom.
love avocado.
What about some onion too? It's a little bit of bite, you know, a
Yeah.
little bit of breath think
Little
in
bit
there.
of onion,
And
yeah.
then we had some leftover shrimp that I just used. Just a little bit of, you know, a little bit of breath thing. That's what I call it.
What do you call what? Huh? Breath stink.
A little bit of, for each recipe.
Okay, yeah.
If your breath doesn't smell, it's a little bit bad.
Well, yeah.
Something's not right. Something's not right.
all
Yeah.
good.
All right. And then
There we go.
Get some of that.
That dressing is so good.
Okay, we're out of time, Kevin.
Boom.
You're awesome.
You're
Look
so
at my
good.
tossing technique,
Look at
guys.
you. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
She is a pro.
That's amazing.
Sign her up. Food
Thank
Network
you.
where?
We are back with a special Today food. Have you ever had a meal on vacation? It's so good. Days later, months later, you just can't stop thinking about it. Well, a few months ago, when we took a trip down to Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, look at us at this table. We all sat down for an unforgettable dinner. I promise you, we are still talking about this meal. This was at the Sea Pines Resort.
Well, what's funny is Craig is there now, and we have you here because
Yay!
you guys love the food so much. We decided to bring it here to Studio 1A. Chef Ben Harris is the executive chef at the Sea Pines Resort, and you're here to cook up a dish that we have heard.
We were obsessed with it.
Everybody's talking about it.
So these were the two go-to dishes on your trip. So we have the elote street corn, which is we cut it into ribs, so it's really fun and easy to eat. And then we have the charcoal roasted shrimp.
All right, let's dig in. Let's do it.
So basically, we're starting with some South Carolina corn. When it gets hot outside, the corn's sweet and it's nice. That's when we like to cook it.
Okay.
So it's very simple. We've already started this, but you just want to pinch where the silt is, and you just pull down.
Okay. And the way you do this corn, we'd never seen it before because Dylan was trying to get the recipe and we were like, he should come on the show. We were like whispering to each other.
Well, when we were planning the restaurant, we wanted to do something fun that you hadn't seen with local produce.
Okay.
So next step is we're going to give it a quick blanch just to tenderize it a little bit. And then with TV magic here, we
How
have
long?
1 minute. It'll be in there
So
for
this is
1
not
minute.
a shave off the cob. This is a cut through the cob.
This is a cut through the cob.
Ah.
So the trick is, anytime you have something daunting with a knife and you're uncomfortable, cut it in half. So instead of trying to whack it one time, you want to go right down the middle and come down.
And then flip
and
it.
then turn it.
Okay.
I see. Okay.
It's much more
So it'll be like a rib in some ways.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So then we're going to take the corn. We like to deep fry in a neutral oil. Obviously, make sure you keep the oil.
Stand back.
Have at it. Drop it in.
Is it
there.
hot?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's hot.
So it's going to pop just a little bit.
Okay.
If you are more comfortable with an air fryer, you certainly can do it that way.
Oh, that's true.
But you want to make sure not to overcrowd the pan because
Okay.
you can have some overflow issues.
Yes.
As we slide down, that'll be in the oil for about 2 minutes.
Try it.
As soon as
It looks like octopus.
So now here's the thing. It's not a neat way to eat, but we're going for it.
It's fun.
Go
it's
for
vacation
it.
food.
Uh-huh.
So the next trick is it comes out of the oil.
You have to bite around it.
Yep. We're going to toss it in the tahini. We have our cilantro aioli.
Wait, what's in there?
Tahini, spicy,
This is-
spicy seasoning.
Yep, and it's got a little
that's
acid
it.
to it. Yeah, so a little cotija cheese.
This is incredible.
Wow.
Don't eat the rind. Eat the like around it. What is that?
This is sort of healthy.
So on the plate here, this is the cilantro aioli.
Oh my God.
Which we have a recipe on the website now, and you can really interchange the cilantro for anything, whether it's roasted peppers or sun-dried tomatoes. And so we're just going to hit that with just a little bit of fresh cilantro.
Are you supposed to eat the whole thing or just?
No, not the cob.
That's the thing. That's like
a
the
rib.
rib.
Like a
I ate
rib.
the rind.
I saw you. I was like, don't do that.
How many of you guys eat when you're down there?
We couldn't stop.
It's so good.
I've never seen this done like this before.
This is a triumph.
So the cilantro lime, the recipe's on there as well, because
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what does it.
Let's keep going to the shrimp, but I'm going to
So
keep eating
good.
this corn.
Okay.
Sure. So this is a fun way to prepare coastal South Carolina shrimp. I'm really, really passionate about our coastal South Carolina shrimp.
Okay.
It's sweet. It has a lobster-like quality to it. We have some Gulf shrimp here as well that are fantastic, but they have a more rich flavor. So I like to use those for a gumbo or shrimp and grits, something like that. But something like this, where it's just crisp, simple flavors, I go South Carolina shrimp. So we take our shrimp that are peeled with the tail on, so we have a little
Tail on.
tail on, so we have a little handle.
Okay.
We have a little bit of our hickory seasoning here.
Okay. Hickory seasoning.
Delightful.
Yeah. A little bit of our
Butter?
toasted garlic butter.
Ooh.
And then fiend herbs. And the fiend herbs are, it's chopped Italian parsley, tarragon, and chives. And so the technique we like to use for cooking the shrimp,
Cast iron, huh?
cast iron. And we like to put, like I have a big green egg at home.
Okay.
I like to put my cast
Al
iron
has
in
that.
my big green egg.
Really?
And then you start on real high heat. It's about 500 degrees. Shrimp goes down, leave it alone for a minute, turn it off, and let the residual heat finish the cooking process.
For how long?
1 more minute.
Oh my
Just another
goodness.
minute.
Isn't that amazing? I was just talking about the green egg.
Wow.
Here we go.
This
So
is
here we go.
phenomenal. So
Oh
can we,
my.
the seasoning, because this is so good, can we make this too, or can we buy this? Where can we get that seasoning?
Recipe on the website as well.
You're such a giver.
And this is.
You're such a giver.
Chanel is like really
No.
into this.
There are some people who come on and they'll make the recipe, but some things they'll
Like,
be
sorry,
like,
I can't tell
oh
you.
yeah, that's in my
Family-
cookbook,
family
and they don't
secret.
really give it. You're like giving the goods.
We want to. We want you to make it at home.
You want to stay a couple more days?
Sure.
Thank you so much for joining us. And Craig, if you're watching, I hope you're having this down there
He's
as well
down there
with
eating
Lindsay
this
and the
right now.
family for these recipes,
Dude.
all the recipes. Head to
He's giving it away.
today.com/food. We'll be right back.
This is my favorite. My
Yo,
favorite. This
This
so
is
good.
so good.
All right, guys, this is going to be good. We're back with Today Food, and in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, Chef Aaron Sanchez is here with what looks like a really, really spectacular seafood
It
dish.
smells delicious. So you might recognize him, of course, from cooking competition shows like MasterChef and Chopped. He also recently paired up with Chef Emeril Lagasse to create the Aaron Sanchez Impact Fund, which aims to uplift the lives of Latino youth through food. And he is here. We're so spoiled this morning to have you. Good morning.
Chef. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. I'm happy to be back. This is always a second home for me, so I'm excited to share this.
We always love having you, and the work you do for the Latino community. You know, we're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and tell us about the Impact Fund and how important it is to you.
Yes, you know, I grew up in a restaurant family. My mom had a restaurant here in New York for 30 years, so I grew up in the business, and when I started, I felt that there was a disparity between Latinos getting executive positions and leadership positions in kitchens, and I didn't want the educational piece of it to be the crutch. So, you know, education is the foundation. Let's start with that. And up to this point, we've graduated 11 kids since 2016. So yeah, I kind of started right grassroots, and now Emeril and I combine. Yes, absolutely. We bring them through the whole journey. So they do an 11-month program.
Here's some of them,
yeah. Yeah, and they're great.
Oh, that's
and they run the gamut, and they love to learn. They're like little sponges.
Yeah.
And that just makes me happy.
Well, I'm a sponge too. So to have you here, let's go through this barbecue shrimp recipe.
So this is a beautiful example of how Mexico and Louisiana come together. My restaurant, Johnny Sanchez, is in New Orleans. And here we have some beautiful aromatic spices. We have mustard seed, fennel, coriander, cumin, and the 2 dried chilies, the pasilla.
So good.
So you have to think about these little chilies and spices as dormant.
Okay.
They've been sleeping. So the way you wake them up is by toasting
Heat
them,
'em
okay?
up. Okay.
So once they start to kind of create a little bit of smoke.
You put some oil with them, or?
No, just dry.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, they have inherent oil in them. And then once they dry and they start to perfume a little bit, you puree them, and that's what we have here.
Oh,
okay?
What do you use if you don't have, you know, like a little coffee grinder or something? Can
You know what? You can use a mortar and pestle. You can use a blender.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely, you can use a blender.
Okay, great.
That's a very good question. So I like to leave it sometimes a little bit coarse. We have some beautiful Louisiana shrimp. We have the best
Those are
shrimp.
beauties. Yes, you sure do.
And we have the
Heads
best crab
on.
meat.
I feel like it's scary to cook with the heads
No,
on.
you know what they do? They're loaded with tons of flavor, and they kind of leach out this beautiful sort of essence of the ocean.
Al and Chanel are already getting.
I mean,
down.
how is it over there?
Wait until you
so
try
good.
it.
Yeah.
You just wait.
So smoky. All right. So now,
Oh yeah, look at this. It's
yeah,
real fast.
yeah, and in essence, what you want to do at this point with the shrimp, we're seasoning with that beautiful adobo after it's
Okay.
been pureed, and now you want to sear these up a little bit, and then just
pop 'em
kind of
right
wake
in.
them in, and then we're
you
not
use
gonna
olive oil?
Yes. Olive
Okay.
oil. And we're not going to fully cook them. We're just going to kind of sear them, and once they get a nice little sort of caramelization on the outside, we remove them.
Okay.
And then we're going to finish it up later.
Okay.
But let's talk about the butter, okay? So the idea is this is something what really is the essence and backbone of this recipe. We have some melted butter, right? So we're going to add that in here.
the blender, oh.
Yes.
Okay.
We have roasted garlic.
Capers.
That's why it takes these layers of flavor.
Yep. And then here we have beautiful ancho chile.
Oh. Should I turn these over?
Yeah, absolutely. We have ancho chili, which is sort of like the little puffy
Oh, look.
chile.
Okay. Is
More
that
smokier.
dry?
Yeah, dried.
Okay.
More smokier than spicy.
Okay.
Rehydrate them for 20 minutes in boiling water.
Oh my goodness.
They get pliable and soft. We add that.
Look at the color on
Capers.
these.
No, you're doing great, brother. Look at you. Man.
Look at that.
Does your family know you can throw down like that?
No, you can't throw me out of the kitchen.
Exactly. They're like, get out, Dad. All right. So here, all you're simply going to do is just give that a little pulse. You guys get the idea.
The blender never works on TV.
Yeah. There you go.
We get it.
Once
And that
it's
turns into this.
It turns into that. Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
So here, now what we're going to simply do is we have all this wonderful kind of caramelized bits. I brought an extra secret weapon, which is mezcal.
Oh, so we got
And
the
what we're
tequila
going to
in
do
there.
is that's going to help pick up all of those little
Okay.
juicy bits on the bottom.
Oh, if you could smell the mezcal right now.
Isn't that cool?
They say it tastes smoky, but it
Yeah.
smells so
Yeah,
good.
and then we're gonna add like a little base of seafood stock and Worcestershire sauce.
Okay.
Which is wonderful. And then we're gonna add some roasted poblano, which is a
goodness.
beautiful chili that we've kind of roasted and peeled.
Oh, yeah.
Mexican oregano. And then what we're gonna simply do is turn up the heat, and then we're gonna emulsify that sauce. And that is just to thicken
trying
it.
it here. You ready?
Yeah, you got it? Okay, cool. I'm gonna return the shrimp
Oh, yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
into
Isn't
the
that good?
sauce.
You taste
Man.
all of the
Wow.
flavors.
It's so good.
All the
Isn't that
layers.
neat?
There's so many different flavors, and it's not spicy.
Yeah.
You like get the flavor of spice without
Exactly.
Not
a
blowing
lot of
away.
spice.
And this is important because what we're trying to really instill in the kids is to find their culinary voice. You know what I'm saying? Because you really want to use all the mentoring that we provide through the Aaron Sanchez Impact Fund and be able for them to find their groove and their niche. and their style of cooking.
Well,
and that's so important.
We like your style. So
Well, thank you.
Chef Earl,
Incredible.
thank you so much
We
for being
appreciate
here and for
Yeah,
all
we're
you're
going for
doing.
more
Thank you
for
so
the Latino
much.
community.
Thank you. This is fantastic.
For this recipe, head to today.com/food.
We are back with our series Today Table, sponsored by Walmart. And Chef Grace Young, the author of Stir Frying to the Sky's Edge, is going to show us one of her favorite recipes to cook in a traditional wok.
So scan that QR code to order all the ingredients with just one click. So you just select add ingredients to the cart and then schedule a pickup or delivery. We make it as easy as possible. And Grace, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Before we get started, we were talking about the importance of this wok, which is your own wok that you bought years ago.
Yes, I got that in Chinatown. It's a carbon steel wok, and I call that ancient nonstick cookware.
Ancient. Explain that. Explain that.
Well, because the more you cook with it, the more it naturally becomes nonstick.
It's amazing.
So you don't need chemicals, and it's a natural way to have nonstick cookware.
That's great.
So what are you making for us today?
So we're making young chow fried rice because you and I were at Hopley Restaurant in Chinatown a few months ago, and I know how much you love that young chow fried rice.
It's terrific, and it's a great restaurant.
Yep. And so all you do is we're starting with the shrimp. It comes in a variety of sizes. The shrimp, the larger the shrimp are the more expensive. So I always start with small shrimp, and because we're just cutting it into half-inch pieces. So you don't have to spend so much money. And then we can go right to stir fry.
And it'll cook much quicker.
It will cook much quicker.
Now you start off with cold rice. Why?
Because that's the secret to great fried rice. So I'm going to pump up the heat here, and we're going right into stir frying.
Okay.
And whenever you cook with a carbon steel wok, you always have to preheat the pan first, and you have to make sure that it's hot enough. And I always have a little dish of water, so I flick in a drop of water,
And if it
and
sizzles?
when it evaporates in 1 second, we're ready to go. So that
Thanks.
is
We're good.
almost there.
Yeah.
And by the way, while it's heating up, you got a lovely award from the Julia Child Foundation.
Oh, I'm very proud. The Julia Child Foundation awarded me the Julia Child Award for my work for preserving and protecting Chinatowns.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
What kind of oil was that you put in there?
A high smoking point oil. It could be peanut, canola, grapeseed, whatever. So
Okay.
now I'm just adding the shrimp. And whenever you're stir frying, the wok is talking to you. So you have to hear a sizzle sound.
Okay.
And now this is going to go very quickly. We are just stir frying this until it just turns orange.
Just orange, you said?
Yeah.
And
So
Grace,
it
go
won't be
ahead.
cooked through.
If you're not into seafood, can you do this with meat?
Absolutely, you could do it meat. And even if you're a vegetarian, you could do this. You could skip the shrimp, and we're going to add ham. And instead, you could add shelled edamame.
Okay, a little
You could
more
add
oil
just
in there?
A little bit more oil. And now we're adding the cooked rice. And this is the secret for great fried rice is you start with leftover rice. If you made a fresh pot of rice, it's too hot and steamy, and the rice is going to stick.
So you want the grains to kind of be individual grains.
Exactly. And now, look at this.
Cheese. Oh my God.
Absolutely no
Beautiful,
sticking,
yeah.
right?
And it comes together so quickly.
And I'm not used to this heat. I'm going to kick it up a little bit higher. And then all you have to do, Al, can you just add the ham?
Okay. Ooh, ham. Like that.
Yeah. Scallions.
Okay.
What is this seasoning?
That's a little white pepper, not all of it, just a pinch. Come on, Al.
I was going all in.
Really?
There we go.
Good. And then just a pinch of salt.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go.
And so this goes so quickly. I call this, instead of a one hot meal, a one walk meal.
Wow.
Wow.
And what's the other dish you have here?
The other dish is Singapore noodles. Now, I want everyone to make this dish.
Here's your Singapore noodles.
But if you can't, you must go to Chinatown, to Hop Lee, 16 Mott Street, because the food is just fantastic. We had such a great meal, because Chinatowns all across the country need our support.
Absolutely.
And AAPI mom and pop eateries.
And they're not just restaurants. There are all these vegetable stands and food markets and kitchen supplies. So support your local Chinatown.
I want to try this too.
No question.
Thank you.
Grace, thank you so much. Really
Grace, thank you so much.
This is delicious. I've never had Singapore noodles before.
Really appreciate it. You guys should try this. Go make it right now. You can find the fried rice and Singapore noodle dish recipes from Grace's cookbook on today.com/todaytable.